Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Para League Major 2. We are your people here. I mean, I'll be your host here, Excelsior PH. We have here your casters, Ali Straza and Muka, and we are going to be bringing you the pre-show for the Para League Majors 2. Like, Ali, this has been an exciting event. You know, we have had a lot of things that happened over the previous week. What are you excited about, especially what's going to be coming for today?
Well, I've personally been excited playing a lot more Scipius, and it's one of my favorite Paragons to play, and but I'm a little bit concerned that people are gonna ban Sippy, so I'm a little bit, sad that we might not see it, but we'll see what winds up happening. But no, there was a huge week, with the patch and everything, so I'm quite excited to see what happens today.
Dude, that Sippy is gonna be like the highlight of everybody's deck list. I'm pretty sure that there's gonna be at least one Sippy for each player, and of course Muka. What are you excited about? That's gonna be coming for Paraleague Majors too.
Yeah, I think this is kind of like the same setup that the YGG Play Summit had, where it's a new meta, new ban not ban list, but new a balance patch, and something that is probably a little traumatic for the players at this point is extremely exciting for us because we get to see what got cooked up. Like this is the
Yeah.
play, the sandbox playground where who had the best creativity, who was like paying attention, and got to find some of that secret sauce before anybody else.
Dude, talking about creativity and secret sauce, I'm also kind of a bit afraid of what's going to be happening because somebody somewhere might be finding something else that could be quote unquote interesting. So, with that, of course, let's look at the brackets right now for our players. Okay, so let's look at the players right now. We have Hylas DRD 001 versus Jobsad, Mystery versus dmoney, Shogo versus Manos, and veryfatcat versus bullbence. But I think of each of these players, which one is the most interesting matchup for you guys? Let's go with Ali.
Oof. I look. I really am enjoying watching dmoney play. I want to see the dmoney mystery game. I'm looking forward to it. Dmoney was obviously the center of attention with that crazy match in the Swiss rounds last weekend. So I want to see what he's cooked up for this against mystery.
Yeah, I mean, dmoney. I recently watched that video that he posted. I was like, this is the 2,500 USD matchup, and it's like, okay. And I watched it. Okay, I just forwarded it, watch it around two x speed because
Yeah.
it was a very long match.
It was a long
Even
one.
right? It's like, Muka, I think that was one of the matchups that we wanted to watch. It was exciting, but I was doing a lot of things in the middle as well, so I
Oh,
wanted to know what was
yeah.
happening.
I would get food, same turn. I went to the bathroom, same turn. And
Yeah.
like if you went to I went to get water and I missed D Money's turn and I'm like, wait, what? Like what happened? Then we're back. I mean, oh no. Oh, here we go. All right, I'm
Oh,
back.
there you go.
A little blip. But yeah, I think that match will go down in history. That Swiss in parallel lore. It's always fun when players come up with new combos, and we had a little stint from YGG all the way to now, where people
Yeah.
discovering new kind of like full-on crazy combos. We went like two different variations of Neve, and then we had the Cash Infinite in a kind of deck. So I think it's always fun when players kind of figure that out. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another one, but it wasn't on my radar this time. Normally they do kind of pop up right away. I'm able to see it if someone kind of plays it, but maybe they're keeping it to the chest this time. So you never know.
Yeah, when you see some of these players, they like, they keep it a secret. It's like a top secret. This is my ace in the hand, and I don't
Mm,
want anyone to see this until the final moment, or like
yep.
with something big at stake. So, yeah, I want to see if there is something right there. But yeah, as I said a while ago, it's kind of a nerve wracking for us to see something like that as well unfolding right before our eyes, and that's the magic of parallel. And talking about the people that are going to be playing on a high stakes level, I want to see the prize pools right now. All right. Okay. So, yeah, looking at the prize pools, we have the first place getting 20K and 17 league points, as well as the automatic seed for round of 32 stage on Worlds. And second place is going to get 10K, 11 league points as well. Third to fourth place will get 5K and 11 league points as well, with the fifth to eighth place getting 2.5K USD with 9 league points. Now, these are going to be a lot, of course, a lot of moolah that is going to be going towards our players. And, that top spot as well, automatic seat for round of 32 stage on Worlds, is one thing that we are, that the players are looking forward to, because you don't have to grind so much on the league points because you already have that spot. It's like kind of taking a seat, or taking a relaxed seat over at your league points. Anyway,
Yep.
so with that, I want to learn more about our players, and I think our casters here, Ali and of course Muka, are gonna be discussing more about our players. So anything interesting? So okay, so with that, of course, before we go
We got him.
oh yeah, there you go. Before we
Yeah.
go to our players again, thank you for everyone for watching the stream right now. Again, this is the top 8 that we're gonna be seeing, and this is gonna be our top cut right now. Hylas DRD. What are the interesting points right here for this player, Muka?
Hylas has showed up before. I believe he was in Major 1, so we've seen him play before. He's a player that plays with the Exile Bond, and yeah, he's like, I think he's kind of always been around, but maybe not had as much attention, I guess. But making it to 2 majors back to back, right? That's gotta show something. It kind of felt like he was like in a shogo kind of situation before, another player that we'll go over, where maybe didn't have as much attention, but definitely starting to get it now.
The
Yeah,
best
very interesting.
submitting pictures. I just want to say that he like picture with the mask, classic, absolutely.
He came with
wonderful.
cat ears last time, right? Like his headset had
Yeah,
cat ears, so
yeah,
we'll see if he brings it back.
clearly a
You know,
character.
guys, I don't know if you know the reference. I think he is kind of giving that aura for Sailor Moon. You know, if you know
Oh,
that character, like the mask character from Sailor Moon, like I think this is very similar for
Yeah.
Alus Diardi. And in terms of the most played, I am not surprised, because a lot of the people, or a lot of the players, are Markolian maxis, especially on ladder. So yeah, we want to see Hylos Diardi being the top cut. Having a perfect run over at his Swiss qualifiers. Now let's see the next player right now. Okay, Shogo, guys. I know Shogo has a lot of a high win rate as well, with 65%. A lot of games played as well. Anything interesting from Shogo, Ali or Muka?
yeah, I mean, we've seen Shogo's name appear quite a bit in these top seeds of the tournament, so he's clearly proved to be a very consistent player throughout this entire season. Uh, Out for blood with those red glasses, as
Yeah.
always, and yeah, it seems like the most played being Markolian here is, I think just all of these players they're in it to win it, and Marco
Yeah.
has just been consistently at the top. So yeah, I think they've got their eye on the prize.
Yeah, I was thinking like if he would have like a customized glasses, but I think that's what he was going for, like the Markolian uh like icon, right? It looks very chic and on brand.
I'm liking that. I'm liking that.
Yeah. Okay. So for Shogo, yep, that's our second seed. Very fat cat. Very ominous name, of course, because he wants to I think he likes cats very because of the name itself. But that win rate, man, 68%. That's 1% short of a nice win rate. But what can we say about this player, Muka?
Yeah, Fat Cat's a grinder. He's been on. If you play high up on the leaderboards, this guy, since they did that one competition where it was like if you got top 5, you got like a prize. Since
Mhm.
then, he's been grinding away. He
Yeah.
is kind of like a Lambie-esque persona, just playing a lot of games. That's the way he improves. It's all about repetition. So you can see like he came in later than the 2 other players that we already saw, and he's already almost at 2K games played. So he just plays a lot, and first big tournament placement. So very excited to see what he does.
Yeah, very excited to see what he does indeed. And Very Fat Cat will see probably very big plays as well. And I saw him rise from the ranks. As you said, Muka, like, ever since the bounty went out, Very Fat Cat was locked in and he wanted to get that prize and he just kept on going. That's how you onboard players of this caliber. And yeah, Very Fat Cat, one of the players we have for top 8. Let's look at the next one. Okay, this is not a mystery because we just saw Mystery's face right now. So this is a mystery with a total of 2074. And I'm a bias right now. I'm a Shroud Maxi. I'm sorry guys for any of the Mercolins right there. Because Mystery has the most played with Shroud on board. Do you guys know any more details about our player?
I know a
We
little
could.
bit. Yeah,
Okay, go ahead.
he prepares with. He's played with like other players that are good on the ladder, like Jatel and stuff like that. And I'm sure Ali, you're super excited that he plays Shroud, but I think this is his first kind of showing, like on a top seed of a tournament. So very curious to see like how he does.
I think Ali has some tea on Shroud. Do you have any info that you can share with us, Ali?
It seems to be that Neve is the play right now, which I love Neve. It always makes me happy. As well. I mean, let's be real, actually, all of Shroud, but yeah, it seems to be that Neve is the pick for this tournament. But we'll see if anyone surprises us.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking like I was asking a while ago if there would be New Dawn, and everybody just said no, no, no
Mm-hmm.
New Dawn here. It's gonna be Neve or Brand, but nobody plays Brand as well in these tournaments because Neve actually is the one or the paragon or the parallel to play for this tournament. But I'm excited, of course, with Mystery and as to how he's going to be playing in this tournament. But let's look at the next player right now. Okay, the mustachioed warrior, the champion that we have had. I mean, that's the first champion. I think Mukha was able to cast the champion over at the tournament in France, and any we all know him, and I met him as well. Really nice person, but take it away, Ali or Muka. Any more details from our previous champion Manos right here?
Yeah, Ali, go for it. You got it. Give Manos the
I mean,
the
look, we
props.
all know Manos. Look at that, 4,262 games played. I mean, he's been one of the longest playing, players of the game. Absolutely, like, incredible at it. Like, at this point, I'm super happy to see that he's consistently doing so well. And yeah, I'm psyched to, see his games today.
Yeah, I think it's just cool. I think he's the first like person that's kind of rose through popularity of through just parallel. Like he's become like a parallel
Mhm.
grassroots kind of name, and we're starting to see more names pop up. But it's always nice to see Manos pop up.
Yeah, and I was kind of excited as well when I saw his groupies over at the YGG Play Summit. They even had a poster like "Go, let's go, Manos!" And when he was
Yeah.
playing over at the stage, and that's kind of the excitement that we want to see in the community as well, because like there are a lot of players that you can root for, but there's only one champion, of course, that you want to follow. And although there are a lot of players that can inspire you as well, and Manos has definitely been a beacon with 4,262 matches already played. And I just did the quick maths. He is around 5,738 for being a true master. Like just counting it over the outliers as
Wow.
10,000 games played. So that's he is near like for that matchup, or maybe possibly a record holder in terms of matches. So yeah, that's Manos for you guys, and let's look at our next player right now. Okay, I personally am happy because I don't know any information about jobsad, and look at the number of games that he played, 1097. But guys, this is a new name for me. Ali or Muka, do you have any info about jobsad or jobsad?
I think it's a new name for a lot of us. I did some research on him after Mr. Kavak, who is like one of the bond leaders for Devmons, was tweeting about him, and I know he's played Hearthstone competitively in the past, and maybe currently is. I'm not sure, but yeah, new name, entering the arena, very like about half as much games as anybody else, right? And made it here to
Yeah.
top 8. So really shows the caliber of player. I'm really excited to see his games.
Yeah, we're definitely really excited, especially for our players right now. Kind of thinking, if you want to go into a tournament and you don't have any info on that player, on his play style, on how he plays, on what he's gonna be playing during the tournament. So it's gonna be exciting for us, but kind of possibly, the absence of any info from a player perspective, it's gonna be kind of nerve wracking because you want to know your opponents, and Jobsad. Yeah, he's a new player in the game. I'm happy that we have a new player in the game, and yeah, good luck to him during his run in the top 8. So let's look at our next player right now. Okay, dmoney, the man of the hour. And wait, is it an hour? Is it an hour and 20 minutes? I'm not sure, but the man of the hour indeed. But yeah, let's look at dmoney right now, already at top 8, and with 974 matches and 68% win ratio, and of course Markolian Maxi as well. I think Ali has some tea on dmoney.
Yeah, look, I'm super happy to see dmoney in this top 8 here. I mean, I don't know if people know that dmoney has been supporting the game for quite some time. Like, I had a conversation with him at TwitchCon 2 years ago, and
Ooh.
he had been buying some parallel assets back then. And he's honestly a really good player. He's played in a lot of the invitationals. I think he was in that initial creator invitational that kind of kicked it all off. And yeah, I mean, he's really good at the game, and so it's super exciting to see that he's made this top 8 here. And I'm hoping that he does well. So I'll just say that, because he's also a fantastic content creator too. He makes a lot of videos about the game, so y'all should definitely check out his YouTube and Twitch if you are looking for some parallel content.
Yeah, I'm watching dmoney's videos as well. So like, yeah, fanboy right here. dmoney possibly looking for more money here in the parallel majors 2 tournament. Yeah, let's see how he goes. And yeah, that's good info right there, Ali. That you've said that he has been supporting for around 2 years now, and also won in the creators in the invitational tournament. I'm happy that dmoney keeps on playing and supporting the parallel ecosystem, even with contents as well. And being a fan, I love to see him more here in these tournaments, and I want to see him perform in the top 8 as well. So let's look at our next players. Oh, okay. So we have here bullbence. Bull Run is coming. Let's see if bullbence is gonna be performing in this tournament. I saw him over at the YGG Play Summit. Had a good performance as well, with a total of 2,747 games played and win ratio of 60%, and most played Markolian. But any of you guys can give some short info regarding our player here, bullbence. Muka.
Yeah, I mean, he was a finalist in the YGG Play Summit, right, against Zelius,
Yeah.
sir. So it's his story's crazy. I think like he was watching a Tyler stream, and then he randomly came across Parallel, ended up playing Parallel, hit Master that same month, and then now he's like he's topped multiple tournaments. That is crazy. That's like as grassroots as it gets, like in terms of like a player coming into the game and competing and doing well. So bullbence is starting to make a name for himself, and he's always done his own thing. Not like Maybe not as like drastic as some players we've seen like Perp or something like that, but he's very comfortable with his style of play and he does it very well.
Dude, talking about doing it very well, starting from a stream to a professional player, and actually you watch his journey as well. He started this playing this Markolian deck, and even going to master during that month or during that season, and just kept on steamrolling every tournament as well, even going to this to the YG Play Summit, going to the Parallel Majors too. Bullbence is a player to watch out for, and he's actually also young, or younger compared to me or any of us here over at the panel. But that's the last player that we're gonna be having. But before we go on to the next part, let's go and look at the records over at the Swiss rounds. Here we go. Okay, guys, I don't want to jinx it, man. Do you guys know the rule that if you compete and get a clean record, it's not gonna go well for you? But I don't want to jinx it, man.
It's been
Have you heard?
broken. It's been
It's
broken
been
in
broken.
parallel before.
Okay.
Zarathustra did it during the first major, I believe, right? I think he
Mm-hmm.
went undefeated match-wise the whole time. So it's
Oh,
possible, but man, that is it's a tough ask.
Yeah. It it's been going it's been going in TCGs. It's like
Yeah.
it's kind of a curse that you don't want to happen to you, but of course you want to perform really well. And I'm seeing of course Hilus Diardi going in with a 7-0. I'm afraid to go in and say, okay, that's not gonna go well. But I know these players really perform, especially during these tournaments. So man, that was an exciting rundown of our players and the brackets, and of course the prize pools that we're going to be having for this tournament. And before we go in and go with our next portion of the show, any short prediction or any, if you're going to be saying, okay, well, this is going to be my player or pick of the tournament that's going to go places. Let's go with Ali. Ali, just give us a name, a player that you think will go far in this tournament.
the caster curse. Well, okay. I just said it earlier. I would like to see dmoney do well. But I will say that a very fat cat seems like he's been grinding the game quite a bit, and I don't know. I think there's something there. I will say. So I'm gonna. I don't know, but I think very fat cat could perform quite well.
Okay, very fat cat or D money for Ali Straza and Muka. How about you, man?
All right, I'm gonna cop out a little bit, and I'm just interested in the Manos Shogo match the most, I think, and
Mhm.
I think whatever happens there will like kind of like cascade to the rest of the tournament. I think both those players are really really good, and they've shown like their skills time and time again.
Mhm.
So I'm just very curious to see how that set turns out, and then what happens from there.
Okay, so that's the pre-show, predictions and all the player profiles that we've had over at the Parallel League Majors 2 Day 1 round of 8. And okay guys, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, we're going to be having our first match. Thank you to Ali and Muka. We're going to be having our casters a bit later again, and we're going to be having a new set of casters. It's going to be a surprise. But don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in a few.
In this arena, legends are born and history is written. This is where dreams take flight, where every drop of sweat, every ounce of effort, and every heartbeat is dedicated to one singular goal. Tales will be weaved. History will be written. Titans will rise and fall. Champions will be crowned, and legends will be made. This is the Parallel League.
And we are back here at the Parallel League Major 2. I'm your host here, Excel3PH. With me are two amazing casters as well. We have Free Tip Scout and Quinto. Hi, guys, man. I'm not going to ask you how you're doing. I know you're doing well, but of course, you know, are you excited for the very first match. Free tip scout, man. I like your hoodie, man, and your background.
Yeah,
Very
thank you.
broken
Yeah,
core. I
thanks,
think.
man. I
I
love this
think.
hoodie too.
Yeah, I think it's. I think Kinto is in the singularity or something. I don't know. Wait. That's a stabilized shard at the back. Is
No,
that
no.
right, Kinto?
This is I'm in my prime cave, as you can see,
Oh,
with
dude, that's amazing.
my prime hoodie.
You know,
Yeah,
some of the players here, they have to have the prime cave, like what he did, what Kinto does, or what Kinto
yeah.
has over at his background. But of course, this is going to be an interesting part. Who are we going to be watching for this first match, Free Tip Scout?
We're going to be watching Very Fat Cat and Bullbence, which is a huge match to start with because both players are very, very good. I've met both of them on the ladder, and I've actually had the honor of meeting Bullbence in person too. So Bullbence, really cool guy. He's relatively new to the game, but he's risen really quickly, and it's pretty much the same for Very Fat Cat too. So what a great game to start, and I can't wait. Should be really good.
Yeah, and you can see here over at the brackets, these new players, we're going to go from the bottom to the top. Of course, Very Fat Cat versus Bullbence for the first match. And leader is going to be Shogo versus Manos. And the next one, Mystery versus dmoney. And then the next one, Hylis DRD versus Jobsad. But, between these two, I'm expecting it to be an explosive match. Kinto, what do you think? What decks are they going to be bringing for this matchup?
Well, what we have seen since we got a patch lately this weekend, um, we're gonna see pretty standard stuff. CPUs, Kathy, Nehemiah, Neve, all over again. Everyone's gonna be playing the same decks with different cards. I would say different tech cards that they might be using to get a bit of an edge. Well, we've been prognosticating that everyone's going to be banning CPUs since right now it's the most powerful deck in terms of going wide and super strong. Like it can go wide in terms of all the units that it has, the Connie CPN, the Centurus, and then you have the high density replicators that just make it insane. And the fact that CP has that the CPS adjutant that is a token when you bank a unit, this is really easy to form a board, and even decks like Nehemiah with Virulent Spores and Neve with Neve's Dominion, you get these cards, AoE cards, you like erase the board, and then just one Centurus, for example, completely dominates it again. And it's a battle of resources in parallel, and right now CPU has the most. So this is my pronunciation for the bans today. But yeah, overall, we have also seen Neve really strong. I would say definitely has a higher chance against Nehemiah. For sure, right now, we are seeing some new cards in Kathy lately. Everyone needs to catch up, basically, to the new patch and the new changes. This new important card that's the Vindicator. It's a vehicle for Marco that it's a 4/3. It's basically playing around the stats of the card in the sense that you get it from the Machinist, you play it, you buff it, and then all of a sudden on turn 4 you have a 5/6 unit. So really powerful, I would say. But let's see if today we're gonna see, as you said earlier, Excelsior, what comes around in terms of like if we were gonna experience some surprises. But from what I've seen from the decks, it seems pretty standard overall.
Yeah, and it looks like we are gonna be expecting some pretty standard decks. And talking about the decks right now, let's look at the deck lists for our players, starting with Bullbence. Here we go. Okay, so this is the first deck that the Bullbence is carrying. This is a Kathy deck. Let's discuss it right now, starting with Free Tip Scout right now. Well, what can you see
cool.
about this deck?
Yeah. Yeah, really cool deck actually. I was immediately looking to see where the logistics mastery is, and it's there. So he's got that. That's one of the aftermath cards, which just really helps to bolster the damage that you can do through non-combat damage. So even things like mercenary gunslingers, because they're hitting for 1, that then gets bolstered by an additional 2 to hit for 3. Really, really powerful, that relic. And if you're facing like a Cathy deck and you see that, you really need to try and remove it, because in this deck in particular, you can see that bullbence is running a ton of effects here. So it's a burn deck that is going to try and whittle down the opponent really quickly down to 0. It's got Pierce 8 in there, of course, for 3. It's got determined assaults, artillery volleys. All of those are going to be doing extra damage from the logistics mastery. The interesting thing about this deck now is that what we can see is that there is no extrapolator. So there's no combat heuristics extrapolator card in here. I think if this card had not been nerfed during the recent patch, we probably would have been seeing this in this deck, because it's a card which allows you to play, it would have allowed you to play it, it would be battle ready, and it would then deliver a effect for you that would have a reduced cost. But because it got nerfed, I think that's the big omission from this deck. Other than that, we can kind of see that a lot of the usual suspects we've seen in previous kind of burn decks in other tournaments are pretty much in here. However, this deck also includes a couple of really powerful aftermath effects, such as take it or leave it and no snitching. So the no snitching is really powerful, because if you can get a bannerman down nice and early, and let's say that you're going first, you can actually no snitch the shield pod and then immediately buff your bannerman to kind of like a 2-3, which makes it really difficult for the opponent to remove straight away. And you've got to take it or leave it, which will allow bullbence to play some of these really powerful effects and powerful cards out of order to kind of surprise the opponent. So really solid deck. It's the burn deck, but it's just bolstered by aftermath cards.
Yeah, that was a good comprehensive breakdown, and I'm happy, of course, to have watch as well the patch review by Muka and Ali with Vin. I was ecstatic with the combat heuristics vehicle being nerfed, man. No more charge, but you still retain all the goodness that you can have from having it being retained. But you know, it's very vulnerable to any removals that you can have from your opponent. And take it or leave it. I'm kind of surprised it's still here, although it cannot be banked. It still has the power to make you steamroll your opponent with more energy to play with. So yeah, that's bullbence's Markolian deck. Cathy, let's look at the next one. Okay, Scipius. This is one that, you know, I feel Kinto is very passionate about. Kinto, can you break down the bullbence Scipius deck?
Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, definitely Scipius, my dear Paragon, beloved Paragon. As always, we have here the Tabula Rasa, Reliant Gamma. These are and the Valorous Striker. This is the basis of Scipius. On turn 1, you can play a Reliant Gamma and a Tabula Rasa plus banking, and you get 3 units, then the high density replicator, and all of a sudden you have an enormous board, super powerful by turn 2. Con Incipient, another card to keep your board white. The Lord Harf, we have it as a usual suspect to prevent some effects of popping out from the enemy, especially played against Shroud or Markolian. Then the classic Standard Bearer, 18 Subjugate. For buffing, we have Magna, one of the most powerful cards in the game. You always keep this card in the initial game. Bullbence running here the Saboteur. There's a really nice combo going around with the Saboteur where you like play it, remove like in a mirror, for example, play it, remove the relic, then they kill it, and then you Triumph of Europa and get another Saboteur to remove another relic if necessary. We have the Convergence Centaurus that has been the GOAT in the Scipius decks. Once you have the high density replicators on board, this thing just becomes an absolute menace, having like 5 units, more than 5 units, because you also get the Scipius token and whatever. If you play basically a striker, for example, you have with only a few resources, you have so much. Going with a Domina also. classic Domina for the battle ready, the Formatician Exile to get those triggers and draw some cards. The Master Poisoner pretty necessary if you're playing against Earthen to counter the Terramech Shield and to counter anything that might be like an Honor Steward or something like that. Wong, classic Wong that has a lot of synergy with the Cepius muster. We have no snitching, once no snitching in case we have to counter Nehemiah, take it or leave it 2. Since now you can bank it, it's fine running 2. Killbox, the other card of the hour. This thing is an absolute menace. You can deal up to, I don't know, I mean, up to nothing. Like you can deal with only 5 units, 6 units. You can deal 80 damage in 1 turn and just completely obliterate your opponent. Triumph of Europa, the classic, and the high density replicator, the menace relic for Cepius right now. So yeah.
Oh man, that was an amazing breakdown from Kinto. Especially you see the passion and how he knows each and every out that Cepius is gonna be playing here. But yeah, amazing Cepius deck. Let's look at the next one from bullbence. Okay, Neve is already here, already live. You know, and I'm seeing the players are getting geared up for the next match. So let's get it quick with a quick rundown for this Neve deck, Free Tip Scout.
Yeah, really cool deck actually. It's the classic Neve one, but it's got a couple of additions in it, such as Embedded Agent from Aftermath, just to try and give bullbence a little bit of early removal so it can one-tap something. And it's also got the likes of the Eclipse Fate in there, which is a super powerful card, one of the most popular cards, I think, for from the Aftermath set. Really cool deck. It's a very good counter to Sippy, actually. So if Sippy doesn't end up getting banned, then this could actually perform quite well against it. Solid deck, and I think Neve's in a really good position since the patch as well. So looking forward to seeing this one.
Yeah, Neve's one of my favorite paragons here for Shroud, and I like it, and it's a good counter as well for wide boards. But let's see if that's going to be the thing in this next matchup. Let's look at the next deck of bullbence. We have here the Nehemiah deck. Oh wait, this is looks kind of a standard deck, but I'm seeing some different text here that bullbence has put in. Kinto, can you give us a rundown of this Nehemiah deck?
Yeah. So we have the Premier Conduit. He's running 2. Interesting, since the Premier Conduit tends to be a card that you can play by itself and have a powerful unit there. The Steward of the Garden is the other important card that you need to draw it early game. Like every Earthen player dreams of drawing this in the mulligan. We have the Cunning Diplomat. Another great card for Nehemiah specifically because it has the defender, has the draw, and has the good synergy there. Moonlit Star of Alesha. This is a staple in every Nehemiah deck because of the ability to give Flourish, to buff itself, to have synergy with Nehemiah. Also a new one, the Provoker Taker. For a cheap cost, you can get a 6/6 card. He's running two of them. You also get the ability to charge, which has some synergies around, especially with the allocated provision, the Romayan Researcher, which also has a lot of synergy in the deck because of the Terra Glider, where you can be drawing cards, and since everyone's also playing charge and more charge, this guy will also draw for you, and it's something that every Earthen player would want to have those resources always in hand. We have the Astel Slave, a classic Merciless Bulwark. This is interesting that I didn't saw Astels in the CP deck from bullbence. We have the Merciless Bulwark, which is running 1. It's fine because it's mostly a tech card where if you manage to actually start buffing, then it's good. But if don't, it's better to just play. The next one we see here, the Terra Glider, one of the most powerful cards from Aftermath. This thing is an absolute menace. You play it on turn 4, and you get essentially 2 4-cost units if you haven't charged. The other combo, you can also play it on turn 6 for a high chance of a Terramech Shield Titan, or on turn 7 for a high chance of a Terra.
Wow,
this is insane.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
even if you have more energy, you can just play it for 7 just to get your Terra. Soleia, a classic unit to get to prevent the opponent from getting tempo. Wong to draw your relics and stuff. This Wong is really good in Earthen decks because you can draw different cards. The
Yeah.
Terramex Shield Titan, the monster from this expansion. This thing
So
is
big.
insane. 6 cost, 10/10 that only receives 1 damage, and with Flourish you basically make it so that your opponent, the unit you selected from your opponent, has to attack it at the beginning of the next turn. So this thing is insane. The only for Shroud, you need essentially 2 effects, or if you're running Master Poisoner, that's basically the only ways to deal with it. And well, no one's playing Lemmy, but Lemmy has also the Lemmy irregulars to deal with it. Terra, another classic for Earthen, to buff and get more units, get the tempo going. No snitching to counter those Nehemiahs or whatever you can, like the Stewards and all of that. Take it or leave it. Running 2 also, because now you can bank it, so it's essential either way. 1 PSA launcher in Nehemiah. It's pretty rare to see PSA's launchers, but it's fine running 1. 1 relic repurposing for relic removal, 3 virulence, 4 formidables. The hasty mobilization, which is I know there's a bug around it, and it's
So with that, of course, we're gonna go with the very fat cats decks, right? With a good rundown. But looks like, oh wow, this is another Nehemiah that we're gonna be seeing. And looking at our players, we have a short 5 minutes to go with the rundowns of very fat cats decks, as they are already preparing to start the match. And Free Tip Scout, can you give us a short rundown of Nehemiah of very fat cat?
Yeah, cool. So a slight different variation here to the one that we saw from bullbence. We can see that he's actually running Gafar's Rage, which is a really, really cool card. And I'm excited to see that because I haven't really seen that used too often so far, even though it's quite a powerful card. So yeah, hopefully we do get to see that in action. He's also got, of course, the Provoke Caretaker, and he's got the Terramech, which is one of my favorite new additions for Earthen from the Aftermath set. Super powerful card. So great little deck this. I think it will perform well. And I think Very Fat Cat's done really good actually to fit everything in here because he's got a lot of big hitting cards. So it's a fantastic build. Yeah.
Yeah, very big cards for Very Fat Cat. And let's look at the next deck list of Very Fat Cat. Aside from this Nehemiah, okay, we have another Neve. Okay, looks like it looks a bit similar. I see some small differences in terms of the number of cards or number of text that they put in. Kinto, can you give us a quick minute to run down this this Neve deck from Very Fat Cat?
Yeah. Interesting here, he's running the 3 Take It or Leave It. Pretty standard overall. Also the brand expertise, the new card from Aftermath, being placed in all of these Neve decks. The Eclipse Fate to do that white vanish. Anything that gets banished, you banish all the copies from it. Really good against the Terra Glider, for example. We have 2 Tribes of the Lost, interesting. And what else here that's not old? Pretty much the same Neve as before, with all the Planetfall and Alpha cards as before. Yeah.
Something just to add though, it's very rare to see no snitching in a Shroud deck, and he has 1 copy of no snitching, which I think is really interesting. So yeah.
I think he wants to counter any cards that need to be silenced, so to speak, right? And Eclipse Fate, I love it because of course relic removal is also a thing for Eclipse Fate. It can happen, and I've seen it happen, so it's a good tool as well. So let's look at the next deck of Very Fat Cat. Okay, still the same. We're going with a back burner right here. Another Marcolian deck. Let's go with Free Tip Scout.
Yeah, it's another burn deck, isn't it? We can see that there's lots of effects in here. 17. We've got the usual suspects like artillery volley, PS8 launchers. There's actually no determined assault though, which is kind of interesting because you usually expect to see that. We do have solitary confinement in this deck, which is something I was not expecting to see. And we've also got, to be fair, a couple of different cards here. We've got Rummaging Researcher and Vindicated Rapid Assault. So it's a little bit of a mix between units and effects. Interesting, very interesting deck. I'm actually really interested to see how this does, because this is a unusual build. So yeah, very good build, interesting, powerful cards. Let's wait to see how it does.
Yeah, very good mix of units and effects from Very Fat Cat with this Cathy deck. Let's look at the next one. Last one for Very Fat Cat. Okay, we have the same, almost the same lineup for both of them, with some differences in terms of the cards. What can you see here, Kinto, that's different from Very Fat Cat's box?
Yeah, he's running three no snitchings for max removal, 1 kill box. He also is including, as different than bullbence, a Convergent Princeps and the Convergent Recruiter is running 3 of those. This basically, when you play it, you get to choose from the top 4 cards from your deck, a Convergent and a Clone, and get it into your hand. And the rest is pretty standard. In this case, he's running 3 Master Poisoners, which is, in my opinion, a bit like an overkill. But if you're playing against like Nehemiah, then you definitely want to draw the Master Poisoner no matter what, because once the Terra Mech Shield Titan with Defender gets on board, there's no way to remove it from a CP standpoint. So yeah, overall pretty basic, and the rest is pretty basic in terms of deck list. No Convergent Domina also, but overall pretty standard.
Yeah, dude. Like I'm happy, but I am also curious why he has 3 Master Poisoners right here. Usually it's just a 2 off or a 1 off, and it's he really wants to do some epic removals, so to speak, from Very Fat Cat. And I just realized, guys, that these guys are going to go on the banning phase. Let's have a short prediction. What do you think? It's gonna be banned here. Oh wait, it's already out. Oh,
Yeah.
no.
So no
What do you think
Sippy
about
ban.
this bans?
Yeah, no Sippy
No
ban is a
Sippy
big
ban,
surprise. Yeah, because I really thought, and probably Quinto thought the same, that probably Sippy would be the one that would be targeted. But actually, what we can see is that Marco's been targeted and Shroud's been targeted. So, yeah, I mean, they obviously feel confident enough that they can go and take on Sippy, which I think is really interesting.
Yep.
Dude, this is really interesting. The bans are actually not what we expected. We were expecting a bunch of Scipius bans. Instead, we got a Marcolian ban and a Shroud ban. How will this go though?
Yeah,
Well,
interesting.
I think that Very Fat Cat's in quite a good position, because with his Shroud being not banned, it allows him, I think, to have the upper advantage when he goes up against Bullbence's Cathari Sippy deck. So, I think he's got the advantage here. But let's wait and see. But I think it's good that he has his Neve deck still.
Yeah, a good point there, Scout, because definitely not having to face Shroud, for example, when Very Fat Cat is gonna be playing Earthen. It's gonna be good for him in terms of the mirror, and also against Cipius and Marcolian. However, the Very Fat Cat Cipius, I would say it's a bit slower and tuned in to play against everything else, which can also be good in the case that he's gonna be facing, if he faces Earthen, it's gonna be great for him because it's a more slow CP, but can definitely deal with Earthen. So we get to it, and we have the mirror.
Yeah, with that, guys, I'm going to be passing it over to the casters, Free Tip Scout, and of course, Kinto. Let's watch the match right now. Will it be the 2 animals, Very Fat Cat or Bullbence? Let's see.
Yeah, interesting that now we see the double mulligan here, which is very powerful, in my opinion, since you can mulligan and then keep whatever you wanted for that first mulligan, and the second one, you can choose from the new cards and mulligan again. This is nice.
Yeah, I think it's the double mulligan is an inspired addition from the team, isn't it, Quinto? Because as you say, you can mulligan first, keep what you like, and then you get a second mulligan straight away to just try and perfect your opening hand. And having played since the patch for a couple of days now. I love it. I think it's one of the best things that we've seen added to the game. And we can see the players here as well. Look at look at bullbence with his locked in with his parallel hat on there. Love to see it. But they both look super focused, and we can see as well that bullbence has gone first. He's on the play, and he's got a good start. Quinto, it's pretty much what you'd expect, isn't it? Getting a nice early start on Sippy, trying to get some units down as quick as you can, trying to go as wide as fast as you can, and then just trying to get everything buffed with replicators and kill boxes. So good start from both.
Yeah, interesting that he veryfatcat had to bank the master poisoner there, which is a good thing about tech cards in parallel. Like if you don't need them, you just bank them, and in the case you need, you just in the case of CP, you just play a tabula rasa and get them from the bank. However, we see here that the start for bullbence is a bit stronger since he has the replicator early. However, for veryfatcat, he has more things to play next turn in that sense. And veryfatcat also managed to give no snitching to that Reliant Gamma.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right, actually. He's full of units, isn't he, veryfatcat? One of the advantages of going second is, of course, you are able to get a bit more of a card advantage earlier, and he's got some really fantastic units here. He banks the Subjugate, and probably looking to, get a couple of Reliant Gammas down, and is he going to also... No, I was going to say, is he going to get the Tabula Rasa down, but he opts not to do it. But this is a nice start for veryfatcat, and... Actually, we can see that bullbence now, funny enough, has a very similar kind of units to what we can see veryfatcat. He's got also 2 Reliant Gammas. He's going to go for the Scipion and possibly then 1 Reliant Gamma just to keep the board nice and wide and to match his opponent.
Yeah, interesting that trade from Fatcat where he just dealt with the token. So putting bullbence in a tough position where he definitely wants to deal with those Reliant Gammas from Fatcat. So he will have to sacrifice his Reliant Gamma in this case.
Yeah, it's actually quite interesting, isn't it, Quinto? Because like the Reliant Gammas, I feel like they've almost seen a bit of a resurgence in use now, especially with the replicator relic that's come back in, and with the emergence of Sippy getting stronger again. It's just such a nice one cost that you know is going to grow already when you get another clone on the board at the start of your turn, and then it's going to grow even more with the replicator. So do you think we're seeing more of it now because of that, or?
Yeah, definitely because of the replicator is the idea.
And what do you think about the replicator? Because I think this is absolutely a brilliant relic for Cathari. They didn't really tend to have, like, they had a few relics, but there were so many relics that didn't tend to get used. And now this almost seems to be a must-have in any Cathari deck, especially Naeus and Sippy.
Yeah, definitely. This is a card that, for CP it's even better in the sense that you get that CPU's token. This is gonna be a menace every time. Like so much resources in the sense that you can deal with things and get it again, and it just comes back again, and all of this. Interesting here. Interesting position, and what veryfatcat did. He's doing good trades.
Yeah.
Played that 18th subjugate, had to bank the Triumph of Europa, which can come back to him, but bullbence needs to do the same. Banks one of the Triumphs, so interesting position now for veryfatcat because he's going to get a lot of draw from those convergent recruiters now on the next turns. The bullbence, aside from having the replicator, is still a bit far away in terms of board presence. But next turn, bullbence might be able to just get away with that Triumph of Europa, since this is gonna be a weak turn for veryfatcat if he just plays those recruiters, because he doesn't have the high density replicator. and also it's just gonna be a drawing turn. He won't get as much tempo as needed, I would say, and a Triumph of Europa with a bunch of tabula rasas here for bullbence is gonna be devastating.
Yeah, I think it was a really, really timely top deck for bullbence in the last round there, because he managed to top deck the Formatician's Exile. If he hadn't have got that, I think he wouldn't have really had much to do on that turn. And getting a Formatician's Exile down means that you've then got kind of a 4-5 on the board. It's going to be forcing the opponent to try and deal with that, try and remove that. Yeah, I'm just thankful for him that he got it, because otherwise I think he would have been in a bit of a spot. He still doesn't really have a great position right now, but the benefit for bullbence here is that he does have a Triumph in his hand. He's already got some stuff in his waist, so he can repopulate his board pretty quickly on the next turn. It's just a case of, look, veryfatcat here is kind of sizing things up, and I wonder whether he's sizing up. Do I remove the Formatician's Exile, or do I just go face here? Because I think if he removes it, he knows that potentially it could come back next turn. What would you do here, Quinto?
I mean, Fat Cat has
he trades
a Triumph of Europa board of his own, but he ran out of resources, to be honest. Only a tabula at this point is really weak. He gets the high density replicator, which is fine, and might be able to give him an edge in this situation. So let's see. We now see that bullbence he's watching his waist. Let's hoping that Triumph might give him something good here, because otherwise it's not gonna be very efficient in this case. He needs to sacrifice, I think, this tabula rasa. To get it more powerful from the Triumph of Europa. However, he's not gonna get a really nice trade with it. It's just gonna be more like dealing damage, and that's it. So we see here sacrificing it and now getting it back from the Triumph of Europa.
Yeah.
Well,
so
this
got
is
a lot of options here.
Yeah, this is good. This is a good situation here for bullbence, and decides to go for the powerful route.
I like this. Subjugate, you could go 2 Reliant Gammas, or he could go a Striker if he wants to, and a Reliant Gamma, and plus also you can put the Tabula Rasa down. I like it, because I think that it's going to allow him to be buffing these little low-cost units a bit more, and it just puts veryfatcat in a position where he's going to have to think about trying to trade and trying to get rid of the Subjugate, because at the moment the Subjugate, if he leaves it on the board, of course, it's just going to cause a whole world of pain for him for future turns. So I like this play a lot.
Yeah, definitely spreading the thread here. Bullbence, he also gets the high density replicator, gets a nice board. We also see that Fat Cat is down 1 Triumph. So at this point, unless Fat Cat gets another Triumph, what we see is that bullbence is just gonna be dominating the board here with this 18 subjugate. Also, the good thing about playing the 18 subjugate in this situation, I think, is that when you play a unit, you are getting more in the waist. So getting another possibility of hitting a tabula rasa in order to play it or something like that. But he sacrificed his last Triumph of Europe, or no, actually that was the one that he played. I'm sorry for that one.
Yeah.
So we see here now the good thing for Fat Cat is that he has a poisoner in the bank, so he will be able to deal with these big ATN subjects, at least.
Yeah, so he plays the Tabula Rasa to match the cost of the Master Poisoner in the bank, and then that just transforms into the Poisoner, and then his low-cost units here can just easily now one-tap the Subjugate. So that was a nice bailout, really, in a way, wasn't it? Because I think if he didn't have that Poison in the bank, it would have been really difficult for him to remove that Subjugate cleanly, but Poisoner coming in is fantastic. So game on. Absolute game on at the moment. It's very back and forth, isn't it? Like both players have not even done any damage directly to the face. They're both on 30 health. We're locked in here. Everyone talks about Shroud being a long game. We could have a long game here
Yeah,
based on what we're seeing so far.
big mirror.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing as well, though, Quinto, is that, oh, wow. Yeah. Wow. Triumph coming in
No.
as a top deck is massive, especially with the Master Poisoner on the board. Although, to be fair, maybe bullbence kind of
Damn,
tries
and
to get rid of it.
bullbence is in a bad spot now
Yeah.
with this drawing take it or leave it in this situation. He really needed to play that ATN subject and that con incipient. That's why we saw him like, oh no, in this situation. And we see that Fat Cat has that Triumph of Europa ready to cook. And yeah.
Yeah, this is one of the big changes that was made as part of the patch, is that you cannot now bank the take it or leave it. So you have to play it. And I mean, to be fair, he actually done okay there, didn't he, Bullbence? He's played the Sippy. It's not amazing, but he's now been able to get kind of Scipion.
Yep.
He
We
can
see
play
here
another
that
one.
he goes with the CPUs to get the muster from the Formatician's Exalt, plays the
Yeah.
take it or leave it to get another con incipient. He has that high density replicator to once again get a good board. And he gets his third Triumph of Europa.
Wow.
Nice. Nice. Very nice for Bullbence here. A saving grace for him. Because now Fat Cat is going to play his first one.
That was actually really good play from Bullbence, wasn't it? Because he was in a bit of a spot there where he had two units that he really wanted to play, but then he would have had to have banked one of them because he couldn't bank the take or leave it. So to get the Sippy to trigger the Formatician's Exalt, give him an extra card, that was really nice, actually. He got out of a bit of a spot there. And look, he's got a decent board, but of course, Very Fat Cat triggers his Triumph Europa, and he is now going to be able to repopulate his board. So, Quinto, what are we taking out of the waste here?
Well, it seems that it's going to be the Standard Bearers, the Striker, Reliant Gammas, and Tabula Rasa. It makes the most sense in this situation, I would say, just to match up Bowen's board. But we're like, he's not going to be, Fat Cat's not going to be able to play his Replicator in this situation, which is going to be a bit bad. And he's going to be facing Bowen's board next turn from a Triumph of Europa after that. So we see here that Master Poisoner was actually another Tabula Rasa. If anyone got confused, confused of why we are seeing a Master Poisoner there, it's actually a Tabula Rasa that was a Master Poisoner.
Yeah, it would have been amazing if he could have played the Master Poisoner for 0, right? But yeah, it was a Tabula Rasa that's just now not really kind of showing a Tabula Rasa.
Yep.
So yeah, it's got a wide board. This is not bad for Bullbence though, because his board's okay. He's also, of course, got the Triumph, so he can easily Triumph, get some more stuff out the waste, make his board even wider. He can even afford probably to get some trades going as well. As you say, Quinto, I think if he'd have already, for Very Fat Cat, if he'd have already had the Replicator down, the 2-cost relic, it would have been an ideal scenario for him to have a wide board now, quite big, but not being able to get the Replicator down just means that I think a lot of his board could be wiped away here.
Yeah. Here we see that Bowen's is just going to trade as efficiently as possible. Destroys that CPU's adjutant so he can get a new one buffed. He's going to now play the Triumph of Europa in a insane fashion. However, I think he misplayed there. He should have sacrificed that Tabula Rasa, unless that Tabula Rasa came from before. I think it came from before, so it doesn't matter because he won't get it back. Now he decides to go with Magna because he's running out of resources. However, this Magna won't trigger all musters. He's going to start clearing stuff and trade as efficiently as possible. This is the key moment of the match because here it's about Bovens trying to just establish a big enough board that will match another Triumph of Europa from Very Fat Cat in any case.
Yeah.
And it seems he will. He already has the high density replicator in this situation. This board is getting out of hand and still has a lot of removals also. He has that CPUs that will deal to the standard bearer, that little tabula rasa, and the token to the reliant gammas, the conning CPN to the tabula rasa, and we'll leave Fat Cat with only just one little CPU's adjutant versus this gigantic board, even if a bit damaged, it's gonna be fine.
You could kind of actually see there, and you can see it now. There's a little bit of distress coming in. Very fat cat's face. He's not really liking the position he's in, and it's sort of showing. He knows that with what he's got in his hand, even if he plays Wong next turn, it's not going to help him to clear the board, right? It's just going to give him more stuff in his hand. So he's going to take quite a bit of damage on the next turn from this board because he doesn't. Oh, there's a kill box, but it's unfortunately not really what he wants here. He wants to have a wide board like bullbence, then he can play the kill box. So his board's pretty much wiped out. He's got a Wong that will give him more cards in his hand, but he is going to take a huge amount of damage. And this is a big swing. This is a big moment in the game.
Yeah, I think this is going to be lethal for bullbence once that other high-density replicator gets in place. We see that Very Fat Cat gets a Triumph of Europa. He has all the setup in hand, but it's going to be a little too late for Fat Cat.
How many cards did bullbence have of the kill box? Was it one or two? Oh, the game's conceded. So Very Fat Cat knew the writing was on the wall. He concedes. Very tough for him. Very tough for him because bullbence just got the right sequence of cards. He was able to kind of get that board supremacy. He was able to trade efficiently. So well done. Bullbence takes first blood here. He gets the first game in the mirror, which means that he doesn't have to play Sippy anymore. He has to just win now with either Marco, or has to win with Marco and Earthen, one of the other two parallels that he brought. And Very Fat Cat still needs to try and get one win from the three parallels that he has in hand, which are Earthen, Shroud, and Cathari. So having lost the first game there with this Cathari and knowing that bullbence has to now play with Marco or Earthen, what are you thinking Very Fat Cat decides to play next, Quinto?
Well, here I would say Very Fat Cat will fall into the two options that every tournament player falls into, which is one, change the parallel, change the game to start fresh, or two, just try to win with the parallel you started playing. And usually the first option is the best, but we will see. We will see what happens in here. Because sometimes you just fall into the trap of trying to win with one parallel and not thinking about what's going to be the best matchup. In this case, for example, Very Fat Cat could think about Shroud if bullbence wants to get Earthen out of the way, and then Very Fat Cat would most likely get the win. And no, he just decided to go with Nehemiah. Very, very nice, very nice from Fat Cat going with Nehemiah against Kathy. He guessed right, so he is playing it in that good situation where he thought like, okay, now he analyzed and stopped to think. So what is most likely I'm facing next? Probably Kathy, so I'm going to go with Nehemiah here.
Yeah, I think he made the right educated guess there, because I think sticking with Cathari wouldn't have necessarily been the best decision with the other kind of matchups that he'd have. So I like that he's made that call, and I think Nehemiah here against Kathy is a really good matchup for Very Fat Cat.
Yeah.
Let's have a little look here. He's going second, and he decides to keep the Steward of the Garden, which of course is one of the best cards you can start with in a Earthen deck. And then
also,
his second, he gets Moon. Well, he doesn't go for Moonlit. He redraws the Moonlit. Okay, fair enough.
And interesting for bullbence, since he's running only 2 determined assaults, he saved it there, knowing that he might Very Fat Cat. I mean, with a new mulligan situation, most likely Very Fat Cat will have a Steward of the Garden. It seems that we got back here, probably a mulligan bog, so we will have to start again.
Yeah, it was the mulligan bug. So, yeah, there's a bug at the moment which affects the mulligan, especially the second mulligan. So we're just going to restart, and then hopefully we get a nice clean mulligan, and both players can play the game relatively bug-free. Hopefully bug-free entirely, right? So we should get the same parallels chosen again. It's just a restart. We thought this might happen, and luckily for us here, this type of bug is actually, of course, it's a little bit annoying, but it happens at the start of the game, so it's a nice, easy restart for both. So we should be back in a second, guys, with the same game.
So, are they like do they have to play again with the same parallel they chose for that match? Yes.
They do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. They do. So the thing is that one of them is gonna start first, since it has to restart, and probably it's gonna be the other way around, which
Yeah.
will benefit Fat Cat if he gets that Stewie of the Garden. So yeah, very interested here. The situation for Very Fat Cat going earthen, since right now, as I was saying, the Cathy deck. So we're seeing the same exact situation. However, no determined assault this time. Happy Trigger Trooper, full mulligan for Fat Cat.
Yeah. Ooh.
And
Okay.
again,
Oh, he goes a full
everything go
redraw
back.
here. Wow. Okay.
Full mulligan,
He's looking for
double
that
mulligan,
steward.
double full mulligan, and he doesn't get it again, but
Wow.
gets a
Okay.
take it or leave it, which it's okay. It's okay in this situation going second, since he can play it on turn 2 and get that Ramajin Researcher, for example.
Yeah.
However, what do you think he's going to be banking? Yeah, the Snow Snitching seems to be the answer. Good thing for Earth and going second is that it won't suffer too much from drawing. So that's good. In this situation, it's going to be a weak turn for bullbence. And having the Vindicator in hand in the beginning is not what you really want to, because what you want is to play it on turn 4 with a Machinist.
So he gets the buff, yeah.
Yeah, so he gets the buff from Cathy and from the Machinist. So here, basically, there's nothing for bullbence. However, he does have that Cathy's Rallying Cry for turn 3.
Yeah, I feel a bit sorry for Very Fat Cat because, of course, he mulliganed so hard. He redrew everything from his first mulligan. He redrew everything from his second mulligan to really search for a 1-drop that he could play with 1 energy. He was really looking for the Steward of the Garden. He didn't get it. He wasn't able to go on the first turn. And even though he does have a take it or leave it, which will allow him to play the Rummaging Researcher, I think he was really hoping that he could play something turn 1 and then kind of ramp up into turn 3, into a 3 cost. But it's fine. I mean, I think against Cathy, you need to be a little bit careful, right? Because they can play quickly. They have a fast tempo. So you want to make sure that you don't fall behind too much on the board. To take it or leave it, luckily, will allow him hopefully to catch up here. And the Rummaging Researcher is a good card, actually, to play if you are a little bit behind, because it has such good stats, doesn't it, Quinto? It's got 5 health. It's got 2 attack. So even if you play it now, you will get a card draw if you decide to charge it. And then you've got a 2/5, which potentially the opponent has to try and deal with. Because you almost don't want to leave the Rummaging Researcher on the board, because every time it attacks, you can basically try and get some charge. Or not every time it attacks, but every time a card is revealed, right, it can generate more cards for you. So the longer you leave it on the board, the more chance you have of giving your opponent the card draw. And he goes for it. He plays the Rummaging Researcher.
Correct. This will mean that he had 2 options there, going with the Stewie and the Cunning Diplomat to protect that Stewie and get into a Terra Glider next turn, for example. He went the route of the Rummaging Researcher, which leaves him in a situation where his Terra Glider won't be as strong. On turn 4, he does have the caretaker, which is also in the situation that he already used the charge for it. So
Yeah.
interesting. We see here that bullbence is just gonna go. He's actually thinking. If he
Yeah.
goes with Kathy, he goes with the Kathy.
Good decision. Catherine's rally cry gets a slinger and another trigger happy trooper.
Yeah, not what you want to see from a Kathy's rallying cry. Still,
Not
really,
really.
really
No.
weak situation.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, this whole bullbence board gets completely obliterated once veryfatcat draws a virulent spores, for example. And if he doesn't manage to buff that Vindicator, he's in the same situation where he's just not going to be able to do anything about it.
Yeah. He's just going for it at the moment, isn't he? Because he knows with the units he's got, he just needs to apply the pressure and just try and put veryfatcat in a position where he's just reacting to the board rather than dictating what's happening on the board. So I think it's probably the only thing that bullbence can do. Probably the frustrating thing for him is that he doesn't have that Crimson Fleet Machinist that you were talking about. If he'd have that, he could, on the next turn, play the Machinist, play then the... I always forget the name of the Vindicator, vehicle, and then get
that's
that
the
buff.
first. That's the first word of it.
Yeah.
He can do the combo here now, but he's gonna be facing a caretaker, which basically trumps anything that he wants to do. Bullbence forced to bank that no snitching, which is a great weapon against Nehemiah. Already, Bullbence has depleted his resources, and he's in a situation where he's just going to be facing this caretaker against the Vindicator, the 5/4 Vindicator.
Yeah, he hasn't seen any Bannermans, has he, early on? He's seen one rally cry, and then he didn't even see a Bannerman there from the rally cry. So he's just relying on these trigger-happy troopers to do as much damage as they can. But as you say, his board's a little bit... It's okay, but as you mentioned before, if veryfatcat gets a virulent spores, it wipes the board, aside from the Vindicator now.
Yeah.
And, the caretaker would still live.
I mean, right now, if like Bullbence manages to get that logistics mastery, he will deal a lot of damage with the happy trigger troopers, basically dealing 6 for each, 6 and 5, 11, plus the 5 from the Vindicator and the 2, 7, 18 damage if Fatcat doesn't deal with this board. But if Fatcat deals with it, for example, in this situation, he has the options of the Crimea, the Formidable Presences, and then dropping Soleia. He will be in a nice spot overall. So let's see what he's gonna do. He's probably using the caretaker to deal with that Vindicator, and won't be able to do much if he intends to play a Terra Glider in this situation, even if he just uses no snitching on the caretaker to remove the pacifist. So yeah, he's going ahead and playing Nehemiah, pretty basic here. Pretty basic situation where it's like, okay, I just need to block some damage, and my best answer here for this board is just gonna be my Nehemiah against Marco. Pretty classic. I mean, this is what I usually do in a match against Marco, where it's like, okay, I need to control the damage and just he goes ahead and attacks face. Interesting.
Did you see the surprise from Bullbence? He was like, "Oh, you're hitting me in the face, really?
Yeah.
Okay."
Yeah.
He looks a little bit stressed, actually, Bullbence. He looks stressed because he knows that he's got this big defender in the way that he can't get through at the moment. He doesn't have his no snitching anymore. He banked it. And I just wonder whether he's like, oh, I wish I had that no snitching now, because he could deal with the Nehemiah instantly with the no snitching and still be in control. So at the moment, he's in a bit of a spot because he doesn't have a way to clear the Nehemiah cleanly without kind of sacrificing a few units here.
Yeah. The thing is that veryfatcat is in a position where he has those 2 formidable presences, which he will be able to play 2 turns in a row, giving him 18 damage, which is what he needs to deal lethal damage to Bullbence. So if bullbence doesn't manage to deal with his caretaker, for example, then it's practically over for bullbence in 2 turns.
What are you thinking with the hand that you've got? Let's say that you're very fat cat, Quinto, right? You're very fat cat right now. What are you thinking of playing then next turn?
So Fat Cat definitely wants to go with a Formidable Presence combo. Probably drop in a Primea Conduit also there for a bit of extra damage.
Mhm.
And
Oh,
yeah, it hits Kathy. Now we
yeah.
see that Machinist, and we're gonna be seeing this little combo here. He played the allocated provisions. Interesting.
Wow. I wasn't
I don't know.
expecting that.
He knows that he's really close. Like he's on the as Lambie said this week, the 2-turn clock. Apparently a very common saying in the TCG world, where it's like if he manages to just play those formidable presences, he wins. He just needs to
Yeah.
play them. He attack with the caretaker to the face. Apparently, I think he still can do it. So let's see if he does it. But
Yeah, he hasn't banked yet,
allocated
has he?
provision seems to be in a situation where he just wants to play the Terra Glider. I don't understand why this caretaker has pacifist again. Didn't he play no snitching on it?
Bullbence is really stressed right now. I'm watching Bullbence's body language, and he just knows that he's so frustrated with how this game's gone. He started first. He had lots of units that he could play early on, but the problem, of course, with Marco is that as the game goes longer, you're going to start to face more and more of those bigger units from Earthen that you just simply won't be able to get through. And I think that he was hoping to get some more cards that would have allowed him to slam for more damage quicker and just cement a bigger board. So he looks really frustrated. And as we see, as you called it, the Formidable Presence comes in. It's going to take him down to 3 health here. And then he just plays another Formidable after it, and it's game over.
Yeah.
So I think this is a game here to Very Fat Cat, unless we see some incredible play that I'm not seeing, Quinto. I think you've called it right.
Yeah. There's nothing. There's nothing here.
No.
Like this is not a burn deck that could actually pull it off with that logistics mastery. This is more of a power deck where we have those
concedes.
relying on those vindicators, and that just definitely doesn't. I've been watching our players. There's a player in our bond in Paragon's DAO where he's just playing Earthen like a maniac, and he has been just cooking Markolians with Earthen. So
yeah,
I've seen this situation.
Yeah, I mean Marco's still a very, very strong deck, especially Kathy, right? But as we just saw there, Earthen, I think, has been one of those decks that's really profited from the new Aftermath set, because Earthen, in terms of its power level, has just really gone up. It's become a very strong deck overnight. And if you can build it correctly, as it sounds like the member from your bond has, you can actually dominate very well in the ladder against the likes of Markolian, even Shroud. You know, even Shroud used to be the deck where people used to say, okay, that's going to be an easy win if you go up against Earthen. It really isn't. Earthen, when you build it right with all these powerful cards that they've got, it's a supreme deck. And we've been hearing for a while now little tidbits of information and sort of little hints from the team that Earthen eventually is going to become quite a top tier deck. And I think we're moving in that direction, Quinto. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. Still, I think it still lacks a bit, for example, in ladder against Shroud and against CP, because as I was saying, like CP is so strong right now that even if you Virulence Spore 3 turns in a row, if your opponent's playing CP and has two replicators and he just plays a Centaurus, that's just insane value that there's nothing you can do about it. With just one card, you get so much value that there's not any other card that can actually trump that.
Yeah, and I think the other really kind of powerful thing about Sippy is that not only do they go wide really fast, as you say, you try and clear it, and you do clear it. The very next turn, they almost have the exact same board. They can just replenish the board as quickly as you remove it, and it's scary because they just keep coming at you. And I think it's great that the game is showing that, because it's very much kind of in line with how that faction should be about, is that they have strength in numbers and they will overwhelm you, and you do really feel it when you're playing them. You never feel comfortable when you're up against Sippy, because you always know, right, I need to just be removing stuff, I need to be making sure they don't have a board. When I do, I know another board's coming back, but I need to keep doing the same, and eventually just try and outwear them, out survive them, to the point where there's a little window where you can then slam in for more damage, and you don't have to worry too much about the board.
Yeah. Definitely. It's just a situation where it's what CP does best. Just spawn more clones and spawn more clones until there's nothing else to do. I mean, here is what we were speaking in the beginning. Already Fat Cat won his game with Earthen.
Yep.
And he's in a nice spot with that Neef going here that can definitely cook Kathy and Earthen. So he's in a nice spot. And the good thing for Fat Cat is also that this CPUs is very tuned in to deal with Earthen. So, and also the Kathy that bullbence is playing, which tends on getting all the options. So if I have to say, Very Fat Cat is in a nice position right
You'd
now.
favor Very Fat Cat here, would you, in this matchup?
Well,
yeah.
Yeah. He's a member of Paragon's Alliance, so yeah, definitely. I'm rooting for Fat Cat here. But overall, I'm really talking about like his option for CPUs in this case. It's really different in terms of like that can deal like 3 Master Poisoners. Come on, like that's just because he's intending to play against Nehemiah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can see here as well. What a great! Oh my God, what a great mulligan here. Opening hand for bullbence. Look at that.
Yeah.
Incredible.
However,
It's got Stewie.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, for sure.
Two dark replicators though. Two of those replicator relics for Very Fat Cat is scary. Very scary.
Yeah.
They're so powerful. It's a 2-cost relic. I couldn't believe it when I first came up against them on the ladder and saw it. And I was like, oh my God, this is a 2-cost here? That's really powerful. So
Yeah. This is gonna be a nice turn for bullbence here. Very Fat Cat having to bank that Triumph of Europa. Bullbence decided not to go with a PS8, not to go 1-for-1 against Fat Cat. He's only PS8 in the deck. However, next turn for bullbence is gonna be very nice. He will be able to play that Take It or Leave It. He has the Moonlit. He has a Terraglider, which Terraglider is not as good in this situation because he will only have 2 bank cards at the
there's
moment.
not enough banked, is there really?
Yeah. However, this can get really difficult for bullbence really quick with that second high density replicator. Gets the no snitching.
Wow.
That will also be but bullbence got the jackpot here with the Astel's Glaive. He will be able to play this Astel's Glaive and actually start dealing some damage here against Fat Cat and trumping his board, which he doesn't have a big board at the moment. However, it's not much of a problem because he intends to play those high density replicators and start stacking stuff in a way that's just impossible to deal with. We know, I think bullbence is running only 1 relic removal in this deck, and that's it. But definitely pretty good playing this Estelle that early.
Yeah, it is good, but the only thing is that it's going to get wiped out, isn't it, on the next turn? And he can easily wipe it out if he puts another replicator down. He's got 2 snitching. He banks 1, gets the next replicator down. He's going to have enough here to wipe out that glaive, and then he can bring back the adjutant as well. So it was the right play from bullbence, but that's the power of these relics, isn't it?
Absolutely insane. Look what we see here.
Oh wow!
He draws a Terramech.
Okay.
That's gonna be facing 3 Master Poisoners.
Not what you want when you are running Earthen when you have the Terramech, but I mean, are we going to see? Can you imagine if we see this? I mean, I think we will, because if there's 3 in the deck, as you say, we're likely going to see a Master Poisoner, and that will be a huge blow if
Yeah.
Bullbence does lose the Terramech. But what an amazing card the Terramech is! In fact, we were lucky enough on the stream yesterday to have Veen, who jumped in just to kind of say hello to everyone and chat to everyone about the patch. And he was saying that he really wanted Earthen to have like a super powerful kind of mid-game
Well,
card and something that can hit hard, and we definitely got it with the Terramech.
yeah. Definitely got it for sure. So, what are we gonna see here? Is an ATN subjugate. Good play here for Fat Cat getting that ATN subjugate, because he will mill 1 more card if he intends to bank that Conincipient, giving
Yep.
him more options for next turn playing the no snitching, which he definitely wants to save it in this situation to use it against a Nehemiah that most likely will fall down next turn.
Mm-hmm. That was a good play, actually. He needed to get that done, didn't he? Like getting a subjugate down on the board, which is a 6/6. That's a powerful card, and that's a problem to deal with at the best of times when it's a 3/3. But when it's a 6/6, you know, going up against it, that can snowball the rest of the deck if you allow it to stay on the board. So Bullbence really needs to kind of think about, right, how can I try and remove the subjugate as quickly as possible? He's getting an extra 1 energy from the Stewie, and he is going for Nehemiah, as you talked about, so that
Yeah.
now he has a 6/6, which can contend with it. Is he going to trade the 6/6 and Moonlit? I feel like he has to here, surely. Can't leave the subjugate on the board.
Yeah. He can't leave that subjugate alive at all. Like, ATN subjugate is one of the most powerful cards against Earthen because of the buffing and just right away dealing with the violence force, for example, if you manage to buff everything in the right way. But here we will see what's gonna happen now. He has Very Fat Cat has no snitching, has that convergence Centaurus that's an absolute menace in this situation. Definitely Bowens has the violence force, will be able to deal with it, but that's just 1 Centaurus, which if he plays right
one of
now,
many.
if he plays right now, it's just gonna go to the waste probably, and then get it back from the
Triumph.
From the Triumph.
Yeah.
However,
this is
however,
go for it. Go for it.
Fat Cat definitely wants to see one of those Master Poisoners about now. So let's see what happens.
I mean, can you imagine if he Convergent Centaurus is, and then let's say that he then next draws a Master Poisoner? That is going to be filthy. And we've talked about this before on live on these broadcasts, where we've been almost speculating what can happen, almost like a positive commentator's curse, and then it does happen. So does he now draw a Master Poisoner?
I mean, he can get it from the Triumph.
He can get it from the Triumph as well. Yeah.
If Bowens intends, like, and the good thing is that, I mean, if Bowens intends to play Violence Force in this situation, for example, then I think he's in a better spot, because he will just go and
he doesn't draw it,
and basically won't give the alert to Fat Cat that he needs a Master Poisoner, and then he just plays the Terramech. But in this situation, that Terramech might be attractive.
Yeah,
just
I was
as it
thinking
is.
the same. Yeah, because as soon as he plays it, if anyone who's watching doesn't know how this card works, it's a 10/10 that you play for 6 cost, but it only takes 1 damage. So it doesn't matter if you have a unit on the board like what the Centaurus is there, 4/4, it's going to hit the Terramech for 1. And the additional benefit of that card is that when you trigger the Flourish mechanic on it, you can target a unit that is going to attack it. like an opponent's unit will attack it, and you ultimately will probably kill it because you have a 10-10, and you can
There
use
we
it on day.
go.
Oh no!
Look at
Oh
it.
no!
It's
Oh,
over.
there it is.
It's
Oh dear.
absolutely over.
Oh wow. Oh, I'm watching. I want to watch
Look at
bullbence's face
look
here.
at Fat Cat.
Oh, sad. He
Yeah.
knows it. Oh, he finally gets the Terramech down, and it's not
Yeah.
even going to do any damage whatsoever. It's going to get wiped off the board by a
It's gonna
2-3.
get cooked.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Absolutely brutal. The Master Poisoner turns up, doesn't it, Quinta? Just as we were talking about it. There it is. Brutal, but
I mean,
effective.
it's very good from Fat Cat. Like in this situation, like I mean, I don't know how he knew they will not ban that bullbence would not ban his CP, but
Yeah.
I mean, this is a deck that's tuned in to deal
Yeah.
with an earthen deck. Like, and right now there's nothing. Like this virulent spores is nothing
No,
against this board.
it's not going to kill them.
I mean, even if he does, like he just has a CPUs that can trigger more tokens. Like that virulent
Yeah.
spores won't. I mean, that master poison won't even die since it's in the.
It's on the end.
Yeah, it's in the end, in the left side of everything. So, what can I say? Centaurus has
Got it at the
become
right
an
time.
absolute menace.
Oh man, it's you know what? It's one of those cards that I really love. I love the artwork on it first of all because they all look really sinister. They all look like really bloodthirsty, like you
Yeah.
know, animals, almost creatures. And it's just so good at creating a wide board. And when you pair it up with, you know, Valerusi's Standard Bearer or the Replicators, we're now seeing that like these little tokens that it generates are
Yeah.
horrible to deal with because they are massive, and you know that like even if you remove the Centaurus, it's gonna come back, it's gonna get another wide board. You pair it up with something like a Master Poisoner, you almost feel like it should be illegal to have that kind of combo, you know. It's so effective, isn't it?
Yeah, and the fact that you can get those same tokens from CPUs is just insane.
Yeah.
Here we see that Convergent Recruiter in Fat Cat's hand, which is a really nice card to have in this situation because he's running out of resources. So that Recruiter might give him a couple more units in this situation, definitely. Fat Cat needs to think about, well, actually, it doesn't matter. He has this board where it's about to die. He just needs to maximize damage.
Yeah, he needs to
To
just go for as
Bowen's
much
face.
damage. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and,
And
the good
that's
thing for
practically it.
Bullbence, he's just drawn the Formidable Presence, which you have to say he really needed, right? He just needs
Yeah.
a bit of a respite so that he can stop the damage going directly to his face and just try and get a board going again with his
Yeah.
defenders that can start
Yeah.
to deal with some of these units again. So perfect timing, that Formidable Presence. And as you
It's-
say, I think that, you know,
It's gonna
the
come
right
down
play-
right now. Yeah, he didn't do it. I was gonna say it's gonna come down right now
Mm.
if he intends to sacrifice that Master Poisoner, because now that Formidable Presence is just gonna wreak havoc in the units that are not in Virulent Spores. However, there's so many units. Look at this. He plays
Here we
CPUs,
go.
gets
Damn.
2 buffed units from that Centaurus. It's gonna be 5/5 tokens. 2/5/5 tokens. Well, actually, why are they not getting buffed? Oh well, no, it's 4/4 from the Valerusi Standard
the-
Bearer
yeah.
plus 2/2 from the relics. Yeah, they are 4/4 actually.
Yeah.
So even with this Formidable Presence, it's gonna be a
Oh,
tough
no.
spot.
We've seen a card here that has some unintended interaction with the game. We might not see it actually be played here, but I think the play here is that we need to get the Formidable Presence down. Otherwise, if he doesn't do that, he's just simply dead, isn't he, on the next turn?
Yeah. Even if he plays Formidable Presence, like this is a clear situation where this interaction shouldn't be done because this is gonna be a game for Fat Cat for sure, no matter what. that formidable presence is gonna delay the inevitable. To be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's stopping the bleed, but the bleed will continue after, won't it? Yeah. Is he not doing it? Oh, he is going to do it, surely, yeah. I was going to say. Plays the caretaker, then plays formidable presence.
Yeah.
Just to try and stem the bleeding. But, yeah.
Yeah, he will remove a lot of stuff here, but in the end, it's just going to be... They're just going to, like... He's just going to populate the board again with that Recruiter, Valorous Striker, leaving bullbence with a really weak board, I would say.
Oh, he's going face.
So he's going face, intending to just draw more formidable presences. Because I mean, if he actually top decks formidable presences, he wins the game. that's the thing right now for bullbence. Like he really needs to top deck formidable presences in a row.
Yeah.
For him to win.
Consecutively. Yeah.
I think he just needs one. No, he actually needs two more.
Yeah, he needs a few more because at the moment they're not getting buffed, are they? If they were getting buffed, then they'd do significantly more damage. But yeah, I still think that it's unless we see some crazy swing here. I think with the board that veryfatcat's got, it's going to be curtains for bullbence in a minute. He needs a huge top deck, a massive top deck, doesn't he, Quinto, to keep him in this?
Yeah, he needs. Let's see. So he needs another. Yeah, he conceded bullbence, it seems.
Yeah.
Did he concede?
I think he conceded, but we just.
Oh.
Okay. So the game is still happening. Yeah, there we go. The game's still happening. Sorry about that, guys. We just lost the feed for a second, but yeah, he's still in a tough spot. He's now facing a subjugate which comes on the board, and look at what else is in his hand. He can't play it, but he's, veryfatcat still has a Centaurus just sitting there, just in case I need to play it, which he probably doesn't need to. Incredible board at the moment from veryfatcat. Played really well.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see if the top deck of the gods will favor bullbence. He needs another formidable here, and then another one. No, he didn't get it, so it's over.
Yeah.
It's over now for Mr. bullbence.
Mr. bullbence, yeah. It's a rough one because he's been overwhelmed here. This is the power of Cathari and Scypian. He's playing the Replicator. He's playing the not the Replicator, sorry, the Master, the Hasty Mobilization. Sorry, got all my words mixed up there. Ooh, interesting.
And he can get another Terramech here from the Terraglider, but he won't have a defender for it. And the other thing is that there's like veryfatcat can just slam his board against that if that would be the case.
Are we seeing? Have we seen a bug here, or is the game still live and we've just lost the feed? We might have actually seen a bug here that has caused the game to crash. The hasty mobilization has a very unintended interaction which can cause the game to freeze. We might have just seen that. He did play it. Let's have a little look. We're just waiting for some news here on that. So bear with us for 1 second, guys. Because, yeah, we either go back to the game or the game may have just ended because of that bug. So let's just hold on here. Just whilst we're waiting for feedback on that and confirmation whether that is a automatic loss for bullbence or whether we're going to do some kind of a restart. Let's just talk about the game there. veryfatcat, Quinto, I think he played it really well. He was keeping the pressure on, wasn't he? He was getting all the right plays. He was keeping the board nice and wide. It was really difficult for bullbence to actually get anything going, and whenever he got units down, because of those replicator relics that were on the board for veryfatcat, it just meant that he was having to deal with already buffed units that were getting wider and bigger. So it looked like a running losing battle for bullbence there, and as you said, he almost needed to just get several consecutive formidable presences to win the game, which he didn't get in the end because he just drew the merciless bulwark. So let's have a little look here to see what's going on. We're just waiting for confirmation of the result there, of what happened. It could very well likely be a win for veryfatcat, because the hasty mobilization, some of the players were warned as well ahead of time that there was a bug interaction with the hasty mobilization, so if they played it, they did run the risk of potentially getting a loss there if it caused a freeze. We're just waiting, guys, just to see how this is going to play out.
Yeah.
I think unless something drastic happens, I think we're probably going to see a win. But yeah, there we go. So we got the confirmation. veryfatcat is going to get the win there. Unfortunately, bullbence played a card which triggered a freeze, and unfortunately takes the loss there. And the reason for that is that the players were warned ahead of time that that card, if you play it, can cause a freeze. And veryfatcat was already in a position where he was ready to do lethal on the next turn and win the game. So that's a win there for veryfatcat.
Yeah, thank you, Free Tips, for narrating the latest advancement on our little blip here from the match. Definitely, it appears that the hasty mobilization triggered a bug. But veryfatcat was so much ahead, like so ahead in terms of, like, I think there was no outs whatsoever for bullbence. Even if he got the Teramech, for example, there were so many units in fatcat's board, he could just slam them all, even without a master poisoner, for example. And the thing is that the Teramech wouldn't have defender also. So yeah, there was no out.
Yeah, I mean, I was almost a little bit surprised that he played the hasty mobilization, because I actually thought in that position it probably would have been, edged the mouse to the top right and concede, because realistically the hasty mobilization probably wouldn't have saved you anyway. So I was not expecting him to play it. But yeah, unfortunately, because he did play it and it caused the freeze, that's going to count as a loss for him. And that will mean that veryfatcat is 2-1. Is 2-1. So we are just waiting to see how we proceed, guys. So just bear with us for a bit. In terms of Aftermath, we might as well talk a little bit about Aftermath, Quinto, just whilst we're waiting for things. What's been some of the cards that you have been pleasantly surprised in a good way, that have been in addition to the game? And what have been some cards where you think that we haven't quite seen the potential of yet?
I really want people to explore more in the Augencore cards. I think there's something there to be done, mostly for Iraq. I know that dmoney has been playing Iraq a lot and actually has been successful with it. However, I think there's even more to dig in, especially because the objective right now is to just deal with CPU's menace.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Sippy is really the deck to beat at the moment, isn't it? Super strong. And it's nice actually to see Sippy come back, because for a long time he was missing, right? I even done like a meme tweet where I kind of put Sippy on a milk cart, to kind of say missing, like I just haven't seen him at all. And it's great because now he's back. I think like he's a nice power level where he is strong, but he's not oppressively strong that you almost can't deal with it. But you know that when you're up against Sippy, you are going to have to deal with wave after wave of enemies. And you just have to try and figure out a way just to stop them as much as you can, disrupt them from going wide, and trying, as I say, to find those little windows where you can then start to establish a bit of a ball presence after all your kind of removals and trades. So here we are, the next game now with bullbence and veryfatcat. We can see that veryfatcat is playing as Neve. He's up against bullbence's Kathy. This is a good game. This can go either way. I do think that before the patch, this would have been very, very one-sided. It would have been bullbence clearly in the position to win. But since the nerf to Markolian, some of the
Yeah.
Markolian cards, now Shroud in particular, and especially Neve, has kind of come up a little bit in power level, and it's much more of a even match, this one. So here we go. We've got a Void Trapper on for Very Fat Cat, and we've got a Trigger Happy Trooper on for bullbence, and he's got a really, really spicy hand, doesn't he, Quinto
Yeah.
bullbence?
Yeah. And he will be able to do bullbence. Will have a great next turn here. Oh, but well, he played it the other way. He intends to just play the machinist here in this situation,
Yep.
get an Estelles, which is nice, and just start dealing damage. Very Fat Cat is in a position where this Neve's Dominion is still far away from dealing with this
Yeah.
board. This is an insane board, actually, for bullbence at the moment. Has that PS8 launcher and then that scanner probe that can really start neglecting any sort of answer that Fat Cat might try to cook up. So,
I mean,
so
this-
yeah, this is a bad position, definitely for
Yeah.
Fat Cat. Very bad position.
I had to just have a quick look there. I had to do a double take to see what energy level are we at here, because how has he got a board like that already with 2 energy? It's incredible. He goes for the Dominion. It is not going to be able to clear the Bannermans, but it will take out the Trigger Happies and the Crimson Fleet Machinist. He had to do it almost. The board was too big too early on, wasn't it?
Yep. He actually managed to deal with this insane board in a very efficient way, I would say. However, it's going to be really easy for bullbence to just come back from it. It has that Kathy's rallying cry in this situation, where it's like, okay, that PS8 is not as necessary, I would think, at this point. So might be a banking fodder.
And a rally cry. I think that was the right play there. Just repopulate the board again.
Oof.
Oh, no.
Not what you want to see from a rallying cry, definitely. This is
No.
anti-value.
The worst rally cry in the history of
Yeah.
Parallel that way, I think. 2 gunslingers. So you spend 3 and you get 2 units at a cost of 2 total. It's not great value there at all.
Yeah. It's going to be a race for bullbence to see, to deal as much damage as possible. He's already has Fat Cat. I mean, it's turn 3, it's turn 4.
Yeah.
And Fat Cat is already at 16 health. This is something that it's going to be really easy for bullbence playing Markolian. If this keeps on going, there's definitely no other Dominion in Fat Cat's hand. So at the moment, we would see what happens.
Yeah. I think the big problem here is that he had to Dominion early. He took a huge hit on his health to Dominion to clear the board. The board's coming back at him. He doesn't really have any good units on the board right now to deal with it, although he's just played the Bannerman and then he's played a Brand's Expertise. So it gets buffed to 2/3. The problem is that he's going to take 6 damage on the next turn. He's going to be incredibly close to dying. He can't really afford another Dominion at this point because it would just take him down even more. He's in a spot where I think he's going to die really quickly because he's not running any healing. I don't remember seeing any cards that allow him to heal with his Neve, like a Stolen Power, for example, or a Silent Surgeon. So he's at 15 and he's going to continue to go down in health with the board and with the options that bullbence has in his hand. And look, he's just got an artillery spotter as well. An artillery volley, sorry.
Yeah. At this point, we see that Fat Cat just populated the board. Nice and easy way of starting to set it up. But as you say, like, this is not a situation you want to be when playing against Neve, where it's like I've been playing against Neve, where it's like I just go face like a maniac. I don't care because I can just get a top deck that will win me the game by the end of it. Neve deals damage to itself. Markolian is expert at dealing damage to the face, so it doesn't even need the board to start dealing damage. So it's really easy in that scenario. We see here bullbence just going, he's just going face. At this point, it's just like he doesn't have anything to lose. Gets the Cathy. He doesn't care about anything. The Cathy, if his face better for him. So, like, no Astels. It's not like he's not thinking about like, oh, I'm gonna drop Astels here and see if it remains, and then I start dealing some damage slowly. He just goes really aggressive with Cathy for that chance to deal face damage. Now,
Quick question.
definitely at 9 health, Fat Cat is there's not much to do here. We see here a Triumph of Mars in bullbence just to cycle up his hand and search for those answers like the Determined Assault next turn and this sort of stuff. Very Fat Cat banked his Neve's Dominion because he knew he couldn't take more damage. So yeah.
I have a quick question for you here, Quinto, because it's something that I've not seen, so I'm interested to see whether we see it here now. If Very Fat Cat no snitches the Cathy, does it then mean that you can attack with Cathy?
Yeah, correct.
Wow.
You can start attacking with Cathy.
Wow.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to play no snitching if you're the opponent.
No.
If you are, however, if you are the player that has
With
Cathy
no
and
snitching.
it's the second turn that Cathy's on the board, definitely then it makes sense to actually.
This is good play, by the way. Ooh, yeah. Okay. That's
Yeah,
good
this
play.
is good play.
I mean,
Big buff for these two with that Eclipse Fate. That was nice.
yeah, that was good.
As we see here, now we have bullbence has the option to play that Machinist with that Vindicator, for example, for a nice and easy combo.
He can go for it here.
Cathy can just deal face damage, or he can destroy that Stewie.
He can win here. If he goes for this, he could play, for example, the Determined Assault. He could play the Scanner Probe, and then just hope to see whether Cathy goes face. And if she hits face, he wins.
Yeah,
he's not going for it.
I would say that's too ballsy, maybe. But it's something that I would do, definitely. So,
yeah, I think I'd be doing that. I think I'd be trying to go for the win here.
He's going for the Vindicator combo most likely, or the Astels. At this point, playing the Astels is better, I think, just because it's going to be a more difficult removal for Shroud.
Yeah.
So yeah, he banks the Vindicator and plays the big Astels for
You called it, Quinto. You're in the minds of these players, aren't you, Quinto? I can tell. You know. Oh, it did go face. It went face.
And
can you imagine? He could have won that.
But the good thing is that what you said, like bullbence saved that Scanner Probe. Now has the Now he has the lethal, like insured lethal. We see that. I mean, no matter what happens here, it's just gonna. This is gonna go for bullbence at this point. Is that sort of situation where you're just too close to lethal playing Markolian against Neve.
Wow. So we're here right now. It goes to bullbence the win. We're at a 2-2 situation here, aren't we?
Well,
incredible.
But like this is where things get really interesting in terms of like the compounding effect of your decisions, because now it's gonna be Neve versus Earthen, and the truth is that Neve has an upside.
You think Neve has the edge here?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah. It's interesting. I agree. I think Neve does have the edge here. What I would say is that a lot of the edge can be taken off if, for example, Shroud is going second against Earthen. Because what I found is that, having played Neve quite a bit since the patch has landed, I played a lot of Earthen, right? And if Earthen go first and they get that early ramp, it can be really difficult to try and control, especially if you don't get the removals to deal with it. However, we do know that Very Fat Cat has quite a lot of removals. He's got an interesting Shroud deck, if I remember. And I agree. I think if he gets the right cards, if he gets a good mulligan, and he's able to control bullbence a little bit early on, he's in control. But I'm very interested to see the Terror Gliders in this match, because the Terror Gliders can cause all manner of problems for Shroud.
True.
And we'll see it now.
I mean, I've not been playing Neve enough to know how tuned in is this Neve deck against Nehemiah. What do you think about that? We're not seeing in Fat Cat's deck the Battle Pass cards, for example,
No.
which I think it's great against Nehemiah.
Yeah, you know what? You're talking about the Void Keeper, right? The
Void
1/6
Keeper.
Void Keeper. Yeah. So I love that card, but I am a bit conflicted about that card because when I first saw it, I thought, okay, great, and I started playing with it. It was super strong, but if it gets no snitched, which it will most likely get no snitched by an Earthen, because Earthen tend to run no snitching, you've spent 4 energy to play a 1/6 that is not going to do anything. So I just think that it's a little bit too vulnerable to a no snitching. If it doesn't get no snitched, you can get some incredible value out of it and it can one tap things. But I don't tend to play it because I just think it's a prime target for being no snitched. And then when it is no snitched,
Interesting.
it's just a 1. It's just going to deal 1 damage and it's just useless on the board. So yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's probably why we haven't seen it in the deck as well from Very Fat Cat.
Interesting analysis there. Yeah, definitely a big target for no snitching. Really a bit slow for both of them. However, I do like the Baron in this situation. It can become a real menace, that Baron. Once he plays it, my man here, Fat Cat.
It can, yeah. Me and the
And
Baron are still not on talking terms, but I agree. If he gets the Baron
you're,
going here,
you're not in talking terms. Okay.
no.
I understand.
But
I
the
understand it.
Baron, you're right. If he gets this going, the Baron could really help him to really, put bullbence on the back foot. What do we think of bullbence's hand here, Quinto? I don't like it at all, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, it's we see the Terra mech, for example. If he manages to just get that Romagine researcher and then the Terra mech, we could see something good. But now we're gonna be seeing here the brand's expertise.
Yep, love that card.
For sure, or not?
Very good card.
Yeah,
I think he probably should. Well, he's not doing it, no?
No.
Okay.
He's just gonna wait. It seems. The Baron copies any effect that he plays, or just the first one?
It just does the first one. So it basically doesn't
This was
copy, but
changed.
it plays a random effect, right? For the first time.
A random effect for the first one. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is an interesting situation for bullbence. He's thinking about banking the Terra. However, the Terra at some point might give him a bit of tempo later in the game if he needs it. Formidable Presence, on the other hand, is a card that might not be that bad to play also in this situation in against Shroud, because Formidable Presence tends to be that card that gives you the lethal.
Yeah, it does.
For Earthen against Shroud specifically. It's not like when you're playing against an aggro deck where you just bank it and that's it. So yeah, we're gonna see here.
Ooh.
I mean, whatever he plays is gonna get cooked for sure.
I feel like he needs to go Rummaging Researcher, and he does go Rummaging Researcher because he needs to get another card. He needs to have more options. He doesn't really have
what he
enough
really
options.
What he really needs playing Earthen is a board, actually, against Shroud.
Yeah.
And it was too slow, in my opinion. Like, even if sometimes even by playing the Stewie of the Garden first and playing units, it gets too slow either way. So look at this. Look at this hand from Fat Cat. This is the dream against Earthen. It has the Baron there, the Erasure, the Treasure Scheming. Like, this is a type of situation that stresses the life out of Earthen players. Like, this is a type of hand that actually just cooks them.
Oh, it's
goes with
interesting.
Brand's expertise.
Yeah.
And the
That's
second one.
Interesting.
Ooh, Ashes to Ashes. Interdusting.
Oh, what did it banish there? I didn't quite see that. It was a little bit too quick for me. I'd be interested to know what it banished, the singularity there.
The it banished. Yeah, I forgot. We're gonna know.
I mean, it doesn't look like it was an important card because Very Fat Cat's not even looking at the singularity, is he?
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
think he's just it's like whatever. It's interesting that he decided to do Brand's expertise first rather than scheme, for example. I might have been tempted to scheme there. He's got 3 schemings in his hand.
Yeah, yeah.
'Cause if he'd
At this
schemed
point,
first,
he doesn't even need that. He doesn't even need to start erase, like using erasure, for example, or setting up that singularity steward, like
no.
just by scheming here. Like for example, stealing that Terra glider. It's gonna be nice.
I think I would have probably
He
done
didn't
that the other
choose
way, though.
anything, so he wasted it. Too
Yeah.
bad.
I think to be honest with you, I think I probably would have schemed first there, because the Baron's then going to copy well, not copy, but he's going to play a random 3-cost effect, which could have given him, for example, something like a rally cry, right?
Yeah.
Or could have given him another scheming, could have given him an erasure, could have given him, I think, something better than an ashes to ashes, which was okay, but it meant that he ended up banishing one of his cards to the singularity. As Neve, he's not really going to access it. So I just think he could have probably copied a better or played a random better effect and then still been able to have done the brand's expertise. So interesting way he done it there.
Yeah, however, these are the sort of situations where you're playing Shroud that you just like can't take the decisions in that order, I would say. Like when you're just getting this sort of stuff, like you draw cards, you get stuff, random stuff, and then it's like, okay, I should have played this first, but there was no way I was actually thinking of playing that first. Like situations changed, and he was just like, okay, I was like, I mean, the correct order was if he was gonna play, if he was gonna draw, definitely was Brand's expertise first.
Yeah, true. Yeah. He's just swimming in cards at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah.
Swimming in cards. He's almost got his sport for choice with what he can do here. And he's still got to take it or leave it, which can, of course, give him an extra energy as well. He could technically double scheme if he wanted to and still play a singularity steward. He's really sport for choice. I'd be... Yeah, okay. So what's this here? What's he done? I can't quite see the card. Here we go. What is that card? Okay. So the Baron has given him what? Okay. A little bit sort of struggling to see what's going on here. Did you follow that, Quinto?
No, it just blacks out.
I just saw like a black screen of the card. I mean, we got take it or leave it now, so he's gonna scheme here? Oh, he's gonna play stabilized shard. Okay, fine.
Interesting decisions that Fat Cat has been making here.
He's not really been too worried at the moment, has he, about the board from bullbence? We've still got the rummaging researcher on there.
Yeah.
We've got the Misra loyalist on there as well, which I think that's quite an interesting card, the Misra loyalist. Once that starts getting retaliate, it's a pain to deal with. Because it, of course, buffs everything, all the other Misra loyalists, including the ones in the deck, right?
Gets the allocated provision, much needed card for bullbence right now. Brings in the hasty mobilization and the Terra glider. He needs to choose now before it gets cooked. And I mean, bullbence is in a good spot playing Earth and having this much resources right now. Definitely look at that. It buffed the Misra loyalist. This is a good situation for bullbence. Definitely. Yeah. This is a nice board here. He has the option here to play the take it or leave it and the allocated provisions because he basically needs the I would say the space in hand.
Yeah.
So yeah. But I think bullbence is in a very nice spot. I would say that Very Fat Cat, and this is what I was saying also about if Very Fat Cat's Neve deck was really tuned in to play against Earthen, he let too much of bullbence develop and draw resources with Ramayan research and all of that, and not build his own board. He was, I would say, too slow on that, and now he's facing a board that it's really scary at this point in the game. He already banged one of Nif's Dominion, if he sees Nif's Dominion, and actually just playing here to get to the end of it and play
got
Nif.
another cache.
Yeah,
so he's drawing caches after caches. Now he's got a Triumph.
Oh, the
Triumph is useful.
The Triumph is useful. We'll copy the allocated provisions, would copy the Wong, and which was the last effect that he played?
Wasn't it a? Did he not play a cache already from bullbence? No, I don't actually know. I can't remember what he played. Keeps going dark here, doesn't it? So
yeah,
we have to just bear with us here as we try and navigate through the void.
Yeah, I think a good thing if he could play it, a Fat Cat would be he played the Triumph.
It was the take it or leave it.
Yeah, take it or leave it.
So at the moment the board is black. Just bear with us, guys. We're going to see if we can get the feedback. There we go. Yeah, I mean, you're right. I actually want to come back to the point that you mentioned. The start of this game, it looked very good for veryfatcat because he had loads of cards. He was able to get more draw. He had a decent board that was starting to develop, but then he didn't capitalize on it. He allowed bullbence to come back into this game to start getting a board going, and now he really needs to try and remove for the Mizra Loyalist, for example. The Rummaging Researcher can still generate card draw if he allows it. So he needs to start getting some removals to start getting the board back and also developing his Singularity Steward. And at the moment, he has the energy. Yeah, he has the energy to remove like the Rummaging Researcher or the Wong by using 2 siphons, getting his, he's going to do it. Remove the Wong with the 2 siphons and then remove the Rummaging Researcher with the Singularity Steward.
Yeah.
There we go. He had to do it. He couldn't allow the Rummaging Researcher to remain on the board. It's been on the board for far too long. And of course, the Wong was just a 4 that he didn't need to take in terms of a hit. So I think that was okay. But, you know, I do believe that what you said earlier was correct, Quinn. So he had a nice momentum and it kind of slowed down for him. And now bullbence, even though he doesn't have a lot on the board, he does have a lot of really good options in his hand, doesn't he? I mean, that Soleil's kind of interesting. He's also got, for example, the Hasty Mobilization, a Terror Glider. Got some really good cards now in this mid-game to start trying to swing the power and swing the game in his favor.
Yep. Definitely. I think Fat Cat is still in a fine spot. I don't think it's too much of a panic for Fat Cat.
No.
Since he's playing Shroud, and Shroud usually does a lot of things. Bullbence, on the other hand, has that Terra Glider there that can literally create a big problem here for Fat Cat. That's a thing that I would say.
He's doing it.
Get an enormous board. He's going for the free Terra Glider. For the free Terra Mech.
Yeah, the Terra Mech. Yeah, that's it. If he reveals all 6, he might get the Terra Mech here. Oh, he doesn't.
No,
he doesn't get it.
I mean, this is really powerful either way.
Yeah. It was worth it, and he still gets a good unit on the board, as you say. I think it was a good play there. And this is a defender as well, isn't it? Which is useful for him. I mean, it can be taken out by the Honor Steward, but bullbence doesn't know that. So at the moment, it's kind of giving a little bit of protection for the Mizra Loyalist and the Terror Glider that he's just played, with it being a defender.
Yeah.
So he's going to use the allocated provisions now to, I think, conceal the cards. I thought there was a quality of life change here to this. There is, isn't there? Okay, so he's just going to, conceal 1? Is he going to conceal all of them? I don't think he really thinks it matters, does it? He's just concealing one. What's happening here?
Why would he want to, like, what can he do? Can he play? I mean, he can.
Why is he concealing them one after one? I think he can just
He-
conceal them all at the same time, though, if he wants to do that.
He's not getting any value out of it, so there's no reason to do it.
But like they made a quality of life change. He keeps going into the allocated provisions, and it looks like he's concealing one. But I think he can just conceal them all, as many as he wants in one go. I'm not quite sure what's going on here, actually. I mean, we're sort of losing a little bit of the feed, I think, from Bullbence's side. So apologies for the viewers here if you're struggling to kind of follow what's going on. Hopefully it's going to smooth out in a minute and we'll see what's happening. But allocated provisions before the patch meant that if you wanted to conceal a card, you had to do it individually. They've made a quality of life change, which means that you don't have to keep going back in and concealing them one by one. You can go in and conceal as many as you want, do it in one go, and then that's it. It's done. It will then basically generate the amount of supply caches based on the amount that you have concealed in one go. But I don't know if don't know whether Bullbence got the memo on that, or he might not have read the
Maybe
patch
maybe he
notes.
doesn't know. Maybe he
Yeah.
doesn't know he can he can conceal everything at once.
Because he did in the end actually conceal all of his cards, but I think he done it all individually. So apologies about that, guys. If you're watching and thinking what's going on, Bullbence, I don't think read the patch notes, but the game's still going on, and it's now over to veryfatcat.
Yeah, interesting here. The options gets that Neve's Dominion for a very fat cat that can actually deal with whatever Bullbence wants to build up. Fat Cat has a board of his own, so this is gonna be a tug of war until someone manages to establish a good board and make it stick.
Yep. I actually kind of, to be honest with you, I like veryfatcat's options in his hand, because having a Dominion plus a Malia and okay, hold on. Did we just lose the game there?
Yeah, we're swapping because it seems that Boven's internet is not as good as some would want. So we're swapping to Very Fat Cat being the main feed of the stream.
I'm with you. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Quinto, for the update there. So yeah, apologies about that, guys. But we're going to make sure that going forward now with this game, the feed's a little bit better and we can actually stream it and broadcast it better so that it's less disruptive for you and your viewing experience. It's quite a good game at the moment, so hopefully we can get that back up really soon and we can see the conclusion of that game.
Yeah, interesting game.
Yeah.
Definitely.
But,
it's a bit difficult to know in this situation who's gonna actually take it. So now we see Fat Cat in the bottom and Bovens at the top.
Yeah. And it should be a much smoother feed now. So he plays the Terror. Plays the Terror
for the extra unit because he knows he needs some of that board presence, especially playing against Shroud. Now the question is gonna be what's gonna happen here. How is Fat Cat gonna navigate the situation where Boven's board is actually threatening and has some damage there?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I don't like, if I was in veryfatcat's position, you can see that he's got his head in his hands. He knows that this is not a good spot to be in. I really don't like that he has allowed the Misra Loyalist to stay on the field for this long. The Misra Loyalist is a 7-3. It's been on the board for the last 3 or 4 turns. It should have been removed by now. Unfortunately for him, he hasn't really had a lot of like erasures, for example. So he's had a lot of like low-cost siphons, but now he's got some things on the board he does need to start trying to clean this up, because
this is a nice situation here for Fat Cat, because if he hits with that Void Runner, gets the Shoshana, or I mean not the Shoshana, the Solea or something like that He then has
But he-
an easy trigger for that Malia, so something around that that idea.
But he can't, though.
Um,
No, I mean, he could. He could if he gets through. So basically, they're gonna have to get through the Mizzle loyalists because it's a defender, right? So the Wong's gonna have to get through it, or well, one of these Wongs has to kill it, right? But then when he kills it, the defender's gonna be switched over, right?
Yeah. So
I
it's
don't
just
know
gonna be
whether.
a game of removing the board at this point.
Yeah, yeah.
Still can't play a combo of Honor Steward and Dira, for example.
Is
He's
he gonna?
going
Okay, so he's yeah. He's gonna
for the
honor
Honor
steward
Steward here,
what?
so he can
That
clear the
defender?
Terra clean.
Okay, cool.
And what else? What else? What else?
Goes hit
Attack
face.
face. Just
And he gets. Oh, he needed that. He needed that. That was a great pull because
wow.
now he can heal himself a little bit, and he gets
Played
a
it really,
defender.
really quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, and has a defender. This is really good for Fat Cat. He was quick. He was quick.
Yeah,
About to
he
get
was quick.
cooked. Yeah.
He couldn't wait to get that on the board to get the heal.
And now we're gonna see a Fat Cat Neef next turn, most likely.
He's getting very close as well, isn't he? Very Fat Cat to playing his Neve. Look at his waist. He has 16 in his waist. So a good portion of that are going to be like effects as well. So bullbence he's in a bit of a spot because if this Neve comes down, I think it could be really interesting. However, bullbence does have the virulent spores. So depending on the units that Very Fat Cat gets in his Neve, if he decides to do it, that spores is either going to look really, really good or it's going to look not as effective to help clear the board and potentially save him. So, yeah, interesting. He's got, of course, formidable presence, which can give him a little bit of safety and the Premier Conduit. He's got a lot of defenders, actually, hasn't he? He's got 2 Moonlits there, Premier Conduit. It's actually, he's not in a bad spot, but I think if I was in Bullbence's position, I'd be looking at the 7 energy and thinking, oh God, he's getting close to getting a Neve going on me soon.
Yeah, for sure. This is a nice, like, I mean, here anything can happen. Oof.
Ooh.
What's gonna happen here? This Eclipse Fate can be devastating, to be honest. I like the Adira at this point. Definitely the Terra Glider is not a worthy Eclipse Fate target, I would say. What do you think here? Like this is the apex of Bullbence and Very Fat Cat tournament matchups. Like
yeah,
this is really difficult and really big brain stuff that has to happen here for either of them to win. Like so many options, so many things to do.
He's Neving. He's going for Neve.
Yeah, Fat Cat just goes ahead
So
and Neves
the
clear
Neve
out of
primary
this.
conduit. Yeah. Neve's the Neve.
Neves the Neve. And let's see what happens.
Yeah, so 2 Tabula Razes, not the greatest start. They've changed the animation as well a little bit to make it a bit smoother and quicker on the Neve. So props to the team there to do it. You can see that as soon as you play now something, another unit comes up. So it's much quicker.
Right away.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So he gets
the Caretaker is nice. Caretaker is very nice here for Fat Cat.
That's a good one.
Gets the Cerulean Hunter. Really nice also. What happens here? The Convergent Aegis triggers something. Shielded. It doesn't matter. It just passes.
No.
Supply Crawler.
Supply Crawler.
Yeah, this is an Augen Core card, apparently.
Yeah.
Or no, it's actually universal. What is that?
Why are we getting so many Tabula Rasas? Has he played a lot of snitches? No snitching, has he? Or why are we getting so much Tabula Rasas here? Okay, so we get
because of all
All the
All the
supply caches.
no snitching, supply catches, take it or leave it.
Ah, of course, to take it or leave it. Yeah, of course. This isn't a good board at the moment. It's wide. There's a few good things in here.
Pass. Another irreliant gamma. I mean, here it's gonna be about basically how Fat Cat deals with a board that's already in place here. Because a Formidable Presence will be devastating. Like, a Formidable Presence is lethal here.
Yeah,
Fat Cat doesn't have any defenders.
No, but I think the Neve is going to trade in with the Premier Conduit, right? So the 6/6 is going to go. He's got a way to clear the 5/2 if he wanted to, but technically he doesn't want to be slamming the Honored Steward into the 5/2, so it dies because then the Terror comes back, right?
Yeah. No, it's not gonna be a Terra. It's gonna be another Earthen unit.
No,
a 4 cost.
It's the Terror. The Honored Steward.
Oh, it's a Terra.
The Terror, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Then it is a Terra. Yeah, it is a Terra.
So if it dies, the Terror comes back, right? And he really doesn't want that Honored Steward to die.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, this is gonna be devastating for Fat Cat. I would say. He has the ability to deal with this, but yeah, if he defends there. Gets back his Terra.
Yeah.
So the question will be, will bullbence go ahead and play a Virulent Spores here?
Yeah, I think
Or the
Virulent
Moonlits.
Spores.
He can actually play the Moonlits also in this situation. So he will have a solid board. He will be able to deal with this big board from Fat Cat. Goes ahead and wins the game. He actually is going to win the game right here with the Moonlit on the Terra. He is taking a breath of fresh air. I think this was just a complicated match that I didn't cut up. But yeah, this is going to be it. Moonlit into Terra, and it's over.
He's even taking his headphones off. Look, bullbence is taking his headset off. He knows. You can see very Fat Cat. He's kind of like looking, thinking, "Is this it? Am I dead?"
Yep, it's exactly lethal.
Yeah.
17 damage, exactly.
There you go. And the Terror. So getting that Terror back, trading the Honest Steward to get the Terror back was brutal for him.
Fat Cat.
I said he really needed for that to not die. But I think even if it had survived, he could have played well. The Terror couldn't have come back. So it was tricky, but they both played amazing. And congratulations to bullbence, who ends up going through to the next round.
Yeah, guys, that was an amazing match. We went to a game 5, first game of the day, and we already have a game 5 matchup between Very Fat Cat and bullbence. And let me just give a short recap while you guys, free tip, and of course, Kinto, just to relax a bit because this is gonna be quite a short, how to say this, a rundown of what happened. We had game 1 with the Scipius Mirror. Where we had bullbence win, by swarming the board and even having the Master Poisoner of Very Fat Cat helping bullbence win. Next one, game 2, Cathy versus Nehemiah. Fat Cat won with Nehemiah win, of course, with the Formidable Presence and the help of the Caretaker. Imagine a Caretaker destroying you to the face. But of course, another one, game 3, is going to be Fat Cat versus Sippy, or rather, Sippy versus bullbence. Bullbence's Nehemiah, wherein Fat Cat wins with another swarm from the Scipius. And for game 4, we had Fat Cat's Neve go against bullbence's Cathy. That kind of matchup, it's kind of lopsided in the sense that you damage yourself as Neve, and Cathy damages your face with the burn potential as well. So bullbence wins that match again. And with this last matchup, Nehemiah versus Neve. It can usually you see Neve dominate this matchup, but the Nehemiah of bullbence actually had a developed a board, so to speak, and just got him close to lethal in the next few turns, and just got bullbence this win with the 3-2, and even moving forward to the next round. And that was an amazing uh game five. We had some trips, some fallbacks, or some things that could have happened, but we got you guys did an amazing job with that match. And man, before we go on to the next match, any highlights from that match between bullbens and very fat cat? Let's go with free tip scout first.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was really interesting because, like, very fat cat in that last game got a really good start. He had loads
Mhm.
of options in his hand, so good card advantage. He
Mhm.
used some cards like the brand expertise to develop his hand even more. He used treacherous scheming a couple of times to limit the opponent and develop his own hand. I do feel like, as we talked about, there was a little window where he could have just ramped the pressure up and
Mhm.
got more things going on the board. He didn't really do it. It allowed bullbence to start getting back into it and getting a ball presence, which then kind of put very fat cat on the back burner. He also didn't really get a lot of that removal that he needed, because one of the things, if you're very fat cat and you're playing Shroud, is that you can usually frustrate Earthen players by a stolen power, a siphon, like an honored steward. They just can't get going, and he just didn't really have enough removal that he needed to stop that. So I thought it was good. It was a little bit sad as a Shroudy to to see it in the end, because you saw that Neve come on, but it was almost for nothing. But well played from both of them. It was a really enjoyable game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, how about you, Kinto? Like any part of the match that you had, like, why is this happening? Any anything that you liked from that match?
I mean, it came to a point where it was this complicated match between Earthen and Shroud that it was even a bit confusing to us, to the casters, because there were so many resources all over the place. The Bowen's feet tilting and all of this. It was very funny overall, and a good shout out to the chat that's been absolutely on fire. I really love it. Keep it on, guys. Love you all.
All right,
Yeah.
with that, guys, let's go to a short recap of the brackets right now as we conclude the first match. Here we go. Looking at the brackets right now, we have, of course, Bullbens going again with a 3-2 against a very fat cat. And over at the next matches, guys, don't go anywhere, because we're going to be having amazing 4 matches, or rather 3 more matches left for this day. It's going to be Shogo versus Manos for the next match. And after that, we're going to be having Mystery versus dmoney, and of course the top seed Hylas DRD versus jobsad over at the next match. And with that, of course, guys, we're gonna be saying goodbye to our casters, Free Tip Scout and Kinto, and we're gonna be having another set of casters for the next match. But before we go to the next set of casters, again, special thank you to Echelon Prime Foundation for sponsoring this weekend's prize pool. This tournament and the league is made possible by the Prime Token, the official sponsor of the upcoming Parallel League. You can learn more about the Parallel League, the point structure, and upcoming events by visiting parallelleague.game. Again, it's parallelleague.game. Remember, this month, your rank counts for the league, so try it out and do your best, everyone. Okay, so with that, guys, again, we're gonna be going for the next match, which is, again, Shogo versus Manos. Now, guys, over the chat, if you are fans of either Shogo or Manos, just type it in over the chat and say, I vote for Shogo or go Manos, or either way, we're going to be having these amazing players start their matches. But before we start the matches, let's go in and introduce our next set of casters. It's gonna be Ali versus Muka. Let's see. All right. Before we go forward for the next set of casters, we're gonna go for a short break, and when we come back, more action here at the Parallel League Majors 2 Day 1. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few. Here in the Parallel League Major 2 Day 1, and we just had an amazing 5-game matchup between veryfatcat and bullbence. Congratulations, bullbence, for moving on to the next round. And now we have been switched over to another set of casters. We have here Ali and Muka. And today,
Hello.
guys, we're gonna be having, of course, Shogo versus Manos. How are you guys doing? But of course, you watched the first matches. I'm interested. Your thoughts, of course, for the next matchup between Shogo and Manos. Ali.
Should be a great match. Manos, like I said, consistently placing well. Same with Shogo, too. So these are some of the names that we are used to seeing in these top 8s. And
Mhm.
we'll see if we get another game 5. I'm always surprised at
Yeah.
how often of the time we really do go to game 5. But yeah, it should be a pretty good match. And we'll probably take a look at the deck list here pretty soon.
Yeah, and of course, before we go to the deck list, we can go first with the brackets for our audience to see the updates as to what happens or what happened during the previous match and what we're going to be seeing for the next matches. So we have, of course, concluded the first match from the bottom to the top, and bullbence is going to be moving forward. And right now, it's again Shogo versus Manos, Mystery versus dmoney over the next match, and Hylas DRD versus jobsad for the next match. Moreover, we are going to be having a short discussion about the deck list that they're going to be carrying. And Muka, what do you think? Is it still going to be the same things that we're going to be seeing from the previous decks that were carried by the first matchup?
I cheated a little, so I saw already. So
Oh.
I can't in good heart answer that question. But I think you guys will be surprised a little bit, which is good. I was very curious last match that both players left Scipius unbanned. So I wonder, is that something that we'll see the rest of this tournament, or maybe it was just like how those two kind of thought the tournament would go, and that's how they kind of practiced and kind of, was that their strategy only, or will everybody else kind of follow suit and let the Scipius through? I was very confident that we wouldn't see much Scipius played today at all, because I just think the deck is very, very versatile and stuff. So I was pretty surprised. That's what I'm going to probably be more curious to see.
Yeah, man. I am envious of you because you already saw what's gonna be happening with the deck list. And talking about the deck list that we're gonna be seeing, let's start with the deck list of our players right now. Let's go. We are seeing a very casual, just chilling guy right here, Manos, with that amazing avatar, so to speak, with the Scipius. Let's get a short breakdown from Ali first for this Scipius deck.
Yeah, I'm taking a look here. I love 2 kill boxes. I'm always just so surprised at how much work kill box can really do, and I feel like most of the games that I'm winning with Scippy is just like 4 or 5 units on the board, and you just absolutely can do so much damage. So I like to see 2 of those. There's also a Kalar in this list. I don't know if I've seen every single Scipius running Kalar, so I'm a big fan of that. Only 2 Master Poisoners, which I think 3 is unnecessary, but I feel like the 2 works well for answering some annoying earthens. But then the rest of the deck looks pretty standard to, I think, what we've seen so far. The new high-density genetic replicator, obviously, absolutely insane for Scipius, but yeah, I think the rest looks pretty standard.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see, of course, Ali, that the Memento of the Fallen, since they've been airdropped already, the new versions, I hope that
True.
Manos carries that, man. Like the transparent version, ugh, chef's kiss right there. But let's look at the next deck that Manos is going to be carrying. Okay, we have a Nehemiah Earthen deck right here. I'm seeing some interesting choices of the differences, but let's look at what Muka is going to be saying.
Yeah, so Earthen is I think though we're gonna see a lot of it, may have a few cards that probably differ from player to player is my guess because it's a new patch and everything like that. So I mean some cards that are interesting to see are like the Cleanse the Earth and Stabilize Shard still making it for Manos, but I think everybody's kind of running this core engine now with Provoke Caretaker and Rummaging Researcher. Rummaging Researcher being like the main draw power of Earthen now is kind of cool to see. We saw that with like Bullbence's games. And then the Terra Glider, right? The Terra Glider is like the new +1 card that Earthen has, generates a very, very strong turn whenever it's played. Normally you want it like later in the game, but even in the mid game, it's pretty strong. So good card overall. And then paired with cards like, you know, the classics, Formidables, your Steward of the Gardens, excuse me. You're just trying to get advantage, and that Terra Mech is the big problem card, right? And so we saw like Fat Cat try to counter it in his last set, but it's just such a beast.
Yeah, that's one big unit that you don't want to maintain on the board if you are facing it. But yeah, it's one of the things that we can consider in this Nehemiah deck. But let's look at the next deck that Manos is going to be carrying. Oh, Kathy, all reds right here. What can you say about this deck right now, Ali?
Yeah, looks like a pretty effect-heavy Kathy. I would say this one looks a little bit more standard than I think someone's deck that we saw earlier. There's Memento in there. Let's see, what else? We've got the new Vindicator 3-up. It seems like most everyone is running that. Just a solid and strong 3-drop that combos with the Machinist. And 3 no snitchings, as well as the take it or leave it, of course. Yeah, this is what Kathy does. He's gonna smork some people down and burn them out, and I probably will carry him to victory if Kathy is not banned.
Yeah, I love the reference, Mork. That's very old school aggro face attacks. But I have a question for you, Ali. This is just a mechanics question. If you put down a logistics mastery and you have an Alvaro interrogator already active, and if you use a, for example, a self-damaging, or rather an effect, would you get extra damage from that Alvaro interrogator from the logistics mastery?
Actually, I don't know that for sure. I want to say yes, but I am not
Pretty
sure.
sure it's yes.
Yeah,
Pretty
yeah,
sure.
I think it is, right?
Yeah, it's a yes. I've tested it, but yeah, I want to see this work because not a lot of players actually carry Alvaro with the logistics mastery. You know, especially maybe he's targeting more effect heavy decks. So yeah, this is a good read from Manos. I want to see this work as well and blow the players, the viewers right here, the minds from this interaction. So let's see the next deck of Manos. Oh, Neve deck. I love it. And some people actually hate it facing this Neve deck, but it's manageable. But let's hear what Muka has to say.
I'm just gonna go straight into the spiciness that I see off the bat. 2 Singularity Stewards from Manos here. Let's see what he thought about that. He's got the Logistics Support Cruiser card, you know, that was played in the Swiss by like teams like YGG, but not like super prevalent. So very interesting that he's gone that route. The Rummaging Researcher in there, probably in place of the Spectre of Tackcraft. And otherwise, yeah, you know, pretty standard from what we see. Neve is definitely still doing well. We'll have to see like Engine Whispers or no Engine Whispers. Do you really miss it or not after that balance patch we had that makes 1 cost not become 0 anymore with any of the Engine Whispers or Harp? So they're just not on this list altogether.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? You usually have those 3 in a deck, but yeah, of course, Singularity Steward has fallen off quite a bit in terms of the power level that they have, being the only banish upgrades that they have is only during your turn, like as a player. But yeah, if it's your opponent's turn, no, it's not gonna be happening. But yeah, I want to see this work as well, since usually play Shroud. But of course, we're gonna be switching over to the other player, which is Shogo. Let's see Shogo's first deck. Oh, the first Lemieux of the day. Ooh, very, very happy with this choice. I've missed Lemieux ever since Kathy took the spotlight. But let's see what Ali has to say about this deck that Shogo is carrying.
Yeah, I mean, I love me some Lemieux. Super happy to see this. Am I crazy, or do I not see a longbow personnel carrier in this list? I don't think I see one. Which I would say is a little unusual, right? I mean, perhaps I don't really know how many people have been playing Lemieux since Aftermath and the most recent patch, but I would say that that's kind of unusual. Perhaps the Vindicator new vehicle takes that slot, but I think you still generally, would want to go wide. But it also looks like it's a completely different build. Like there's no wall, the 4-drop either, that buffs up the +1/+1 to the board. So this is definitely a different take on Lemieux, and I'm actually quite excited to see it unfold.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this unfold as well. Seeing that not a lot of players carry Lemieux, but in the top 8, Shogo might be onto something. Let's look at his next deck right now. Okay, we see another Neve deck, but what is different from what Manos is carrying right now, Muka?
Yeah, we got the Engine Whisperers in here, right? There's 3 Stewards, no LSCs. The Spectre Attack Craft is in there versus like the Rummaging Researcher that we saw Manos brought. On the effect side, everything's pretty much the same. Like maybe one less Brand's Expertise for an additional 3rd Treacherous Scheming. But more of their differences are on the unit side rather than the effects for sure.
Yeah, it's more of a unit difference between Manos's deck. So yeah, I want to see, of course, a possible mirror if that happens. But we'll see down the line which decks these guys are going to be playing. But let's look at the next deck that Shogo is going to be carrying into this tournament. Oh, another Scipius deck. Okay. So, what do you think about this deck box that Shogo is carrying as compared to Manos, Ali?
Yeah, so I think a few differences between Manos and Shogo here is I don't think Manos was running the Convergent Recruiter. That's the new little 2-drop that draws a couple clones. So I like that personally, and there's not like a ton of card draw in Scipius, so I think that makes sense. No Kalar in this list. Actually, and I guess there's the Formatician's Exalt, so I suppose that is enough card draw a lot of the time with the Wong. Obviously, you can re-trigger those with the Scipius once you cast them. Everything else looks... Oh, there's also a Domina as well. I don't know if there was a Domina in Manos' deck. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I think that might be different. 2 Master Poisoners as well. That was consistent with Manos, as well as 2 Kill Boxes.
Yeah, like minor differences, but these guys actually are masters of their craft. So let's see if they will have the advantage with those little tweaks. I think we have one more deck coming from Shogo. Yes, we do. Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Wow. Woo.
What?
Arak. Dude, man. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay, so I want to see. I want to see this. This is gonna be exciting. I'm probably sure that this is not gonna be bad. I hope this is not gonna be bad. But Muka, can you run down this deck and explain to the viewers how this might work?
Yeah, I think I have a read on Shogo's strategy here. It seems very much trying to hard target Earthen from what I see. From all his lists, the Lemmy that like kind of surprised us build-wise had more of these control cards that would try to just destroy big units, and Arak is kind of the same way, right? You have cards like the Portable Energy Bay, and you combine that with a lot of these salvage units like Hardling Pilot, Forlorn Companion, Jan's Tactical Provisioner to try to get a lot of tokens on the board. Master Poisoner can come out and help clear a lot of these big units. I also think he's trying to go for a lot of this energy cheats with the upcycle technology, try to get a Mobile Fortress Tetsu or a Sestamir, or just clear the board with Anti-Organic Pulse. This looks like a lineup built to try and punish Earthen from all the decks that we got to see here, and the Arak has been known to kind of combat like these stat heavy decks. It was used to kind of take out Naeus not too long ago, but now it looks like it's tailored to try and take out Earthen.
Yeah, I love me some upcycle technology, Sesmir or Tetsu combo. I want to see
Yeah.
that on stream. And you know, I know you don't like this question, guys. Ban predictions. How about you, Ali? What do you think each of the players is gonna be banning? Hmm.
Uh, that's a good question. I mean, I still think Scipius is a huge problem. I think I would be quite scared. So I think we might see Scipius banned uh, from both players. I mean, as Muka was saying, he thinks that Shogo's trying to target Earthen. So I wouldn't be shocked to see a ban from Sippy from both players. I maybe Iraq is a little scared. I don't know. Sometimes there's the element of surprise where it's like you don't really know if you're not used to playing against it. Like, maybe, but I don't know if that would happen. So what do you
Yeah.
think, Muka?
I
Double
think
CPUs?
Shogo bans Neve. That's
Oh,
my
really?
take.
Wow.
I think Iraq suffers probably against both Kathy and Shroud. So you probably want that to just be less punishing. So you don't want like too many decks that like kind of steamroll the Iraq and then they sneak in the win. So I'm gonna guess Shogo bans Neve, but yeah, I think Manos probably still bans Scipius just because Scipius is good.
Yeah, so yeah, those are interesting bands, guys. But I'll have the band reveal right now to show you if you guys are correct. Let's
Dun-dun-dun.
go.
Let's see. We're double Sippy.
No.
Double sippy. Okay, double
Yeah.
sippy. We won't see those kind of snowbally Scipius decks for this round between Shogo and Manos. And this is gonna be quite an exciting matchup when we have the Arak of Shogo, we have the Neve and the Lemieux from Shogo as well. From Manos, it's gonna be Kathy, it's gonna be Neve, and it's gonna be Nehemiah. And with that, guys, I will be passing the floor to our casters to cast this match between Shogo and Manos. Take it away, Ali and Muka.
Muka, it's been a
Let's-
minute since we've casted together.
It
feel like,
is. I'm very excited. I'm very very excited.
we've been doing the podcast, but it's been a hot minute since we've
Yeah.
actually been on the cast.
What a match to be casting too, right? Shogo and Manos. This is not like a finals match, but this is a finals caliber
Quality
level of match.
Yeah.
This is two giants within the parallel competitive scene going head to head right away in the top 8. And I mean, I said this in my the player prediction when Excelsior forced us to pick names, but I think whoever wins this is a big contender to take it all the way.
Yeah, and either player. I mean, I'd love to have the stats on like how many top 16s, top 8s
Ooh,
both
yeah.
of these players have made, but they are consistently like we're seeing their names quite a lot throughout this entire year.
Yeah, 100%. And both players, right? We have locked in their decks. Shogo goes in with the Kathy, and Manos just swings in with the Earthen. And it looks like he's just going to try to steamroll his way through this. And he just, if the strategy is to go against Earthen, I would assume the player on the other side is like, all right, well, let me just try to win with Earthen. We've seen this happen in other tournaments where like other decks are targeted, and the person's like, well, I have to win with this deck anyway, so I'm just gonna
Yeah.
keep as many chances as I can and try to see can I get it through.
Manos probably pretty happy about finding a steward of the garden there. That's for
Mhm.
sure.
Yeah, I mean, it was like we saw it in the Fat Cat match that it's actually pretty interesting. Like, Earthen has gone from you need Steward or you lose. Like that was always the meme, but like
Mhm.
they have some good mid range cards now that kind of help bring it back. And you still want to see a Steward, like always. But they have some cards now that can kind of balance not having it in the beginning, which is kind of nice to see from a progression side of the parallel, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, they can recover on board a little bit with like the Terra Mech shield glider, especially if they cheat it out like with a take it or leave it or something.
Mm-hmm.
So, but this is looking like a pretty strong start for Manos, I must say.
Yep. Normally in a Marco matchup against Earthen, it's kind of like get your Terramech Shield Titan out and you probably are good enough to win. But against Lemmy, it's a bit tougher, right? Because your Titan is not guaranteed to live. It's going to you could die to a Lemmy, it could die to Lemieux's Irregulars. So there's quite a few cards that can just kill it if it's just
Yeah.
damaged once. So that'll be interesting.
Yeah, this Lemmy list would probably fare better. Like the old longbow personnel character and the fire support base, like that would go quite wide, right? And could get
Hmm.
eaten up by a spores. And so maybe this like chunkier list might actually give Manos a little bit more uh,
Yeah.
of problems here.
New cards like the Vindicator Rapid Assault Vehicle, I think that's the name,
Mhm.
are really good because it actually has good stats with Fleet Machinist. It becomes like from a 4/3 to a 4/4 if you have a Fleet Machinist on your board. And it has a good Aftermath ability, deals 3 damage anywhere on the board. So, after this card kind of got discovered, I'm going to give a shout out to Free Roll Cobra because he's been pushing this card for a minute, and he's the one who kind of like set it on the map, at least publicly, for a lot of players in parallel. And he's probably, he deserves his flowers for this. This card makes me think sometimes, was this card always this good and we just didn't know?
Yeah. Free roll, obviously the Marco King. I would be not surprised that he discovered that.
Hmm.
Uh, yeah, it was super nice for Manos to get the shard down next turn because now he has the option of going into the Terra Mech Shield Glider here. Is that what he's gonna do? Do you think he'd only be able to reveal a? Actually, no. You could
Three's not that great. He could do it
Yeah.
anyways. Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, three is not that great. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the decision is. I mean, Nehemiah's not that good either because it literally dies to this vehicle
Yeah.
alone. So this is a kind of a tough turn.
You don't
I
want to
don't
throw
know.
down the Moonlit either because that's
Yeah.
just an easy trade. I guess it's probably like a 4/4 Primea. I don't know.
It's either Crimea or he might Nehemiah and just snitching the Vindicator. Yep,
Yeah.
that looks like what
Yeah.
he's gonna do. Keep that. Just I mean, Nehemiah used to be the card that like you play it and it like wins you the game. Whereas
Mhm.
now I feel like Earthen uses it in a different way where it's like I just need good trades. Like as long as you take out 2 or 3 units with the Nehemiah, the rest of the Earthen suite now that it has can just build a presence again. So you just want
Yep.
to get over this hump. So like the Nehemiah is less of like a game winner and more of just like establishing like good tempo, good trades, and getting value that way.
Yeah, I feel like we used to be a little bit more reliant on Nehemiah's ability to actually like push some serious damage. So you
Hmm.
like wanted to hold it back, but now that we've got like Terra and just like other ways to beef up the board, she isn't quite as necessary as she used to be.
Yeah.
Like you said.
That's for
Let's
sure. I mean, Shogo's in a. I think he's trying to make a tough decision here to Lemieux or not because he can do it with the take it or leave it,
Mhm.
and just kill off the Nehemiah. And I think why he's kind of like concerned about doing it is that he doesn't want to. You want to use that Lemieux for like the Terramech Shield Titan, but he has the Lemmy's Irregulars. I totally forgot. Trigger Happy Trooper just procs it on its own. Um, but he's gonna actually go. Yeah, he's gonna Lemieux actually, and just buff his board, go for pressure. He could have played Lemieux's Irregulars also, and just killed
Mhm.
the Nehemiah that way. So he's keeping the regulars in his hand for now.
I like mana efficiency. You know, you can cheat out the
It's really
irregulars
good pressure. Manos
later.
is already at 14.
Yeah, I mean that's strong.
Hmm.
Um, let's
And the
see.
Lemieux has evasive, so it can get assault if you need to irregulars again.
True. Sometimes people often forget about the evasive on the Lemmy there.
Yeah. I don't think Shogo's gonna forget for
Yeah,
sure.
I don't
This
think
is
Joker's
gonna
gonna
is gonna put
forget
him
either.
ahead. But I think you're right. Like this is something that goes under the radar. I mean, it always happens with certain cards that don't see as much play. Like I have
Hmm.
seen players with the victory be like, "Oh my god, this has evasive," and
Yeah.
cards like that can just sneak away and get a good amount of advantage. But Manos is in a super tough spot here. I think he's gonna just try to go for the roll on a good 4 cost because he doesn't have too much else going for him. I mean,
Yeah.
Shogo's kind of already pushing close to lethal.
This is prey time for Manos over here.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
a defender. That's
Gets a
not too bad.
defender. Meave Star Valiant. Good. It heals you also based on the damage it takes.
Yeah, it's something.
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna get irregular, which sucks. But you can pass defender once, which is a little nice.
Yeah. I actually quite like this Lemmy list from Shogo.
Yeah, this
It's
counter
fun.
earthen strategy is putting in a lot of work. The Lemmy was a good pick. Like I totally understand the Iraq, but the Lemmy was a good one. I don't think many people saw this.
Yeah, and no one's gonna ban Earthen, right? Like, but
Mm-mm.
Earthen got stronger, so
Yeah,
it certainly can get some wins. So I actually think this was like a really,
yeah.
really smart strategy.
I think this strategy it's solely reliant on not letting Earthen go through in the sense that if
Mhm.
Manos can sneak away a win during the set, then we might be saying the opposite that like Shogo, this didn't really work out kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's very much all or nothing because some of the decks that he is playing, like the Iraq and stuff, feel a little weak, but man, this Lemmy is a masterclass in like controlling Earthen right now. Like there is not much that Manos can do at all.
Yeah, I'm just happy that like with the variance of the list that he brought here. It's always interesting. Like that's the best when people go off the cuff or like
Hmm.
against the grain and it actually works out really well. I mean, I don't want to jump the gun or count our chickens, but based on this game, it's looking pretty solid so far. Uh-oh. Is there a
Now you have to confirm on the right.
Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. Let's see. All right, so I mean Manos has not that many options for the next turn here,
Mm-mm.
that's for sure. Got the Citrine Rose. Can give some units defender, but that's
That's a
not gonna
6
make
cost,
it.
I think. Oh, but we only get 5. Is that what you were thinking about, like the Terra?
Oh, no, just in the hand. Or am I losing my mind? Is that not the Citrine Rose?
No, are you talking about Terra Mech Shield? What? There's no
Yeah, oh,
Citrine Rose
yeah,
in there.
sorry,
Okay,
there we go. For a
I was
second
like,
there.
wait,
I
am
swapped
I
my
not
6
saying that right now?
drops there. No, no, no,
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
fine, I'm losing my mind. Yeah, I mean, if only the it had defender,
if it
right?
had Defender, you'd be really good at this point because you went through so much of the. Oh, not enough. I mean,
No.
even if you stall for a turn, like, what are you getting? Is like the real question.
I Yeah, I mean, you could okay, no, I don't see it now.
I
Like,
don't
you could
see it.
throw
I don't see it.
1,
You need
you
like
know?
a. You need like a take it or leave it, and a what is he trying to search for? Actually, you need like a take it or leave it and a Primea conduit. I was gonna say if you and then you formidable for 1, and if I did my math right, that's enough energy. Oh, spores is good. Doesn't like
It
stop. You still die
is
actually.
is good, but not good enough,
No,
unfortunately.
yeah. I mean, he probably just goes for the um. Sorry, the moonlit.
Moonlit,
It's yeah,
yeah.
so you can heal a little and stall a little bit more. But I don't see it. It feels really tough.
I mean, maybe there's a chance if he, like, cleans up with the spores on the following turn after playing this Moonlit here, gets a little bit of
Maybe.
health, but,
Yeah.
I mean, with the Triumph in the hand, I don't know. Seems
Yeah, this
pretty
looks like
rough.
Shogo's game for sure.
And that's definitely not what you want to see playing Earthen against a Marco. I mean, I know that it's probably the Kathy that is, you know, more scared of the Earthen here,
Mhm.
especially with this list. But in general, when you're going into the Marco versus Earthen, you usually feel pretty confident and as the Earthen, and this is looking pretty rough.
Yeah, the Lemieux was just really good. Really good pick from Shogo here. Just controlling all these big units one by one. It makes it super tough for Manos to really get an edge anywhere. Where against the Kathy, there's no like you don't like lose your units for free. Shogo's been able to like take out big units with just one attack units essentially, and then an ability which gives you another unit on board which lets you keep doing that. So it's been tough. I mean, he removed 2 big units, right? One with the irregulars and then one with the Lemieux Paragon. So
Hmm.
it's not much you can do after that.
Yeah, just gotta make some trades here. It's the rummaging researcher. That's really become quite a popular card. From
I
the new
think it's
set.
become my favorite card, one of my
Yeah,
favorite
you
cards in
think so?
Aftermath. I
Nice.
just like it because it's like it's good stats and you draw, And then if your opponent is also like revealing cards, you draw again. And then if you have like 2 rummagings and you draw 2 from one of their musters, like it feels really good. I don't know.
Yeah. Like a fair but good neutral card that accelerates the game. Like
Mm-hmm.
sounds pretty good
Yeah.
to me.
Yep. And Shogo pretty much has lined up lethal for himself here. Manos will not be able to stop this no matter what with that determined assault in hand. So Shogo is definitely going to take game 1. And he just has to win now with what his Neve and his Iraq. And he has to try to stonewall this Earthen. Manos has to try to get this thing through. If he can't, he's going to be really stuck.
Yeah. There was really like no point in which Manos had a
Mm-mm.
chance this game.
Not at all.
So not at all. So clearly this is what Shogo was going for, and it has been executed really well thus far. And we'll see
Yeah,
how it keeps going.
I like it a lot.
Manos
Yeah,
just
I wonder
says-
what he picks next. I mean, maybe he just goes for Iraq next. Just keeps trying to keep it pushing.
Yeah. I mean we know that he's dead here next turn, but
Yeah,
he's still fighting just in
you
case.
always fight the good fight.
By some miracle.
If he gets
Margolian doesn't have any
the Shoshana heal, no. This gives you defender, but no, you determined assault. I keep
there's my
forgetting.
citrine rose that
Yeah,
I
there it
was
is.
talking about.
There it is.
There-
All in all its doesn't do anything fashion.
Yeah, I know, right?
Unfortunate Earthen ship.
Yeah.
Earthen wasn't meant for the stars. It was meant for,
No.
meant for the ground.
Is that it? Did they purposely give Earthen a bad ship? So, like,
Well, I remember in the lore text, the citrine rose was given by the Augencore, so I call foul play.
ooh,
Augencore sabotaged Earthen with a faulty ship.
wow.
Maybe we
I
see
love
something in
that.
Deception, right? In the next expansion.
Yeah, that's great. I will
Manos
say
playing
that,
this out, but sorry, go ahead,
yeah,
go ahead.
he's playing it out. I was just gonna say that random, but I personally love the cams. Being able to see the players' reactions just like really elevates the experience. I don't know.
I love seeing Shogo in the bottom left of
Yeah,
his
I know.
cam.
Funny. And they are in
Yeah.
the frame. But no, it makes it interesting to watch.
Yeah. Everybody has their own style of being locked in. Like
Mhm, for sure.
I remember seeing Manos in Manila for the YGG Play Summit. He's kind of like the guy that will just like stare at his screen and nothing else during the game. Like that's all he's doing. Nothing will be able to distract him.
Yeah.
So he's kind of, I mean, you can't really see it from this angle, but that's what's going on. The dude is in his own zone and nothing will be able to get him out of it.
Most expressive player has to be Fino, though. Maybe it's just all the years of being a streamer, but
Fino and Lambie.
yeah,
Yeah.
those two for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Manos finally sees his death there, and a really, like I said, well done on Shogo. This list is perfect, against Earthen. So he got the Marco win, and now Manos is gonna have to either run it back or switch it up.
I'm guessing Manos just keeps hammering it in. Like if you have an idea that Earthen is your target, I think you just need all the chances in the world to try to get the win with it, because everything else becomes much not easier, but like you have dismantled the plan, so then you can keep doing your other things now without much worry that like, oh, he's hard targeting another deck of mine.
Sure. Yeah, no, that definitely makes a lot of sense. Like sometimes psychologically, I feel like you want to shake it off and just go move to a different deck and then come
Yeah,
back
that's true
to it.
too. Yeah.
But I feel like if it were me, you're gonna have to win with it, right? So you might as well just be like, I accept my fate. I'm gonna give myself as many chances as I can here.
Yeah.
As you said.
Playing it multiple times gives you like 3 chances at most. Whereas like if you play with another deck and then that deck loses, then oh, okay, one more chance now to win with this Earthen. So I think you're just gonna keep hammering it in. And this is I mean, this sucks because it's also like Shogo's strategy, right? This is why it's so good. If you can successfully hard target one deck, it's always high risk, high reward. Like the high risk is like if they get that win, then you're immediately on the back foot. Like your plan kind of dismantles and you have to try to just win. But if you get some wins off of it, it's really good because you always kind of you're in like you're ahead on the mental game. You're like, okay, well, my opponent probably is going to keep running this, and I want him to keep running this, so that's good.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was surprised. It's not really relevant because Sippy got banned, but I would have thought that Shogo would have put Kalar in the Sippy deck just because
Yeah.
that would be good against Earthen as well.
Sips, I feel like the decks that are like most plausible to get banned, people don't like spend the most time on it either. It's like,
True.
oh, okay, well, this deck is good. This is what it does. Like 90% of what it does is the same. So whatever I'm most comfortable playing that form, I'm just gonna play that.
Yeah, that's fair. Good
It's like
point.
I think I've seen it enough in tournaments where the really good deck that you're like, oh, everyone's gonna ban this. You spend the least amount of time on it.
Yeah, that's fair. There's only so many hours in the day and games that you can queue, so if
Yeah.
one deck is like very clearly the ban choice,
Ooh.
don't spend the time on it.
Yep. Manos has switched it up though. He got the Catherine.
All right. Like to see it.
Yeah, I'm very interested in this version of Iraq too because a lot of Iraqs that we've seen in the past run like at least some zero cost upgrades, but there's no zero cost upgrades in Shogo's list. It's more of like a lot of these just good cards overall that are just good in Augencore. So we'll have to see. He won't have like the crazy like token spam, I guess, from the
Mhm.
nanobots because he doesn't have any zero cost upgrades that he can just put for free and create nanobots. So it's way more about just like good plays, like and just being very strong.
Yeah. I don't have the list in front of me, but what's like some of the outstanding cards from Aftermath that are in this Iraq deck?
um,
Or
I think
are there any? I
yeah,
think
I'm only laughing because I spend a lot of my days opening the Aftermath Augencore cards and just looking for inspiration. And it's tough, Ali. It's tough on your mental state. The card that Shogo has here, I'm gonna pretty confidently say there's only one card from Aftermath in his deck, and it is Jan's Tactical Provisioner. It's a
Yeah.
2-cost 2/2 that has salvage, and you can charge one, which means reveal a card from your bank. And if you attach an upgrade to it, it gains 2 health.
Hmm.
The first effect you play that turn. So
Got
it's
it.
just another good salvage unit. Um, and it
Yeah.
it does good things.
A little surprised there are no zero cost like scanner array with that too, but maybe just didn't
Yeah.
fit. Oh my gosh, I'm so sad to see
You
that
saw the ghost
beautiful
knife.
yeah, the beautiful new memento get banked there, but had to be done, I suppose.
Yeah, and there's that aftermath card in Shogo's hand that he just drew, the Jan's Tactical Provisioner. It's a
Yep.
shame to see that ghost knife. I hope you guys were paying attention because it's straight in the bank. But Manos has a good opener. Like he can, his turn one, turn two play super strong. He can kill off this hardling pilot, buff his bannerman. Turn three is a little wonky, so it's like a little bit of victim of what he draws there. But overall, this is kind of what you want to see. You don't want Augencore to get a lot of free reigns. Like if Shogo had that hardling pilot stay alive, then he can play another hardling pilot, play the ocular implant, and now you have the engine going.
Yeah.
By slowing it down this way, Shogo's turn two is much weaker. There's not much that he can do outside from playing the tactical provisioner, or even if you play hardling pilot and stuff like that, it'll just kind of get dealt with. Ooh, the Tioli is a great draw. Take it or
Yeah.
leave it.
I will say though that like Manos being able to get through that pilot, like that's pretty game deciding right there. Yeah, the Tioli's a nice pickup, but if you if that pilot lives and you get to put the ocular implant on it, you get the one like the nanobots
Hmm.
going. Like I feel like sometimes with Iraq, like when you are against an aggressive deck like this, like those early turns are just so crucial to stay
Yeah.
alive. But I don't know. The Tioli makes a difference here.
Yeah,
I
it
think.
definitely makes a difference. And then even in Manos's hand, like drawing these board clears early, like the volley, is good, but it also becomes a detriment, especially when you're going first, because then you run out of gas fast. Like Manos
Hmm.
has this board wipe, but he doesn't have a clear turn three play. And if he doesn't draw something really good, if he does draw something good that pairs with the trigger happy, right, then you have to bank your board wipe and play the other cards, and then you're a victim of what you draw. And if you don't draw a good curve, then it like gives your opponent the chance to recover.
Yeah, and let's see.
Okay, never mind.
Ooh, all right. Well,
Sometimes you just gotta believe.
you just gotta trust in your deck, you know?
Yeah,
And you'll top deck easy peasy. Yeah, the
I'll
card
even
draw
try.
engines for Marco right now, like if people taken out improvised tactics, like
Hmm.
it's pretty much the machinist just like getting the vehicles and then I guess the triumph at that point. Is that about it?
Yep, that's pretty much it. And then
Yep.
like the rally for deck thin. So it can run out of steam a bit more than what we saw before this balance patch with the extrapolator, because you're not just like keep thinning your deck out, keep getting draw cards and just playing them for free. It's more about like just the value of each unit and each card. And then once you run out, then you hopefully by then you draw your triumph and then you just kind of keep doing it. Same thing with like Wong. But good, interesting choice here. He's gonna bank the volley here. He's gonna value that trigger happy trooper. Maybe combo it with another unit. But good hits, Alvaro and another Bannerman.
Yeah. Honestly, those moments are painful. Like banking, like such a good card, but I
Mm-hmm.
think Manos just sort of recognizes that he's the beatdown right now, and
Yeah.
like that's his win condition.
Ooh.
So
I mean, yeah, his curve is pretty clear, anyways, right? Kathy on 4. But we saw Shogo play a really weak turn 2, and I think that was partially because he wants to go for this hardlink pilot into the portable energy bay or backpack, like I like to call it, combo, just
hmm
so he can start to accelerate his board a little bit and waste Manos's time too. I think that's really important. He wants to make sure Manos isn't just throwing everything at face, and you can kind of present that by like going wide with this board because as the opposing players, some players will want to just clear up all these drones so that you can't combo it with a Memento of the Fallen upgrade or a Master Poisoner. So those are things that are get kind of scary. Or even an upcycled if you have like another coin and
yeah,
upcycled, right? So it presents like a threat.
yeah, I think you're right. The goal is to slow him down as much as possible, and then hopefully find an upcycled into a Sesmir or something really
Yeah,
chunky that the Marco has a hard time getting through.
100%. Yeah, if Manos had kept that artillery volley, then maybe not much of an issue.
Board, I feel like he can probably deal with the tokens. Well, I guess it's a lot of them. I mean,
6 tokens.
yeah, that's definitely
Yeah.
a little
I mean, he
scary.
maybe clears a few, and you don't spawn the other set. You force him to spawn the other set. Um, with his own drone. Like you don't want drones alive and can attack next turn. That's the biggest mistake.
Right.
So he might just like clear a few and then leave one, but then it really just throws things in the air because it's like if you get hit by like an upcycled, like he starts popping his tokens and then just like upcycles into something crazy, that gets really scary really fast too, right?
Yeah. Not gonna lie, that artillery volley looking pretty nice right
Yeah.
now. I'm
It
sorry.
was definitely a nice card. I mean, and even the nanobots, look how wide this board just gets so fast. And even the Kathy is not a guaranteed hit. So it is a little awkward, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Good on Shogo for keeping that take it or leave it for the pilot plus,
Hmm.
portable energy bay combo here.
Yeah. I mean we know he doesn't have anything super to go off with this, and Manos is just I think is he pushing?
Is he gonna
He's
use
gonna
the no snitching on the salvaged one, do you think?
he might so that it can't self pop, but no, he's just gonna keep it, yeah.
Yeah.
Kathy hit, just take out one drone.
Okay.
Triumph of Mars is not a bad pickup either. I mean, you probably still Wong over it, I wonder, but uh, I'm trying to see. Yeah, there's that upcycled right that we
Yep.
just talked about. I don't think he's banked anything super crazy yet, but if there
No.
was, like, if there's a Sestamir, he's looking at his bank, so I don't think we missed anything. But if there is something really big in there, he can get it out this turn for free. It's really good.
Is there anything with the TVA star that could be done?
Those are super big brain. Let's think. You'd have to pop once, and then pop once. You bank the rummaging. No, you bank the TVA star,
Yep.
and then you destroy 3. And then you put another backpack and memento on another drone. I don't. It doesn't seem like too much. I don't think it's worth.
Okay. But at this point though, you don't have that much going for you right now, but
Mm-mm. It looks like
Yeah,
he's
I
gonna
think,
go rummaging, try to dig.
yeah, probably smart here.
Yeah, this really smart. He hasn't banked yet because he's trying to see if he can still find something really good that he can
Mm-hmm.
bank for upcycled, right? Really good play there to note from anybody watching at home is that he's trying to draw first. Order of operations is really, really important. If he had drawn like a Sestamir or an anti-organic pulse, he could have played it right now and gotten it off.
Yeah, so true. Let's see. Does Manos have? I mean, the Kathy hit is obviously random here. There's 6 damage presented on the board. Um, Actually, hang on a second. We could no snitching our Catherine for a direct hit. So how much does
Yes.
that get us? And plus another point of
Got
damage.
13 damage.
Yeah.
13 damage if you just do the no snitching and go face.
And I mean, we could Wong
Good
too.
Wong. Yeah.
Or do you go for Triumph here? Like, do you
He
just
doesn't
try and
play determines or anything, so I don't
okay.
know. I wonder what you get. I mean, he's probably making the decision right now also, but I think that snitching idea is really good. He's going to
Yeah,
bank it.
I like
Not
the
a bad
snitching.
idea. Oh, Triumph is going. All right. Here you go. Wong. I mean, there's no way Wong at most can buff for 3 if he's very lucky to
Okay.
hit logistics mastery, which he did not, but still pretty good overall.
Okay, well, hang on. Another take it or leave it allows us to get that slinger out. So how much
Mm-hmm.
is that? Not oh, and another damn okay, hold on. We got
You'd
6
put him at 2, I
and
think.
11. 11.
You'd put him at 2.
Yeah.
That's not bad. I mean,
That's
it
not
might be worth just doing it. I don't know if he sees it. Let's see. It is a
nice.
lot of damage on board. Here we go. No
Oh,
snitching.
yep.
It's going on the Catherine. All right, we racing?
Oh,
I
plus
like
the
me a good
super
race.
hit too.
Yep, he'll be
I
at
forgot
2.
to count that.
Yeah, he'll be at 2. Shogo will be at 2 after this onslaught of attacks. Nope, he'll
No,
be at 1.
1.
He'll be at 1. Oh, this is actually so good because you can get Vindicator or you can get the victory. What does he get? Vindicator's still good because if Vindicator dies, that's game. So Shogo's on the clock now.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty tough. Unless we found like an AOP or something off the draw there for the upcycled. I mean, that's probably got to be game, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't think there's any crazy Tavastar. Nope. Shogo's just gonna
Boom.
concede. Manos gets the win. We are 1-1. Manos, I mean, Shogo's strategy is Earthen. He needs to kill Earthen. So,
Mhm.
like, no matter what, Manos, like, he did get a nice win with the Catherine. You're right. Maybe he just swapped off to just refresh things a little bit, right? Get a good matchup that the Catherine does do well into a rack. That at least that's what I believe. So he got the win there. So it's like, but Shogo doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for Shogo, I guess is my point. He just needs to keep killing Earthen. That's what this thing does.
Well, theoretically, like once he gets to Neve, I know we saw Neve lose earlier
Mhm.
to Earthen, but I feel like still the majority of the time, Neve should be favored. But I will say, I think this is probably the best time in history, like Earthen's chance against Shroud.
I agree. I totally agree. I was gonna say that myself. This is Earthen's best showing so far into Shroud that we've seen. So I think like even if the Iraq wins, the Neve might be scary. But Neve's a good deck. Neve is the tournament deck. Like I wish we had
Yeah.
stats on Paragons during tournaments, but Neve is like I think the go-to Paragon for tournament play. It's just such a good Paragon.
You think I want to agree with you. You think Brand? I feel like we've seen so much Brand over. I was about to say the years. Well, we're 1 year into competitive parallel.
I think
But
it's Neve. I think it was not Neve for a little bit, but once the message went through to like everyone started to see more and more Neve, that it just became the de facto. And like obviously Marco has always been good, I think, in competitive play also, but Marco probably is amongst the most banned parallels. So Neve always gets to play more often than not.
Yeah.
So yeah.
There's just something so strong about like having a turn X, like obviously hers is turn 9 win condition, right? Like she almost always just shuts down the game. Like
Yeah.
Ashio is like sort of a similar concept, but it just takes way too long to get her off. Hippias is, not doesn't end the game the way that Neve does. So she's just consistently like Shroud's got such a, strong package, and then if you can make it to 9 and you've had some like ramp
Yep.
cards in there, she'll just usually seal the deal for you.
Yeah, it's so good. Musters are insanely strong in parallel, and the stronger late game muster there is, the better, right? Because you can just do so much with it. And this one's on demand. You don't have to draw into Neve and do stuff. It's just always there. It's just waiting. It's like, just get me to 9. I know what to do.
Yeah. I think this was actually, I can't remember if it was Shogo or Manos. Just thinking of the Neve list, I was kind of surprised to see. I think there were 3 brands expertise and 2 rummaging researchers. Like, is that too much?
Manos.
Manos, or maybe
Yeah,
it was
but Shogo was 2 brands expertise and 2 rummaging, I think.
yeah.
I like draw. I think that was Shroud's biggest weakness. Like, was that it had good cards, but just couldn't draw effectively. And now you have cards that just let you draw a bunch. It like kind of filled in the crack that Shroud and in particular Neve was missing. Because
Brands
how often was it
expertise.
when you played Shroud that you like ran out of cards, right?
True. Yeah, Brand's expertise has just been such an amazing addition to the class. But I feel like maybe 3 of is enough because do you pay the kickback? Like I feel
Nah.
nah, it's not worth.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like how what's the game like? But like, are you losing? If you're losing, sure. But if
sure.
you're
Yeah,
ever neutral or winning, like, nah, you never pay it.
never give it to him. Yeah, valid. Well, we willed it into existence because we have our Shroud versus Earthen match here.
Yeah, let's see how this goes. Looking at their mulligans, Manos again gets the steward, which is really nice. But Shogo throwing the embedded agent, which is a direct answer to that card. Man, embedded agent is one of the toughest cards to deal with as Earthen at the start because it just handicaps so much. But Manos does have that no snitching, right? So he could just stop it right there.
Worth? Gosh, is that worth it? I mean, I guess it depends on like if the turn 3 like there's not like a moonlit in the hand, so
No, but there's a Primea, so like you can start the
yeah.
defender chain from
Mhm.
going, which is not bad. I mean, agent being snitched is like there. What shroud cards do you snitch? It's like Singularity Steward, Embedded Agent,
Can't
Harf
do that.
maybe.
No, I think this is actually like keeping your Stewie alive. I think that's a
Yeah,
perfect use for it against
yeah.
Shroud. You're definitely right
Otherwise, he
there.
had to play like Primea Conduit turn 1 and just like he loses his shield pod and then he trades in.
Mhm. Looking. You see, do you like developing the Void Trapper here or getting the ramp going?
Um,
Looks
I
like
think I like Trapper. What do you, like? He doesn't have a turn 4 board.
I still love Trapper. One of
I
the
think
best drops.
Trapper's is such a good card.
Such a good
Like,
card.
I think it's underrated.
Yeah, agreed.
Such a good card.
But I suppose he's got the Spectre Attack Craft and now picks up the expertise, so he can find some
Yeah.
other value. But the thing about the Trapper is just like you never like it's just you want to kill it. It's such an annoying unit to
Yep.
deal with.
It is like usually always getting you value, which is why it's
Mhm.
so good. It's so good. I mean, I think people have uh respected it a little less lately because you have brand's expertise. You're like, oh, I get cards to my hand now that I can bank. But the
Mhm.
Trapper just like some of these early Shroud cards, like Embedded Agent and Void Trapper, like that demand responses, or that's got to be good. That's got to be good.
And I think, I mean, maybe it's a little less relevant in Neve because she's got Neve's Dominion, but like you still like Shroud's gonna fall apart if it doesn't have some board presence in the
Mm-hmm.
early game. So if you're, I don't think Brand's expertise is like a replacement for Void Trapper because it doesn't help you control the board. Like you would just get run over.
Yeah.
So
No, that's
uh,
pretty true. I agree with that. And I mean, we saw here that he played the shard on 2, right? So that Spectre attack craft, like there was nothing he could do at 4. So I wonder if like he went Trapper into like next turn shard and expertise. You know what I mean? Like just like
mhm.
you like using your energy, so that's kind of like the line that I was thinking about. But yeah, Manos here could get the Saleya that just kills that Spectre, which
Oh,
is
it's too
kind of
good,
nice.
right? You gotta go
Yeah.
for it. I mean, what's the other play? Like, I just want to
I don't
not,
see another play.
yeah, allow Shroud to get any
Yeah.
cards out
I'm
of this
surprised he's
thing.
keeping another steward. I mean, I guess like maybe he thinks he'll need more ramp anyways, like he's gonna lose one. But I'm interested why he didn't keep the shard.
Sorry, what did he? Yeah, he banked the shard there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with you there. Oh, I love
Gafar's
that card.
Rage.
The
New
best.
card. Okay, Ali, have you gotten this to work? Have you done it? Have you raged your opponent?
Have I cast the card
Yeah,
and
and it
yes,
did good things.
oh, it definitely did good things. I
Okay.
had one game, it didn't quite answer like the entirety of the board, but they were some chonky minions and like one hit went face, but it was still a fantastic like
Okay.
it was good. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's kind of unfortunate that it doesn't get as much play as you want to.
hmm
I find
I'm
find
not
myself
too convinced yet.
yeah.
I think everyone that I've seen so far in this tournament that's ran it is just a one of,
Yep.
but I'm not super convinced yet. Um, I just think like it's not like stuff on board maybe feels a little better, and some people are playing like two formidable, one rage or something.
Mhm.
And I just think formidable is nicer because it gives you a little break, like your units don't die to an attack or something, right? So I
Yeah.
don't know, but
I
I
don't
want to see this card be good.
It's one of those cards that the feel of it, like, I don't know, Gafar's Rage, everybody loves Gafar, even
Yeah.
though he's not always amazing. But yeah, I agree with you. One of my favorite cards from the new set, but isn't quite good enough. But I think a one of is fine.
Yeah,
Um,
that's very fair. Yeah. There's that zero cost life siphon, right? That's a new something new from the patch when your opponent has two or more units.
yep.
I think that's kind of cool to see.
Yeah,
I
we
haven't
didn't
seen it.
really talk too much about that in this broadcast today. Just like some of the differences, like the mulligan, no Naeus, basically, like that's
Yep.
definitely different. Life siphon is now changed. The take it or leave it bank that was relevant, I think, in one of the previous games. I don't think it
Yeah.
cost him the entire game. Maybe it was bullbence, but it certainly was annoying not being able to bank the take it or leave it. So
100%.
yeah.
Yeah, drawing multiple take it or leave it. I mean, it's good in Neve because you can get the Neve out early. But in some decks, it can be crippling. Like there's been games where I have three take it or leave it's in my hand, and I'm just like praying, like, give me a high cost card, give me a highest cost card. And then
Yep.
you don't, and then you draw like three. I'm just sitting with three take it or leave it's in my hand, and I'm like, well, this does not feel like I want it to.
All right, what do you like here? Um,
I wondered, like, do you just keep going wide? You just keep going wide, and then you almost like force like a mega dominion, and then you just go Far's Rage.
yeah, I like going for the researcher here. I think I just want more options, and I
Yep.
think you want to have like a good Terra or, I don't know. I think you just want to find the pressure. Oh no,
Mhm.
okay, not too bad.
I think he
Um,
was kind of cautious of playing the rummaging because that means your Terra Glider loses two cards, right? And until you hit your allocated provisions, which he's already banked one, and I think he's only playing two. If my nerd memory is kicking in like well enough, so then he's only got one left in the deck. So his
yeah.
charges are going to be really, really important whenever he decides to do it.
So on turn, or well, when you have 7 cards to reveal, it's a 50-50 for that Terra, right?
Yes, it's a
Mhm.
50-50. All
Pretty
right, get
good
some
odds.
trades in, hit face, put some pressure. This is a good board. It's a healthy board.
See, how much work can Neve's Dominion do right now? So it could do 5 to the
Yep.
board?
It could wipe
Mhm.
board, wipe
Definitely.
board. But you take 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 damage to face.
Yeah.
You don't let him. I don't think you let him kill here, but just because if he's gonna Dominion, he's gonna take 2 more damage, right?
Yeah.
He lets it
Man, this
through.
is I'm happy the researcher came down to keep getting through the deck here because you really need to rebuild some
Mm-hmm.
pressure and like a wide pressure, right? Because they can just single target erasure things like Nehemiah. So
Yeah.
would you go for a 3 cost on this Terra glider next turn, or is that just
Um.
not good enough? I mean, we'll see what he draws, but
Man, I'm trying to see like what's the line to maximize Gafar's rage.
Oh.
Uh,
Um. Man, it just feels so bad to just play one single, threat.
yeah.
Like I don't think you. I think you got to go for the double on the
No,
Terra.
no, you definitely, yeah, the double is good. I was wondering if you ever formidable hit face for 6, put him at 8, and then try to do some shenanigans there. But you can do that after. It doesn't make sense to do that before. Like, if anything, you formidable like when Neve is about to come out or something. The
Yeah.
Terra Glider is good. Just hopefully hit a good 3-cost unit
And if
and
you
keep it moving.
formidable now, then you
You
don't get the
reset.
lucky top deck of the Titan, the 6.
Oh, yes, yes. The Shield Titan. That's true
Shield
too.
Titan. Yeah, there we go.
Yep, he's going to get a doctor's assistant. No cards to reveal here, but just a stable body, 7 damage. I mean, you just want to chunk away, right? That's all that matters at this point. You just want to keep chunking. If you get to, he has a turn 6 play with like 2 3 costs, and then you just Gafar's Rage and Formidable. Call it a day.
Yeah. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy.
Easier said than done.
Easier said than done. Let's see. What's in the Triumph here? The Terra mech. And then maybe
It's Terramech
I think he banked the no snitching, right?
and just Terramech. I don't think there's any effect. What's in his waist, I guess, is the question. I don't think there's been any effects that he really played.
That's not good enough. We could see a double banish here with the Honored Steward and the
Also,
Erasure.
yeah. Also, I don't think you get Terramech. I think Terra Glider. I think you get the doctor's
You do get the
assistant.
Doctor? Okay.
I don't know actually.
No,
I'm
I
sure
think you're
chat's
right.
gonna tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah. Yell at us. No, I think it is the Doctor. You're correct.
Yeah. I mean, he's at 7, right? So he does have double unit clear if he wants.
Mm-hmm.
Honored Steward, Erasure. Like, this is still looking good for Shogo. I mean, I know we're like trying to do math for Manos here, but Shogo looks like he's kind of chilling. He's just gonna clear this board with Dominion, hold on to his resources, take another 4. This is maybe a little scary decision from Shogo here.
My gosh, he could have. No, that would have been insane. Like
What?
double coin out the 3/4, the Spectre
Yeah,
attack
he
craft.
could maybe double coin Neve. Oh, this is actually very interesting for
Oh,
Manos. Do you not Oh, you can't Terra Glider. None of them are. They're all revealed.
yep. Actually, of course, though. Hold on. 7, Neve could come out. I don't know if the pool is all that big, but half the
Probably
time
like 4 or 5.
you don't even need that big of a Neve,
Mm-mm.
just to apply a lot of pressure. So I wouldn't
Yeah,
be surprised if you see that.
yeah. Manos really wanted a coin here.
Mm-hmm.
He really wanted a coin. If he had coin, that was lethal. Take it or leave it into Caretaker and Rage. Well, we're getting there. I mean, even if Shogo goes for Honored Steward Erasure, you you still have to wait a turn before you can Gafar's Rage. Now this is tough. Manos needs more cards. Needs like another formidable or something. Just close this down.
Are we gonna see Earthen take down Shroud twice in a row?
Maybe. It's
Like,
definitely
what?
doable. Yeah.
What's
Definitely do. I
happening?
mean, but Shogo is like he's got so many effects in hand. All the removal at his disposal. Like, what do you do if you're Manos and he plays and Shogo plays Neve and starts hitting defenders? Right now, you're like pretty behind. So Manos is definitely on a clock here.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like upon second thought, I mean, there's more than enough answers in the hand. At
Hmm
10, like there's no double formidable quite yet, but
Yeah.
you do need to respect that
This is why. This is why
decision.
if Gafar's Rage is formidable in this deck, it would have been better because Manos would be chilling. It's game over.
Wow, you bring up a good point there. Well, there's still 3 copies, right, of formidable.
I think Manos only plays 2. I think he
No.
plays
Oh
2.
man.
Oh, Shogo goes for the Triumph here. I mean, this is just a beefy pool, right? And you get the take it or leave it, so you could just Honored Steward also.
Ooh, I wonder if this is
I
greedy.
don't know if that was the move. That was
Yeah,
kind of greedy.
I think it might be a little
But you
greedy.
just take Caretaker, right? And you're kind of chilling Manos from probably Formidables now. This is probably the turn of Formidable.
Mhm. we got access to 7. So we could get the researcher down
Bank, yeah.
and the formidable.
I think you got to do that. You got to do that. Oh, this is so rough, though. You get your caretaker back, which is kind of nice. You force Shogo to not play Neve. He just keeps controlling, and then you like survive for a turn and rage. I don't know. Like I think you have, yeah. He's definitely needs a formidable, but getting your caretaker back will be nice. Having 2 units and no, sorry, 3 units and formidable is a really good board to see into a Neve that's trying to control you and find an opening to play their own Neve.
Man, I
I
wonder
think this
if
is the
that
move.
I wonder if that turn was the nail. Well, I don't know. I don't know yet. We'll see what winds up happening there. But I was just a little bit worried about Shogo's.
Yeah. Oh, he's going for
Yeah.
Nehemiah. Okay, that is a
Okay.
very interesting decision. I don't know about this. I don't know.
I
Both
mean,
the players' last 2 turns, I'm not gonna lie, have kind of confused me a little. But let's
I
see.
don't know, man. Okay, it
What's he
kind of
looking
sets
for?
up like I guess there's 2 erasures in the hand, so it's not and this Nehemiah is never gonna get through. But with the Gafar's rage in hand, do you think that's why
Is that what
he's
we're
like
going for? We're
trying to
just
give
praying for
him
the
some?
rage.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
It
Yeah.
could be. I don't. Yeah, you just rage big and then formidable. He's trying to finish with formidable, so he's trying to
Yeah.
find an opening to rage. Where we were saying the opposite, where it's like to try to finish off with the rage, he's trying to finish off with formidable.
It seems easier to finish off with formidable, probably.
Probably, yeah.
I
But
just
this is
the
full clear.
downside is going for the formidable. Just it borks your next turn. You know, you
Mm-hmm.
just don't have as much access
Well, that's
to
very true.
options. But yeah, both of these turns are not. I think the first thing that I would have gone for, but it doesn't. It might still be right though. I'm not sure.
Yeah. He's gonna banish here. Oh, he doesn't even banish. Okay, hold up. Hold up.
Hold up. What are you gonna do?
I don't know about no erasure. I think you just glaive, rage, pray.
Wait, hang on a second. If we kill the 4/2, we get our 6,
Caretaker.
right? So
Yeah.
that should do some serious work. I mean, actually, hang on a second. Wouldn't that
Oh, he's
just
gonna rage his
lethal?
caretaker. Is
Yeah,
that game?
I think that's just
Yeah,
lethal.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Gafar's rage. Here we go. Get that damage in. 18 damage. 18 damage on Shogo here. That is going to be enough to lethal. What a flashy way to take this one. That is
Yeah.
flashy. Victor, you don't even see the pings.
I think that one turn was a little too greedy. Like just the double banish might have
Mhm.
worked out.
The Triumph also. The Triumph, I don't know about that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And just like that, Manos has sneaked the Earthen through against Shroud. 2 sets where Earthen has beaten Shroud, right?
Wow. Yes. Oh man, but I feel like there was a mistake there. Like I think that the Manos still could have gotten it with Earthen potentially, but the fact that we didn't see the neat like with the 2 coins or Tiolis in the hand, you know, Neve could come down early. Like I don't know. I think
Yeah.
that it could have gone the other way if.
I think he was a little too conservative.
Yep. Agreed.
Yeah. But this might be it. Like Shogo's plan, target Earthen. This not worked. So now he has to do it's almost the reverse where he is now in like the kind of the hot seat. He has to squeeze a rack into Shroud.
Oof.
Which we haven't seen much done. Like, yes, we've said on a few times, like on this stream, that Earthen is at its best state against Shroud, but that's not the case for Iraq. Iraq still struggles pretty hard.
Yeah. Man, it started so strong with the Lemmy. Like I was
The Lemmy
I
was
was
insanely
really-
clean.
it was very clean, but yeah, like I said though, I really wonder if that last game, I mean, I think some mistakes were made and it could have shifted the whole tides of the series here. So, we'll have to see.
Yeah, this is, I mean, these 2 players going against each other. I mean, we said it in the beginning, but it's like this is a finals like caliber match in terms of these two players. People would not be surprised if they saw them all the way at the end. So them versing each other right away and
Yeah.
like kind of executing their strategies is very, very interesting to see. And I'm sure people have their horse in the race between these two.
Yeah. All right, chat. You're from the future, but type in their your predictions, Shogo versus Manos for this match right here.
This is tough. I mean, I think Shogo just goes Neve again into the mirror and just tries to, you just play it out, whatever. You only have one shot anyways, so do the one that you think you most likely can win, and then you pray that Iraq can get it through. But it's tough. Now it's officially tough.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we should discuss why it's tough for Iraq.
Yeah.
Like one thing that comes to mind is upcycled technology, right? Like you have to, whenever you're playing upcycled with a power play, like you have to kill it right away. You can't just upcycle a unit and leave it on the board because Shroud has access to banish, which just bypasses it, right?
Yeah.
That's one reason, but yeah, Muka, tell us a little bit more. Like what makes this so tough?
I think you hit it right on the head. Like banish stops all the Augencore interactions that you're trying to do with Iraq. It stops salvage. It stops your aftermath abilities. And they have tons of cards that do that, like Neve's Dominion, board wipe, banishes, stops salvage, stops any of these upgrades from proccing. It beats upcycle technology. It beats portable energy bay. And on top of that, all the other banish cards they have, like Augencore normally is like setup deck, wait for opponent to respond, continue doing your combo. But Shroud is like, oh, I see a play waiting for me to do something. I'm just going to override that and then keep doing my thing. And then Iraq is left in this weird situation where they wanted you to kind of like help facilitate their combo, but you outright like just stepped around it. And now you don't know what to do. Like you have to restart again. Like it's always like a setup turn, combo turn, setup turn, combo turn. And if you stop the setups, then it's hard to combo.
Yeah, you could even like, really play around it as the Shroud, right? Like maybe don't play some units to allow the Augencore to trade in, right? And like proc all of their, salvage type of stuff. And then and that's the thing is like Iraq doesn't really have enough pressure in the first half of the game to force the Shroud to not be able to do that, right? Like the Shroud can kind of just sit back and relax, and then Neve is all, turn 9 all of a sudden. So we'll see how it goes.
Yep, this is going to be an interesting one. Shogo's just going straight into the Iraq, running straight into the fire, and just going to try to walk away okay. I mean, he just has to win one match, right? And then it's anyone's game. So why not just try to go for it?
Yep.
All right, let's see what these guys mulligans do. I mean, Ali, I want to ask how you feel about the double mulligan coming to second player.
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing Scipius, and the amount of times like you have your Valerusi standard barrier, but you don't have like your cunning diplomat or cunning Scipion, to combo with it, or another 1-drop, like it is made, at least for the aggro decks, like way more consistent. So is it too good? Like, is it too much of an advantage, Muka, do you think? Or you think
I
it's
don't
just
know.
about
I mean,
right?
I think it's pretty good right now. I don't think it's like a too overpowered or anything like that. Actually, when I first saw it, I didn't think it would be enough, but I think it helps a lot, and I think I am being swayed that it's pretty good.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. Like, this is the first tournament with it, right? So I'm gonna be very curious to kind of see if we ever do get stats going forward. Like, did this change something? And that'll be very interesting to see.
Yeah, but I would think I was in that camp as well. Like, just first player advantage is so significant in the in parallel that like I don't really know if it's gonna do enough. But I mean, I'd be curious to hear sort of a collection of opinions from chat. But it's felt pretty darn good. So
I saw a lot of the community super excited when the patch notes came out. Like they were super hyped, and I think that's enough to be like, okay, let's give it a try and let's see. I liked it so far. It's been kind of cool. It makes some of these decks that maybe not be as consistent are consistent now, so they're okay with like going second a bit more. Take it or leave it is also a really big card that helps when you're going second.
true.
So that helps also.
I wonder. I know the idea of removing the shield pod, I think, has been floated around. So I wonder, like, the combination of take or leave it, second mulligan, like, if, you know, the collective decides that it is too strong, maybe the solution is taking away the pod. But
Maybe, I don't know. I don't think I think there's still too much to take away pod, but we'll see. I just want to note, I think it was interesting that Manos banked his embedded agent instead of like playing it as a counter
yeah,
to the hardlink pilot. That's a bit ballsy. I think he's trying to signal that he can banish hardlinked, but I don't know. Like, and we know Shogo has a second one here, and he's gonna have the backpacks, which is gonna be absolutely crazy to deal with. Manos, I mean, he can still deal with it, right? You just like end up dominioning, but or you just treacherous scheming. You probably just scheming next turn and take away the backpack.
yeah, I suppose so. I agree though. I mean, especially with no banish in the hand as well.
Yeah,
Like sometimes that Stewie just doesn't feel
yeah.
amazing.
Shout out
Uh,
Shogo for the prime variant hardlink pilot. Sorry, I just had to make note of that. I like that a lot.
ooh, you could actually do with the Tioli, the
Ooh,
Dominion,
double
right?
banish. Yeah,
That's pretty.
I like double banish over scheming right now, so I'd say go for it.
Yeah, backpack
Those are
don't
two
matter.
big cards that you want to do, like not have on the board in combo with a portable energy bay or an upcycle technology. You just want that gone. So I think that's really good.
Yeah, backpack doesn't matter if there's no targets for it, right?
Yeah,
So, honestly, I think that just like I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that just ends it. Like,
that's the play, and that ends the game. It for sure makes it a damn hard game for Shogo, because like what, you yawns provisioner next turn and just drop, you're like, oh, you wiped my board and you buffed a lot. Here's here's a 2/2. I'm sure that'll stop you. Yep,
yeah,
he's going for it.
like I think it's already an unfortunate matchup for the Iraq that
Oh,
if you're
is that a
playing,
rummaging? It's a
oh my
rummaging.
gosh,
He
wow,
doesn't do it. Okay, he's opting not to do it. Maybe he is trying to make Shogo fall for the bait, and he's letting him put the backpack on.
okay, maybe
I
that's
don't
really good
know,
IQ
but I
here.
like your play. I thought your play was good. I thought that was kind of like the play, but maybe that's the secret sauce, and we're not seeing it.
Here's the no, I think Manos is right because what what's the punish, right? Like if the plan is
Yeah,
backpack, it's not
yeah,
going to trigger when it gets banished.
very
He
true.
eats a whole extra card. Your Stewie is still protected um behind the pod here. You
But it'll
get to
die because if Shogo attacks Pod
oh,
and then
that's
attacks
true.
Steward, then it dies. Unless there might be, okay, new patch means sometimes new order of operations. So maybe something happens with Dominion that we don't expect. Is maybe that could be a thing.
Here's the thing though. I I honestly don't even know how much it matters. Even if the Stewie does die here, it's still such
Yeah,
an
you're way
amazing
ahead. You're way
position.
ahead. Yeah.
Like, it probably doesn't matter too much.
Yeah,
And then just
super
giving
super ahead.
yourself more options with the yeah, rummager. Um, yeah. I wonder if he will poke into this. Oh well, why wouldn't you poke into the
No.
Stewie? Yeah.
You hit face or you poke?
Or I was
You
gonna
hit
say, do you
rummaging.
trade?
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
No, you definitely don't trade. This is way worse. No, okay, because
No, you do, right? Because
no, because like you put it on the hardling pilot, you put nanobot on the hardling pilot, and then he's just gonna like proc it again. And yes, he takes a ton of life from Dominion, but okay, no, now it doesn't matter because like he's like this steward is gonna be massive. This is an absolutely massive steward.
yeah.
This is
No,
like
you're
steward
right.
nightmares are made from. This is like
No, you're so right. I
nightmare
guess
on
I'll put
Shroud
that on
Street.
the yeah. Nightmare on Shroud Street. That's a new one. Love that.
This is gonna be, this is a chat. Get look at this screen and pay attention because you're not gonna see this very often. You
no,
are
you're.
about to see magic, and this is
Oh,
going to be absolutely terrifying. Here we go. Let's
let's
count
do it.
together.
Wait, hang on a second.
He
Okay, yeah.
just hits concede. He just
Yeah,
hits concede.
easy
Shogo
game.
sees that, and that's it. Manos takes the set. He is moving on against bullbence, and that's it. Manos the victor there. There we go. We have 2 people guaranteed for the semifinals for tomorrow. Manos takes out Shogo, 2 giants in parallel. That was anybody's set. That could have gone either way. But congratulations to Manos.
Manos is locked in. Yeah, no, that was a great set. And I will say, like the Earthen versus Shroud, that was the opportunity there for Shogo to take it, and didn't get there, unfortunately. But
Yeah, that
fortunately for
was
Manos.
amazing match, man. Like it ended faster than we expected, and it was like I was waiting for that Neve's Dominion like to make that Stewie much bigger than than it's gonna be. Like he will be expecting a huge hit from that Stewie, but I think he knows, and everybody knows that that was a well-deserved win for Manos. That was
Yeah.
a rocky start from the first match, and looking at this short recap, we had Lemmy versus Nehemiah from Shogo winning with Lemmy. Yeah, that was a good win for Shogo. Good start, but then again, it gets rocky after Kathy was being used by Manos, and he did a masterclass of sorts on how he plays Kathy in against the Arak of Shogo and wins with Kathy. And the third match, again, we were expecting a possible win for Neve, but then again, another Nehemiah wins against Neve with Manos piloting this deck, and that Gafar's Rage actually was Chef's Kiss, or rather, an icing on the finish, and another one with the Neve for Manos finishing this off. And man, favorite portions of the match. What do you think? Let's start with Muka. What was your favorite highlight
Favorite
during that match?
highlight?
Mhm.
Man, I don't know. That Dominion looks so clean. We didn't get to see it. I think the Earthen Shroud match is like a really was good one.
Mhm.
I don't know. I think people will debate that match going back, like what could have happened, were there some decision to be made. But I like that we got to see Gafar's Rage. Like I like that we got to see certain interactions we don't normally see, right? So it was cool to see the Gafar's Rage go off and stuff. So that's probably my favorite moment.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
a great start as well. Like for like 2-0, like Nehemiah versus Neve. We already have a
Yeah.
good sample size during this tournament, so it's not necessarily like the advantage towards Neve. How about you, Ali?
Yeah, Muka, you stole my answer, but definitely the Gafar's Rage, because you were like sus, and like I think it's fair to still be sus of the card, but it was
Yeah.
satisfying, going back and forth on like, him Manos trying to finish it with either the Formidable Presence or the Gafar's Rage, and we got to see it come down. So it was just exciting. It's one of my favorite cards from Aftermath. So yeah, that was my favorite moment as well.
Yeah, that was amazing, man. Like I was like looking at all these interactions and like new aftermath cards taking the scene during the parallel majors too. And with that, guys, we're gonna be saying goodbye for now for Ali and Muka. They're gonna be taking a short break, and let's look at the bracket right now to get an update to which guys are gonna be facing over the next match. But let's see, of course, a short recap. We have bullbence going against a very fat cat in the previous match, getting a 3-2, moving forward towards the next match. And Manos going with a 3-1 against Shogo. And Manos is going to be moving forward, and he is going to be facing bullbence over at the next round. But for this match, which we will be casting in the next few moments, will be dmoney versus Mystery. Now, of course, dmoney has been on the chat as well, showing his support for the action that has been happening over at the Parallel TCG Twitch stream, and you might see him quite perform over at this top 8 match. But Mystery remains to be one of the possible dark horses, as he mains Shroud. So let's see how he will be performing. But let's look at our next set of casters for today. This is going to be Sir Kinto and Free Tip Scout. Are you here, guys? Let's see. Oh, there you go. So fast. I think you just came from the singularity. What a quick switch. Like, here at the broadcast, we are magicians. We just switch casters just like that, like the flip of a switch. And welcome back, Free Tip Scout and Kinto. Guys, have you had a good rest while watching those matches?
Yeah,
Free tip.
absolutely. It's been really good watching them. Yeah, really good. I mean, it's been good, but it's also, as a Shroudy, it's been a little bit sad as well to see, Shroud coming off the worst against Earthen. But at the same time, I really love to see that Earthen is doing well now at these tournaments, because I think for a long time, Earthen has been brought, but maybe it's not been super strong, and kind of in the ladder as well, Earthen's often struggled. I'm telling you now, Earthen's decent. Earthen, I think, has actually been one of those decks out of all of them that has probably benefited the most from the Aftermath set. And we are seeing it now, where if you are bringing a Shroud deck to face Earthen, it's not like a clear cut you're going to win. It's getting close to 50-50. So it's good to see. Yeah. And the games have been great. Manos, fantastic competitor. And Shogo, also really good. He's done so good at these tournaments. And he, unfortunately for him, he couldn't get any further, but he done well to get here. And he just got beaten by a better man on the day. So I'm enjoying it. Really good. Yeah.
Yeah, man. How about you, Kinto? What part of that previous match did you enjoy? Oh, you're muted.
You're
Let's
muted.
let's get him back from the singularity. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry.
There you go.
He was
Yeah,
silenced. He was snitched.
Snitched. Yeah, no,
No
snitch.
snitching on Quinto. Yeah, I mean, it was a classic Nif's Dominion on this big Iraq board. I was actually saying in the caster chat that there was no way for Iraq to beat Nif, because Nif is the greatest counter. It seems that the strategy that Muka was talking about for Shogo didn't work out, because it was targeting Earthen, and in the end, it depended on him going against Nif, which was it's like the counter to Iraq. So I mean,
Yeah.
it was pretty much decided at the end.
Yeah, very, very much decided at the end. And of course, a good performance for Manos for moving forward. But let's move on to the next match. It's going to be dmoney going against his opponent, Mystery. So let's start with the decks right now. Let's look at dmoney's decks right now. Here we go. Okay, going in with the dmoney. That's a nice profile picture right there. Like, going in with the short salute for dmoney. Starting in with the Markolian deck. Let's start with a short breakdown coming from Free Tip Scout.
Yeah, I agree. I love that picture from dmoney. He looks super cool, doesn't he? He really does. He looks looks like a fly guy. But yeah, this is a cool deck. Again, we see a lot of similarities between the decks that people are bringing. And we can see some similarities here from the Cathy decks that we saw earlier played today. We've got the Logistics Mastery again. Again, a fantastic relic, very strong. It's a legendary. If you can get it down, you can really start to wreck the opponent. But what I really like about this deck is the fact that we've got the Catherine's Expertise in here. We've got 2 copies of it. And this is a really powerful card to combo with the Logistics Mastery, because you can then start to hit for a significant amount of damage if you can play that with Mastery on the board. So this is very much kind of like a Cathy burn deck that has been evolved and powered a bit more through some of the Aftermath cards. So you don't want to let this deck get too much of a momentum. It doesn't really rely too much on board presence, but if they develop a board and they can still hit you for damage directly, it's going to be really, really tough. So solid deck from dmoney here.
Solid deck indeed from dmoney with this Cathy burn deck, but let's see what he still has with the next deck. And it's a Neve deck. Well, I'm seeing some familiar cards that have been used by the previous players, but let's hear what Kinto has to say with that short recap of this deck.
Yeah, pretty much what we have been seeing here, adding the 2 collateral damages, I guess, to counter some, like anything that comes up from Cathy, Earthen, or CP, if he intends not to bank CP. Eclipse Fate once again. Like, this is really similar to what we have been seeing, and the Engine Whisperers once again, which have been nerfed recently. The 3 Take It or Leave It's also interesting in this situation, but overall pretty standard.
Yep. I'm actually interested as to the 3 Take It or Leave It's as well, but it might be a brick. But let's see how dmoney will be using it over the next matches. But let's look at the next deck that he is gonna be playing is Skippy. Skippy is here yet again with the high density genetic replicator. This is it looks like a, how do you say this, a standard Skippy deck. Do you see anything different right now, free tip?
Yeah, this is literally that deck where it's like go wide and go wide as fast as you can, and then just get everything buffed up. The fact he's added, he's got 1 kill box in here, and 3 triumphs. It's really just about trying to get a huge board overwhelm. We've got, a couple of interesting cards in here. For example, the Convergent Princept is kind of in there just so that it's nice and cheap to get down, and you can get it nice and buffed. I don't really like that card, if I'm honest with you, the Convergent Princept, but I think that when you pair that card up in a Sippy deck with the Replicator, that kind of, for me, slightly insignificant card can then become quite significant because it's then becoming a lot stronger, a lot bigger very early on. We've got 1 Saboteur in here, so dmoney's obviously, we saw in his other deck as well, his Neve deck, that he had 2 collateral damages. So I really like that he's not just thinking about, going hard and just being the aggressor. He's also thinking about, I need to have a way to remove relics, because relics are quite important in the game. So yeah, good deck, go wide, go fast, 2 Master Poisons in there as well, so he can just try and control things, especially against Earthen. Solid.
Yeah, very solid deck indeed. And I'm especially interested with the Radiant Legion, which has clone charge if you do create that many 1/1 Cataric Iterants. So that means like you're gonna get a wider board as well. So there's not just the Convergence and Tourists to make a wider board. We have another card that may make it much wider. But yeah, let's see what dmoney will be carrying. Okay, it's another Nehemiah deck. Okay, so but I'm seeing some Altar of Gaius. How is this different from the other Nehemiah decks, Kinto?
Yeah, we see the Grove Guardian here. Interesting addition. That means he's also playing the 3 Aurora Fungi because he's relying on buffing early his units. The Armor Support Vehicle, also another card that's really great. I would say Nehemiah might be a bit too slow in the early games if facing something like CP or even Markolian, but overall really good if you manage to play it early and quick enough. Also, the 2 Relic Repurposing, 2 Take It or Leave It, and 1 No Snitching, and two Snow Snitching. I mean, overall a pretty standard Earthen deck, and as you said, the Altar of Gaia to get those flourish and heal up.
Yeah, I'm really liking this heal up initiative coming from dmoney, but of course this is gonna be interesting because we're gonna be looking at the different decks that Mystery is gonna be showing us. Let's look at this first deck. It's gonna be Neve with of course some interesting 3 offs from this deck, and let's look at the opinions of Free Tip Scout on this deck that Mystery is gonna be carrying.
Yeah, cool. So already initially, we can see that he's running 3 brands expertise. Now, this is kind of interesting for me because I've been running 2 myself in my decks, and I was talking to people on my stream. They were very much of the opinion that it's such a good card that if you can run 3, run 3. Gives you so much good card draw. And you can actually see as well that he's got Rummaging Researcher in there too. I think that Rummaging Researcher has the potential to be replacing a card like the Spectre Attack Craft, which you would ordinarily use as a unit to get card draw in Shroud. The problem with that is that you often need it to survive and then attack to get the card draw, whereas with Rummaging Researcher, you just play it, you can charge immediately and get card draw. So we're seeing more of that transition to getting Rummaging Researcher in there. It's nice to see Embedded Agent actually being used at this tournament. I personally don't really feel like it's that great anymore now that it's got the shield removed. I just feel like it's too easy to remove. But it is interesting to see that players are still playing it and bringing it and seeing value in it. So I do like this deck a lot. I think it's got a lot of card draw. It's got a lot of removal, and it should do well. I mean, I'm interested to see how this does against Earthen. If we get an Earthen 3-0 against Shroud, I'll probably have to leave the broadcast and cry. But yeah, good deck, overall deck. Yeah, I'm interested.
Yeah,
in it.
I like the rummaging researcher tech right there, and I think this also replaces the power instructor. But I think there's more freedom in power instructor down the line. But let's see how this goes. So with Mystery's pick, let's go with the next deck that Mystery is gonna be playing. And of course, while we're waiting for the deck to switch up and see what he is gonna be playing, guys. If you like the stream, don't forget to share it, and of course type in who you think will be winning this match. Is it dmoney or Mystery? And look at this next deck. This is another Kathy deck, and it looks like it's different from the one that dmoney has been carrying, which is more burn heavy. What do you think about this deck, Kinto?
Yeah, as we can see here, once again, the Vindicator, Rapid Assault Vehicle, really powerful card. As we've been talking about, also including the Memento. It's another card that we have not seen so much in the Cathy decks lately, but overall pretty solid, since actually Cathy is going to be sacrificing units like the Slinger, the Trooper. We also see here the Alvaro Interrogator for Mystery in that Cathy deck, but the rest, it seems that once again 3 Snow Snitching and 3 Take It or Leave It also as pretty much everyone has been running this. So really good list. I like it. I like the Memento edition overall. Let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, I want to see how it plays out as well, with especially with the no snitching going to Cathy, the Mad General. So the question is right now, will Cathy be no longer mad after you play no snitching on Cathy as she goes space? So let's look at the next deck that will be coming from Mystery. Okay, Scipius. Okay, yeah, it looks very similar to the box that dmoney has used. But do you see anything different right now, Preetip?
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's very similar, isn't it? Even the number of card
Princeps,
copies that they've
yeah.
got. For example, there's 1 Kill Box, dmoney had that. There's 2 Master Poisoners, dmoney had the same. 1 Radiant Legion, 1 Saboteur. It's almost like a carbon copy of it. Yeah, crazy. So it's interesting to see players thinking the same, right? Because these are top players. They spend a lot of time testing out the decks, and they've clearly looked at what is the best kind of build, and they've both sort of settled on this. And so it's a good indicator that some of these cards, if you guys are watching at home, you're thinking about building a Sippy, try and take some inspiration from this, because they are really quite well built decks, and they offer pain points for your opponents at every energy level. They go wide, they get buffed big, they've got great powerful triumphs to bring the units back. They've got some interesting removals here as well, you know, with the take it or sorry, not with the take it or leave it. They've got some interesting removals with the Master Poisoner, good ways to buff on energy with take it or leave it, and of course the Replicator, which, you know, I mentioned earlier, is just for me one of the best aftermath cards that's been released. It's so powerful. I don't know whether it's going to be nerfed in the future or not. I guess we'll have to see how much Sippy is dominant, but fantastic deck, very similar to dmoney. So if they get a mirror, it really will come down to who gets the better draw and who makes the better decisions.
That's right. Great minds think alike. And high density genetic replicator, actually, it has gone through one patching. Like it survived one patching. So
yeah,
possibly it's still gonna be maintaining its stats down the line. So let's see how well it does over at the next patches. Oh, and we have one more deck for Mystery, and it's going to be a Nehemiah deck. And okay, this looks interesting. There are like some relics here with allocated provisions and one paid off here. I want to see how this works. Can you explain to us, Kinto, what do you think about this deck?
Yeah, overall pretty standard. We see like this is a list that's really similar to what was been played before. Really interesting to see hold the line there. A card that you can bank, and if revealed, you can play it. Really good for Nehemiah to give defender to anything that you want. Really, we also see the paid off. Which you can get, like if playing the mirror, for example. I've seen people that can play this early get a Terra Mech Shield Titan, for example, from the other Nehemiah. We see also one Cleanse the Earth, another card that's interesting in a situation where you just need to in the beginning might just need to return something that is key to the hand. The 2 provoked caretakers and the 3 Romain researchers is what I see that's interesting here once again. Really nice. And the stabilized shard also would say that's these are the tech cards that are quite different.
Yeah, you don't usually see a stabilized shard for Nehemiah. It's the work of Steward of the Garden. Like, it's giving it a run for its money. But of course, guys, no more ban predictions for you because we are going to have the bans already live between
Here we go.
dmoney and Misery. Oh, no surprise. Double Skippy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Dudes,
funny.
what do you
That
think about this, man?
Yeah, it's actually quite funny that they both decided to ban Sippy when both of their Sippy decks are pretty much the same, right? You can tell these guys are really thinking on the same lines. No surprises there. When you look at their Sippy decks, they are kind of a nightmare to deal with. It would have been interesting maybe if one of them thought, you know what, I reckon that my Neve with all the Dominions can deal with it. But sometimes that's quite risky because if you don't get the Dominions as Neve, you are going to get run over quite quickly by how wide and how fast and buff they get. So I think it was the smart, safe play from both of them just to say, you know what, let's not take a gamble here. You know, there's a lot of money at stake, reputation. Let's just get Sippy out of the way, and we're just going to go up against each other with, with the other decks. And I guess here we go.
All right. With that, guys, we'll be passing it over to our casters, Free Tip Scout and Kinto. Take it away.
All right. So we can see the first game. We've got dmoney going up against Mystery, and dmoney is the Earthen, and Mystery is the Cathy. So we've got dmoney who's going to have a double mulligan opportunity here. This is the brand new feature in the game, which is being well received by so many in the game. I think it's a great feature. It gives dmoney 2 opportunities to try and perfect an opening hand, or at least optimize his opening hand so he gets the best possible start. And it's a nice way to counter the inequity of kind of going second, almost, you know, trying to sort of counter the fact that you're a little bit on the back foot. So Mystery's already done his mulligan. What does dmoney get? Let's have a little look. Oh, he does get a Stewie, Quinto. So he gets that all-important Steward of the Garden, but doesn't technically have a decent 3-drop, although he could, of course, play Premier Conduit. So pretty good. And a decent hand also from Mystery there.
Yeah, I think this is a really good hand for dmoney in terms of Earthen, in the sense that he has all the initial cards that you want to see. You see the Grove Guardian paired up with the Aurora Fungi. You see the virulent spores in case of anything going south. You see the Crimea Conduit, which is also a nice card to have against Markolian, because it can become really powerful in the sense that widen the board. There's not much that Marco can do about it. If, for example, a determined assault if you play it early. And even for example, if Mystery plays the no snitching here on the Stewie, as he's gonna do, the Aurora Fungi will just play the Aurora Fungi on the Stewie, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, so you think that he'll just make good use of the unit on the board to try and remove a unit, and then just go from there on the second turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always feel like if your unit, especially like a Stewie, because this is a steward of the garden, in Shroud, of course, you've got the singularity stewards. I always feel like if your 0/3 unit gets snitched, it's like, well, it's a dead unit, right? It's a dead on the board unit. So what do you do to kind of still get some value out of it? And usually for Shroud, if you get an opportunity, sometimes you can banish it, send it back into your singularity, it resets it. For Earthen, one of the great ways to still get value out of it is, of course, as you say, to put the fungi on it, which is what he's doing, and he'll be able to now kill the trigger happy trooper. So I love it, man. I think it's a really good play. And you called it, Quinto. You're in the minds of these players today, aren't you, my man?
I mean, it's pretty standard what is going on here. I think that, for example, in this situation for Mystery, the best course of action would be to just drop that Kathy early on, but he is thinking about banking the victory. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Seems
We
that
haven't
he wants to
seen-
combo, use the trigger happy trooper for some combo making later on.
God, getting Kathy going already. Look at that.
Yeah.
That's so aggressive, isn't it? Getting Kathy on the board when you've got 3 energy. I love it. I love it, but I would hate to be in dmoney's position where you've got this big unit now that's just going to be slamming you in for damage. Plus also the Bannerman that can keep getting buffed up because, Mystery's got a PS8 in his hand. Really good start from him. So this is an important turn for dmoney. What do you think he does here?
Right now, there's not many options for dmoney, to be honest. Ideally, you want to play that Aurora Fungi and exactly, Grove Guardian and an Aurora Fungi, because the Moonlit at this point is a bit underwhelming. You don't need the heal, and actually the next turns are probably gonna be Nehemiah and then Soleya. And now we see a powerful combo for Mystery if he doesn't draw the Estelles with that Machinist. This is gonna really set him up later on. He's thinking, what should he do here?
Yeah. I mean, it's tempting, isn't it? It's tempting in a way to get another trigger happy trooper down, do a PSA, buff the Bannerman, but at the same time, you've got an opportunity here to play the Machinist, and then also potentially play another unit on the same turn that then gets a buff. But it's the glaive. So
Yeah,
you won't
he's
be
like,
able to play.
like,
Yeah.
like
that
what
didn't really
were
work
the
out,
odds?
did
I
it?
was saying, like, what were the odds? Look at him
Yeah.
laughing, like, dude, no way.
Yeah.
He has to hit that Grove Guardian to
Ooh,
Kathy,
okay.
which is bad.
That's
It's
nice.
the worst possible.
You think? I think that's actually...
For Mystery, it was bad. I mean, when he gets a Snow Snitch in Mystery at this point, that's super good for him. Because if dmoney wants to play now Nehemiah, there's an easy answer.
I actually thought that the Grove Guardian hitting the Kathy there was not too bad, because if the
For
Kathy
Mystery?
had then hit, well, if the Kathy had then hit the Grove Guardian, then of course it's gone, right? The Kathy's then removed. So I thought, it was actually not for Mystery, but I thought for dmoney, I thought that would
No,
have
for
probably worked
dmoney,
out quite
it
nicely.
was perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, for dmoney, it's perfect. Yeah, I think this is gonna be this is a top spot either way for Mystery. If dmoney gets it going, like gets some heals going and stuff. Definitely there's an option here for dmoney to play the Altar of Gaia and use the Aurora Fungi in a situation where he's gonna be like this big unit.
Yeah.
This is gonna be a bit difficult to remove now from Mystery's perspective.
Oh,
even more so
nice.
now with this, getting the heals up.
Cool. All good play, I think. Pretty close game so far, even though dmoney's down to 17 health. I think it's been fairly close. They've both got 3 cards in their hand. You can see that Mystery's got a snitching, which isn't really that useful, to be fair, at this point. Got the glaive, though, which is very useful, just to kind of keep applying the pressure. He's snitching.
Wow. He used the no snitching.
Wow.
Grove Guardian. I think that was too, how do you call it?
Too greedy, too aggressive, too impulsive.
Too impulsive, I would say. Too
Yeah.
impulsive.
Yeah.
There was
He's
no
kind of
reason to
just
do that.
yeah. He was almost keen just to get the bannerman buffed up. So he kind of was like, well, I'll just snitch just to get the bannerman, but I don't know whether he really needed to do that. But the bannerman has survived, at least, so maybe it has worked out slightly. I don't think I would have necessarily done it though. He has got though. To be fair, we have to mention this. He has a 3/7 glaive on the board,
Yeah.
and dmoney's down to 16 health, and you could just see there that dmoney was a little bit stressed and vexed. He was thinking, okay, right, I need to make a really good decision here to stop some of this direct damage coming at me, because at the moment there's 9 damage on the board, and he can't really afford to take any more. So this is good play. Play the Solaire. It's going to be able to attack the Bannerman. It doesn't take any damage. It gets armed, and it just removes a big threat, because the 5 on the board was just too much. You couldn't take 9 damage directly to the face. So I think it was okay.
I mean, either way, it was kind of a nice play from Mystery, in the sense that he wanted that Bannerman to survive, and really forced dmoney in the sense that, okay, I play this now, but then he won't be able to play. Like I play as no snitching now, but then he won't be able to play Nehemiah because it's gonna be an easy removal for Mystery. So that was good. Definitely the Soleia was bad for this strategy.
What is it today with the Catherine's Rally Cry and the double gunslingers?
The double
We saw it
gunslingers, yeah.
earlier, yeah, and we're seeing it again now. Not especially useful for Mystery. That being said, he does have the board advantage with the cards, and he's got health advantage. So, you know, if it was the other way around, and he was at 15 health, you'd be saying, okay, God, I'm cursing the gods because I didn't want that. But it's not too bad. And he plays the Fleet Machinist too. He's able to get a Vindicator, but he hadn't banked. He has to bank it. The pressure's still on here, but we can see that dmoney. Oh, dmoney has the spores.
This is gonna be bad here. It's like,
dear.
The sad thing is that dmoney can't bank the take it or leave it. However,
no.
A spores here is just
He could spores, and then he could play the.
He could play Nehemiah here, take it or leave it, and has that Altar of Gaia charged up for Terrak and trigger 2 units. This is over for Mystery, in my opinion.
It's big. That was a big play, because dmoney needed that. He needed a swing. He was at 14. The pressure was all on, and wow, look at that. I mean, that's fantastic. The board is pretty much going to be removed, all apart from the glaive. But then the glaive can't get through the Nehemiah, and all Mystery's got is a PS8 in his hand right now. So all that hard work to be the aggressor, to push for damage to the face. Sometimes if you push and you don't quite get it done, you can end up being in this situation where you are out of resources and you don't have enough to get it won, and then your opponent can then start to swing it round. And we could see this now, because he can play the Terror, and then he can start to heal on the Terror, trigger the Flourish, and then, wow, it's going to be out of control, isn't it, Quinto? Surely.
Yeah, he's going to get out of range, for example, from that Artillery Volley. This is pretty easy now for dmoney.
Yeah. Do you think... Yeah, sorry, after you.
No, I don't see how, like, even with that Tribe of Mars getting like the absolute best at this point, he's just gonna concede.
He's gonna
like,
concede.
No.
Yeah.
Like, that's an annoyed hand. And look at that. He's like, yes. dmoney is like, yes.
Yeah. He's gonna concede, isn't he? I'm sure. He's gone to the top right. Has he not done it? He's not conceded. Okay. I think
he's getting another unit and then buffing everything like a maniac.
Oh, and the unit he gets is the bulwark as well. Wow, what a great unit to get. Brilliant. Put that in the middle. Oh, lovely. And he can trigger the flourish. Trigger this again. This is big game
Yeah.
over, I think, guys.
I think that there's still a chance here for Mystery, but that Terraglider next and the Wong, like look at that. The
What's
only
he gonna
chance for
need, though,
Mystery
to
here
do
was like
this?
a Wong. He needed to get a Wong that buff itself for 3,
Yeah.
and then use Artillery Volley to remove everything, and that was it. He could have removed the whole
He can't do anything.
the whole board, but
Yeah.
I mean that was like even that was a bit
dmoney loving it.
a bit underwhelming, because that would have
Yeah.
been next turn it was a Terra Glider, probably with a Terra or or a Sun Crusher or a Tane even.
Yeah.
So
I f-
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like when when your board gets wiped, and then the very next turn, like your board gets wiped, and then all you've got is one card in your hand, which is like a PSA, and then the very next turn, your opponent plays a Terra, which is in addition to already having a Nehemiah on the board, and then has the Altar of Gaia to be able to trigger the Flourish again. You're like, okay, that's a game for you then, isn't it? There's almost no way back from that. And I was trying to think of what cards Mystery might have in his Marco deck to board clear. He had the Sendrillion, but it wouldn't have been enough, right, to have board cleared. So yeah, fantastic play from dmoney. I thought that dmoney was under a lot of pressure there, and he had to withhold and bear it. But then eventually, Mystery kind of almost ran out of steam, and dmoney was just able to find that opening to strike back. And boy, did he strike back well and end it. Amazing. Good start to the game here. So, Quinto, next game. Your dmoney you've just won with Earthen. What we thinking next for dmoney, and what we thinking for Mystery?
I would say like I think dmoney goes with the Shroud maybe, and Mystery tries again with Earthen. Someone is gonna do it. Someone's gonna try again. Like it's gonna try to win with the same parallel that they lost. Someone's gonna do it today.
Ooh, okay. So you were right about dmoney. You're
Yeah.
right that he did go to Shroud, and then Mystery's gone for Kathy. Ooh, I'm still really curious on this matchup, because I like before the patch, Shroud was awful. Shroud was absolutely awful against Kathy. It was shocking. You'd go in and it was a losing battle. After the patch, Kathy is nowhere near as strong, although she is still strong. But Neve and Shroud in particular have got a little bit better at dealing with Kathy. So I think a lot of this depends on the cards you get early on, because if you're Shroud, and if you allow Kathy to start getting that ramp, you can of course Dominion it, but then you are going to need some follow-up after the Dominion. So we can see that dmoney has the Dominion. It looks like he's wanting to keep it, along with the Singularity Student and the Void Trapper. He is going to redraw it. Okay, fine. I think that's good. You don't necessarily need the Dominion early on, and he's got some good units to play, plus he's got a brand expertise. And for Mystery's got two no snitches, which is going to be brutal for dmoney. Because dmoney, his 0-3 Singularity Stewards could just end up being pretty worthless with these no snitchings. Banking one.
Yeah, interesting that Mystery gets the Harf. That's really good in terms like even no snitching right away on the steward to block him off for whatever he wants to do. But gets that other Stewie and the Life Siphon at this point. Definitely Brand's expertise is gonna play a role here soon, even with the Harf, most likely. For dmoney, it's he will have to hold on to that Brand's expertise.
Do you think he has to bank the Void Trapper here? Because he's going first. He could, I mean, he's not going to play the Void Trapper next, because I think technically he could play the Stewie, then the Siphon, and then let's see. I think this is fine. I would do the same, because I'd want to be keeping the pressure up with units going first here. And even though it is going to put him a little bit short in hand, I think the Void Trapper can give you some cards that you can decide to play or bank. So I think this is okay for the time being. You would have kept the brand's expertise then, Quinto, right?
Yeah, I mean, just to get more resources, but I do get the point. Like, there's one Singularity Steward already cooked, so definitely prioritizing more units on the board against Marco is imperative. But we see that Mystery has this. Ooh, dmoney gets the Eclipse Fate. If he manages to play that on the Vindicator, it's gonna be absolutely devastating for Mystery.
He's got a decision here to make because he's a little bit too far away from being able to play it right because of the half. He doesn't have a way to kill the half at the moment. So he could decide to bank the Trapper, play the Singularity Steward, then the next turn he knows that there's probably going to be a Vindicator coming down because the Machinist was played, it's called it in. He could potentially like go Shard into Eclipse Fate, and then that would put him in a really decent position. I'd be really considering that. Because the Void Trapper, the Void Trapper's not going to help him realistically to deal with the next wave of units. Yeah, I think this is the right play. Just accept that you're not going to be able to keep the board momentum going and just try and deal with what's coming because you know you're going to get this Vindicator and you've got an Eclipse Fate in your hand. You won't be able to play it unless you get extra energy from the Singularity, the Stabilized Shard. So love it. Think it's a good play.
Yeah, here it comes.
Yeah,
Here
this is
comes
going
the
to be brilliant.
cook.
Oh, look at D-Money inside must be thinking, brilliant. Go on, bring it on.
Yeah.
Bring it on.
He's like,
Because I can
yes.
Eclipse Fate you. Yeah. We
Yes.
can't. I feel like he's deliberately like hiding a little smirk there, a little smile. He must be loving this right now.
Yeah, he has been the most expressive of all the players we have seen for sure.
Yeah. So this should be a relatively straightforward decision for D-Money, depending on what he gets next. But the last turn, he basically played a card to set him up to be able to play the 5 cost in his hand, which is the Eclipse Fate. And he wants to really be able to Eclipse Fate the 4/4 on the board on the opponent's side. That will remove that on the board, send it to his Singularity, and it will also banish and remove to his Singularity other cards in the player's hand and in the deck. So it's like a super powerful spell effect, and we're probably going to see it right now. And the other thing as well is it's actually going to buff the Singularity Steward as well. So he doesn't even need to lose a Singularity Steward here. He can keep it alive.
Yeah, for sure. So he's doing it. Like this was programmed.
Yep. Here we go. This is going to be brilliant. Here we go. So that's gone.
So
the one in his hand is gone.
No, it doesn't.
No, just one banish.
Just one banish, yeah.
But there we go. And he's able to remove the half as well. Keeps his Stewie alive for one extra turn. It will probably get killed now, but I think that was really good. But look at the hand of Mystery.
Yeah, Mystery still has a bunch. Like he's gonna still has a lot going here. He's gonna be able to replenish his board practically easy, I would say.
I mean, how many does he have? He's got another vehicle though, hasn't he? He's got
the Stealth and the Victory. There's the one that's left in his deck. Yeah.
So he could play the Crimson Fleet.
I don't know if keeping Memento here is a good idea, to be honest.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, I agree.
This is his chance to populate the board, just clear whatever D-Money can come up with, and that's it. Like he can even play Cathy at this point just to save up units.
Yeah, he could easily drop the Cathy here, couldn't he? If he wanted to. He's not really in a position where he's, short of resources. D-Money needs to try and find a way to refill his hand a little bit and give himself more options. this is probably where, as you mentioned earlier, keeping the brand's expertise would have been useful. He does get. Wow,
This is a
he
nice
does
turn for
get.
dmoney.
Yeah, he
If he gets
gets
an
the.
erasure, if he plays the
Yeah,
Baron against an erasure from that treasure scheming, for example, it's gonna be a huge tempo swing.
even if he doesn't get the erasure, but it just triggers a rally cry, it then just means that like your units then have a better chance of trying to block Kathy's attack, right? Because you've got more there for her to attack. So let's see, does he get the erasure?
Give me that
What does he take here?
Stealth, obviously,
Yeah.
because that will be an enormous turn for Mystery next.
Yeah. Oh, it triggers the spores, which is not really ideal.
No.
No. This is
The
why
worst.
the Baron. The Baron is back
worst.
at it again.
Yeah.
Backstabbing you.
Backstabbing you with a violence.
Typical Baron behavior that.
Yeah.
You need him to do something great and he's like, you know what, I'm just gonna kill myself through spores. So yeah, we can see dmoney's just trying to figure out what he needs to do here next. There's not really much. He hasn't banked though, has he? I don't think he's banked. He hasn't banked. So he's trying to figure out, do I bank the glaive? He has to bank the siphon, but then if he uses the siphon, the Cathy dies a bit quicker. He banks
He
the
didn't
glaive.
want that glaive. I mean, I would think like even if taking that 4 damage with the glaive, it's fine since playing against Marco, you're probably playing against a bunch of units at this point.
Mhm.
I mean, the best is yet to come for Mystery, like the end game. If for that the Machinist, he has that also the Cendrilion here.
Yeah. Oh, he gets the victory. Oh,
Well,
I really want to
victory
see the
was
victory.
Yeah, the victory was the only one left.
Yeah. Oh, I really want to see the victory be played because he's also got the perfect loop victory, and it's just an amazing looking card. I love the way it functions. He's going for Sendry here, so he used the take it or leave it to get the extra power ramp and energy.
Yeah.
It's a 5/5, so he's just really trying to apply the pressure here now.
Yeah, he's just gonna go face.
Yeah. Oh, he takes out the Baron. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean it's
Feel
the
like that was-
same since it
Yeah.
was Kathy. This ooh another treasure scheming for the money here to
Oh,
probably take
man.
that victory and be able to clear this board also.
The problem if he takes
Well,
the victory
part,
is he
part of
obviously
it.
yeah. He restricts the opponent from being able to play it, but then he can't really play it because he can't really afford to take 6 damage here.
He
When,
can't.
do you know what I
He
mean?
can't. Yeah,
So
definitely.
it's
he
a
can't
real
afford to
rough
do that.
one. Yeah.
I mean,
Like
at this point,
he's nodding. He's nodding
point,
because he can
yeah.
say, he's like, yeah, you've got it, but I'm glad I've taken it, but I can't use it.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, and he's like,
he
yeah,
won't.
great.
I mean,
Yeah.
but I think the idea for the money at this point, he already saw Cindy. He knows there's one less AOE. For example, he's not gonna like he.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, he banked the victory.
yeah.
The point is, he already saw Cindy. The only thing left is artillery volley that's not gonna come. Like for that artillery volley to be played, he needs a powerful unit, but all the powerful units from that Markolian decks are gone.
Yeah.
Kathy already played, Victory stolen, Cindy already played. So it's not
Kathy
like
goes face.
yeah, Kathy goes face, but
Ah, look at this. Look at
Oof.
this. He can't bank.
An early
He can't
Neve.
bank the take it or leave it. He has to bank.
yeah, but
He
it's an
has
early
to
Neve.
bank. It is an early Neve, sure. Yeah.
An early Neve. And yeah, he shouldn't be afraid of an artillery volley at this point. Just clear the board and that's it. Spotter.
Oh, embedded agent's not bad. Pretty good actually.
Ooh.
Oh wow, Void Keeper. Wow, this is really decent actually at the moment. Subjugate.
Look at
Okay, gets the
Mystery.
pod. Yeah.
My man.
This is a decent Neve so far. I already like a lot of the units there. Pod's a bit insignificant, but that's decent. Beloved Donor.
This is
For
good.
sure.
This is great.
Yeah, it's really good.
He can
Yeah,
buff
you
the
get
Engine
that
Whisperer
killed.
to get that kill here. to deal with the Kathy. Another buff.
Yep. So another clone unit coming in. So we get another +1/+1 to something.
The Void Keeper.
Yeah. Embedded agent.
Yeah, but it wasn't
Okay.
was not bad. And no, a Tabula Rasa. The Tabula Rasas, he has played a lot of stuff. A lot of zeros. It's gonna be a lot of ATN buffs here. Yeah,
Okay, so he gets that buff
I think
on
this
that.
is it.
Yep.
This is it for Mystery. I mean, Mystery did what I was telling. Like, there's gotta be a player that goes all the way with one parallel and gets in this tough spot.
Yeah, so his board's completely wiped out. Next turn, Decay kills Kathy, and then dmoney's just got enough on there. Whereas it actually doesn't have enough, but he would need to try and kill. If he can kill the beloved donor to get everything buffed up, that'd be amazing. I think if he drew like a PS8, he could just PS8 it after killing it, after shooting for damage, get everything buffed up on the board.
There's nothing from that machinist, and the Alvaro won't do anything, to be honest.
Nice. So dmoney with the 2 wins there, right? First 2 games go to dmoney. He's had an absolutely rapid start here. If he gets the next game 1, it will be curtains for Mystery. So the next game is massive for Mystery. He needs to try and find a win. He still needs to win with all of his parallels that he's got, all 3. So yeah, where does he go here next? I mean, he's tried it already, hasn't he? With Kathy right there, it didn't quite work out. Does he go with his Shroud deck here? I mean, what do you reckon here, Quinto? Where does he go from here?
Mystery is gonna go Earthen for sure.
Yeah.
Since it's only Marco left.
Cool.
What do you think? He goes Marco Mirror? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. I think you're right there. Yeah, I think he avoids that. Yeah, I mean, Shroud is not the best.
He went with a Marco Mirror.
What?
Dude, I'm telling you. This is something that happens to some players, that they just lock in some parallel, and I mean, it just goes down that way. It's like, I need to win with Kathy, because I need to win with Kathy, and they get into this situation where it's a bit troublesome.
I mean, I hope he does win now.
I mean,
because
it
he's
has
really,
happened to me.
Trying to go for it. Yeah, he's trying to go for it, but I think personally, probably Earthen would have been better. Yeah, let's just see how he does. But wow, he's gone for the mirror, so it's a Kathy v Kathy on Kathy violence. He does actually have a really decent kind of selection here for his mulligan, like 2 trigger happies, 1 bannerman. He redraws the other 2. We can see that dmoney's going second, so he gets the double mulligan here, the second mulligan. He's also got a pretty decent couple of cards there, right? Again, trigger happy, Crimson Fleet, Bannerman. You want to be getting the 1-drops as much as you can. Ooh, dmoney's hand's really good. Mysteries is good too, but dmoney's is very good. So, Mystery to go first.
Mystery turn on the light. Now we see him clearer. It's like, okay, I need to change something here.
Yeah. He's thinking like, I can't afford to lose the next one, so let's get the lights on to, ping me up a bit. Okay, Vindicator's getting banked, I think, there from dmoney, is it? Or is he just deciding still?
I mean, this is a pretty nice hand for both of them, since they can get a good start here. Mystery can go double unit. dmoney can also do the same. So yeah, this will come down to the point, most likely, until dmoney manages to flip the board. If he does, if not, if Mystery gets like big draws, like the perfect draws, from now on, he might be okay.
I mean, having the half for dmoney in the hand is quite nice actually, especially now he's picked up a determined assault. Usually getting half against Kathy and being able to play it on curve is powerful. We can see that Mystery's going full on here, double one drop, just to try and apply the pressure. So even now, the half doesn't look that great because the half would just get destroyed really quickly. So what does dmoney do? Does he just match him on the board because he's got loads of one drops too? The problem is that the Bannerman isn't going to be buffed. So it will get buffed if it goes second from the Catherine's passive, but doesn't have as good one drops here, at least in this initial early game. He's got stuff which is going to make his mid game better, but you almost don't want to be playing Fleet Machinist that then gets sacrificed because you almost want to have them on the board so you can play the vehicles to follow up, right? So looks like he's going to have to do it though. Committing with one, gets the Vindicator, hasn't banked yet, so he can still play another 2 one drops if he wants to, just to try and put some more threats on the board. What do you think he's thinking about here, Quinto?
Yeah, he's banking the half at this point. It's too slow for the board that Mystery has, and Mystery quite like if Mystery finally gets lucky here and gets a Vindicator from that Machinist, then we can say that he will have a big advantage here.
Yep. Also,
No
drew a
snitching.
silence as well.
Yeah.
With no snitching.
Let's see
like
if Mystery gets it gets vindicated.
What does he get?
No,
He
gets the victory. No,
gets
no,
the
no.
victory. And look at his
Yeah.
reaction as well. He's
Yeah.
like, "Oh man, come on, you're screwing me again."
Yeah.
He's always laughing. If you don't laugh, you'll cry.
Yeah. And
That's
he
the
has to play
expression.
that take it or leave it
Yeah.
to completely erase the board. Then he just goes with Kathy, I assume, and makes dmoney. Like, I mean, the thing is that dmoney has Cindy, has a bunch of stuff here that he can actually just can flip the board at some point by just removing it. Because Mystery is running out of resources. So it's mostly about that like if Mystery manages to keep the board, then dmoney is cooked. These are my thoughts.
Yeah. It's actually kind of an interesting point. I've just seen Muka just mentioned this here, is that he played the take it or leave it, right? But how comes he didn't play the Kathy? He could have played it, no?
Yeah.
Or we
Good point.
Yeah, he didn't play it.
Good point.
Seems like a missed opportunity.
Yeah. And save resources.
Yeah.
That way.
I almost feel like he was so tilted a little bit by getting the vehicle that he didn't want to get, that it almost clouded his judgment there perhaps, and he didn't quite focus on the actual play that he could have done, which would have been decent. So okay, he's still in it, but as you say, he's running out of resources. Oh, getting Wong is kind of useful, but he's still not there yet.
This is good for Mystery. This is a good situation. Is like a nice curve here. Kathy into Wong into Victory, for example. This is pretty powerful. We also already see that dmoney banked Cindy, so it's not like he will, like one of his AOE removals has already gone to the bank. I don't know if he's just gonna clear the board and drop a Kathy for face damage, trying to finish this off as fast as possible. Yeah, there he goes. Yeah, dmoney is in a situation where he needs to recover the board somehow, and Mystery has all the right answers for the next turns.
Yeah.
I mean, if that Wong manages to buff that Kathy like for a lot, it doesn't matter what dmoney drops here. It's just gonna get cooked, or Kathy's gonna go face and deal insane damage.
I mean, I like the hand that dmoney's got here.
going for the big vindicator. So let's see. It's going to be a 1 turn, most likely. I mean, what else? He wants that Kathy to hit face for sure. No snitching. Interesting. Interesting, no snitching on the Kathy to just attack face. Oh, wait, what happened there? Oh, that's no snitching on the Vindicator, so it doesn't trigger the 3 damage. Is that I didn't see who actually was target to.
dmoney at 13 looks kind of a little bit stressed, but he's got some good options in his hand. What would you be looking to do here, Quinto? Do you feel like there's? I mean, he almost has to try and clear some stuff, right?
Yeah.
He can't leave the Wong on the board. Can't leave Kathy on, but doesn't really have a way to clear both at the moment.
I mean, it's a difficult situation. Like, I would only see an RNG play where it's like playing the Bannerman, playing Kathy, clearing Mystery's Kathy, or just playing Kathy, for example. Yeah, this is over if he doesn't clear the board.
Yeah, it's. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, this is interesting, but it's gonna be a big damage for Mystery here if he plays no snitching on the Kathy and drops the victory. And it's just gonna be really close.
Yeah.
For Mystery.
I mean, he's looking in his waist right now. What does he do here, Quinto? Does he just go straight up victory, or oh, he doesn't? Okay, goes for the glaive. Okay.
I mean, the problem here is that if that Wong buffs the stealth, it's gonna be wild.
Yeah.
Especially because of that PS8 that's here. He can just target the Bannerman. I mean, he can just target Kathy, drop Wong, and clear, most likely clear the stealth if that Wong buffs any of those.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine? That'd be lovely, wouldn't it? If the one comes on, gives a buff. What's he gonna do here? Ooh.
Take it or leave it. I mean, many options here. The Slinger also. Take it or
Almost
leave it,
too many
and
good
Slinger.
options.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And it does. Sad that he will have to sacrifice his Bannerman in order to clear this board, but I would say he must do it.
Yeah, he can't really leave the glaive on, can he, to be honest? At 12 health, anyway. Yeah, so
Actually,
this comes on, clears the Kathy.
Yeah.
And then he trades. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, he is
to be
straight.
fair,
Yep.
yeah.
It's a clean kill. That's good. Now it flipped. So it's going to be the race for Mystery to get that extra. Yeah, he's tilted as hell. I mean, it's going to be the race for Mystery to deal that last remaining 12 damage, which in my opinion seemed like a no snitching on the Kathy the turn before, attack face, and then drop the victory to just like try to end it as soon as possible. I mean, sometimes when you're playing Marco, you have to just pray that you get like like you just had to go face like a maniac and pray that you top deck something that can work for you, and to deal that last remaining 3 or 2 damage.
The slinger here to take out the glaive is. Oh, he doesn't do it.
Oh, he's
Okay,
going.
yeah,
He's going
okay,
for
get
it.
the assault. Okay.
Yeah, he's going for it. But I think it's too late. I mean, if he leaves, like the thing is that he can't do it. He can't actually ping face. I mean, he can't actually ping the Estelles and then ping Wong with the victory because it has to trigger assault for it to deal
Sure.
D4 damage.
He's going to lose the victory, which is a shame, isn't it?
Yeah.
But he had to play it in that way to kind of at least clear dmoney's board.
It's a nice turn here.
I mean, the
dmoney.
momentum seems to have swung a little bit because dmoney was taking a huge amount of damage early on, and he's somehow managed to survive, cling on, and he's now in a good position where he's plays Kathy, he can clear the board here, and then he's got like 2 units on the board to start actually bringing the damage, back down for Mystery, and to try and get back in this game a little bit.
I mean, look at that. He draws Cindy. If we would have done that, that Cindy in hand or would have already given him the lethal he needed this turn or last turn.
Is he going face here, Quinto, or is he trying to clear? I mean, at this point, I might be tempted to go face here. It almost feels like a bit of a race now, just to try and get to 0. I mean, he could clear, he could, kill the Vindicator, and then it's just a case of whether they survive the next turn. But with the artillery volley in hand, is he okay?
That's nice.
Yeah, he's gone face. He's going for it. So he really needs to just try and get some good effects here, ideally.
I mean, this is good.
Turn.
The thing is that he won't be able to do it all, sadly. He won't be able to play no snitching on Kathy to attack face and the artillery volley, which is sad. He will just have to sacrifice Kathy in this scenario. The problem also is that he needs to clear the Alvaro. He can't attack face. He doesn't want to take that 3 damage from the Alvaro for sure.
No, he's down to 6, isn't he? He can't afford to. He's got to clear that unit, hasn't he? He's got to.
He actually doesn't need to play the artillery volley though. Oh, I think it doesn't even matter. Maybe dmoney thinks he's. Oh, it does 3 damage. Yeah, that's nice. He can just leave the Kathy alive.
Yeah.
I kept forgetting about the aftermath. This is nice also, but he needs to save that determined assault for the end.
Yeah. Yeah.
He can't play it now.
He can't use it now. No,
Yeah,
he'll take 3 damage.
So
he just prays now. Just has to pray that he doesn't have a way to kill him on the next turn. On
6
this
damage
turn.
for Mystery and ooh.
Damn. Wow,
that's
playing
not
double
gonna be enough.
Vindicator. Well, with the Aftermath would.
With the
For the
aftermath,
Vindicators.
it's enough.
Yeah. Yeah. The Aftermath would.
The thing is that how does dmoney win here? He already banked all the.
Well, he doesn't have any more no snitchings, does he?
Why is dmoney
Why-
celebrating like that?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm also wondering that. Maybe he sees something we don't.
I don't know. He's like, okay, I realize this is not what I thought it was.
Yeah. I mean,
So he's gonna I think he's gonna pray here, maybe.
So he's going determined assault to get the 3,
Yeah.
then hoping that Kathy hits
He
face.
needs the no snitching, definitely.
Yeah.
He can't, like, those vindicators can't die.
He has to hope that Kathy hits the face here, right?
Yeah. This is a prage moment.
Here we go.
Ooh, the victory.
Wow. Can deal 4 damage.
4 damage.
To
And
any
another slinger.
target.
Another slinger. Another slinger. No, he didn't get it. He didn't get it. Another slinger would have given him a win. He needed the other slinger. No. Well, he has to pray for Kathy to deal face damage or it's over.
Yeah.
Did he have another slinger from that Kathy?
No, I don't think so. Did he? I don't think he banked one.
Well, let's
I don't think
see.
so.
Let's see that Kathy. It all comes down to Kathy.
Does it hit face? Does she hit face?
Does it
here?
hit face?
He can't even look.
Don't see. Don't see.
He can't even look.
No.
Oh, no. It doesn't.
It's
And that's
over
the
for
game.
dmoney.
That's the game.
Damn.
Very good. Very, very good. So Mystery finally gets the win with Kathy. So we're up to 2-1. dmoney has won 2. Mystery's finally got his first victory. It's game on still. It's game on. Could we see a
Game
big
on.
comeback here? Yeah, Quinto.
Yeah, finally, Mystery got
reckon?
his win with Margolian. Is this the beginning of a comeback, Free
It
Tips?
could be amazing. Yeah, it could be amazing. I mean, if he goes Earthen next, right, which is what we were expecting on the last game, if he goes Earthen into Marco, that could be a favorable matchup for him. And it'd just be a case of, does he then just get really lucky in the last game with Shroud with his Neve deck? Who knows? Maybe even Mystery thinks, you know what, I feel like I can get it done on the next game with Neve. Who knows? But yeah, man, if he comes back from this will be incredible. dmoney is probably just cursing the RNG gods right there because there was only 2 units on the board and Kathy just needed to avoid them and it ends up hitting one of them. So really unlucky for dmoney, but a very good game, man. Because dmoney was under a lot of pressure early. He lost a lot of health early, but he managed to get to the point where he was basically 1 RNG hit away from winning and going through. Here we go. So he's ended up doing it, hasn't he? He's gone for Neve. Are you surprised by that, Quinto?
Yeah.
Do you not think that this is a favorable matchup to do now? Do you think he should have saved this and tried to take the possibly safer option of going for Earthen that might be better matched up, just to try and get to the 5th game?
Yes, I would definitely say that Earthen was like the best matchup just to get to that 5th game and have a better, like, I mean, I think Mister is just playing, just thinking about like, hey, I just wanna get the tough stuff out of the way, and then I just ended up with Earthen, for example, and that's it. Like he's playing the tournament in hard mode.
Yeah, he is. He wants to get this done, but he's going to go the hard way to get it done. Really good hand for dmoney, I think. Slightly tricky hand for Mystery because he didn't really have a turn 1 play, which isn't ideal. Would have really needed or wanted to have got like at least a Singularity Steward there. Is he running the embedded agents as well? I think he is, right, in this deck. I think he is. Yeah, so if he is running the embedded agents, then it would have been quite nice to have got one of those early too. it would have been able to have been answered, but not going first, or going first but not going, wasn't ideal there for Mystery.
Yeah, yeah. And now that Harf, like, I mean, now it costs 0 because it has 2 units. So this Harf, what would you play here? Baron, like 3 life siphons. Holy Jesus. I mean, Harf is a good idea here, definitely.
Yeah, I'd play the Siphon and then the half.
He needs to
'Cause
play
if
the
he
life
pla-
siphon first because it goes to 1 if he plays something else.
Yeah, exactly.
So it goes
Just
with
got
the
to play it
Baron.
first. Ooh, interesting. I think, I mean, to be honest with you, I would have probably preferred to have done the half there, just because half's more difficult. It causes more of a problem for dmoney for the effects that he wants to play. And with the Baron, he doesn't really have. When he played the Baron, he just had another Siphon. Now he would have been able to get a copy of something, but there's not many good one-cost effects really that he could copy. This is actually going to work out quite nicely though now, because now he's drawn a. It is and it isn't, right? So he's drawn like the Singularity Steward. Is he going to bank it? Interesting. Okay, he banks it. To be honest, I would have been tempted to
get the other one. No, he gets this Cathari card that searches for how's it called? This card, Swelling Tide.
So he can, yeah, Swelling Tide. He can draw. He draws a card, but then he almost has to discard one.
Yeah. This is nice. This is nice here.
That worked out not too badly.
This is really a situation that's not so bad for any of them. Definitely, dmoney has so many more resources. Soon we will see that Astel's Glaive can't play the Cathy's Rallying Cry. Essentially, his only option here is to just clear Mystery's board by playing Determined Assault and hoping he doesn't do anything else. Nothing too powerful next turn, so he can just drop that Astel's, most likely. I'm talking about dmoney here. What do you think, Free Tips?
It's a tricky one. He can't play the Rally Cry, which would have been ideal here. I think personally, I would just get rid of the Oh, he's getting rid of the Baron. I would have got rid of the half, to be honest. Probably the right play though, in a sense. Okay, that's decent. Yeah, it's worked out.
Yeah, better. Well thought. dmoney really thinks his game through. Like, this is something I've noticed a lot. This is a good play for Mystery here to draw a bunch of stuff. Gets that Ardira, that's nice. Has also that Dominion, which is great in a situation that things get out of hand. Can he drop? No, he can't bank anymore. It's a turn 3 here for Mystery. Oh, he can bank. Gets to drop the Void Runner, that even if dmoney wants to remove it here, will just give Mystery bank fodder to then maybe get a nice Adira next turn. Definitely those Triumph of the Lost will be nice once dmoney plays something like a Stealth and probably a Cathy's Rallying Cry. It already has loaded up a Determined Assault, so that's really good in terms of removing board presence for Mystery.
Yeah, agree. Yeah, and then go Rally Cry, isn't it? Yeah, get these Bannermen buffed.
Well, this is interesting. Interesting for dmoney to do this, to widen the board at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I'm wondering. I think he needs to get the Trapper out of the way. He's going face. Really? Okay.
Yeah, going face is good here. he has to go face at this point. He knows that a Dominion might be coming.
Mhm.
Definitely has to face that Harf, and won't be able to play the Triumph of the Lost. What do you think about being able to play Triumph of the Lost here? If so, just to copy a Kathy's Rallying Cry and a Slinger, yeah, that's not worth it. You want to copy something better at this point.
But he can't play the Triumph for the Lost, right? Because
No,
it's
I
at
mean,
6.
if he could.
I think it would be okay, but I would probably be trying to look at maybe doing some kind of like a Dominion just to try and get the board a bit more under control. Because like it's getting out of control. I don't like these Bannermans that are just getting bigger and bigger. So that would probably be my play instead.
Yeah,
And I think maybe he's looking at doing that.
yeah, definitely. Back the Harf, play the Dominion, clear the whole board, take 10 damage. Opens up the way to a 6 damage from Kathy. That will leave Mystery at 9 health. With a Cendrilion in hand, we're talking about 5 health for Mystery, and then a couple of Triumph of the Lost of the Mars. I mean, in order to get something good. And it's practically over at that point. What do you think about that, Free Tips?
Yeah, I mean the momentums with dmoney here definitely. When you look at the cards that Mystery's got in his hand, he's got a great card there of Adira, but when you play Adira, you're really gambling to see if you're going to get anything that's going to massively swing the tide or the batter in your favor, and it's a huge gamble. The fact that dmoney
Ooh.
is sitting
Yeah.
on 2 triumphs, a
This is
Sendry,
it.
and now a victory just
Yeah,
means that
yeah.
I think
This
this
is
game's
it.
done now.
And gets
Yeah.
that other card that deals 4 damage. No, man. It's absolutely over.
Yeah, so he has to do the Adira because he has to gamble on getting something like
But what
godly.
can he get at this point?
Well, I think that I don't know
This
what
is-
he's thinking.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Love the way how you were actually thinking of something, and then we see
Yeah.
Trier Happy Trooper.
I mean, playing the embedded agent here is pretty smart though, because he's thinking that if he
This
doesn't
is
have a way to kill him, then
well, yeah,
at
this is over.
least-
It's game here,
know,
right away.
yeah.
3 damage with 6.
But what, like from his perspective, he doesn't know that he had Sendry, right? So playing the embedded agent was good because then
No, I
at
mean,
least
yeah.
if he didn't have a way, then the embedded agent can kill Kathy, right? So well played to dmoney.
Yeah. dmoney had an overwhelming amount. Look at that. Celebrating. Let's go. So happy.
Yeah, that was an amazing match with the dmoney
Oh.
winning against Mystery right there. It's no mystery that he was having fun, right? He was like clapping all over the place. And I think, wait, what happened to Free Tip Scout?
Banished.
He just banished, man.
Yeah.
It is banished.
I'm
You just
here,
got-
but I'm not here.
There you
Yeah.
go.
I
He
don't
just
know
got
what
banished by
happened.
Neve's Dominion,
Yeah.
man. Just like
Yeah,
what
sorry.
Mystery did to his HP. Going down against Kathy. Let's have a short rundown of what happened during this match. We had a first match, Kathy versus Nehemiah. This is going to be Mystery versus dmoney. dmoney wins with Nehemiah with the flourish setup that he did. And of course, game 2, it's going to be Kathy versus Neve with dmoney winning versus Kathy as Neve. Okay, that's going to be one more for dmoney. And then the third match was a Kathy mirror wherein Mystery had a lot of chances to destroy, to finish the health of dmoney and also succeeds in the process. But in game 4, that's where he stopped, or rather, where dmoney stopped him on his tracks with a Kathy win against Neve. So that was an amazing match between dmoney and Mystery, and I think there were a lot of bad draws for Mystery during that match right there. What do you think, Free Tip?
Yeah, I think so. But I think what I noticed is that even though there was some bad draws
Hmm.
um, for Mystery, I think that D Money done really well
Yeah.
with some of the situations because you could tell, especially in the last game, for example, in the game before, there were so many games where he was put under so much early pressure, and rather than buckling under it, he just held in there. He made it as difficult as possible for the opponent to kill him, and he just gave himself enough time to find the cards that he needed to then swing the tide. And we saw that I think in pretty much every game that we just saw with D Money. So that is a testament really to D Money that you can tell he doesn't really buckle under pressure. He's been in a lot of situations where he doesn't panic and he's just like, okay, what can I just do to frustrate? Because eventually, if I can keep doing that, I will get an opportunity to then turn it around. So yeah, I agree. I think that Mystery had some bad draws, but I also think that he probably had some opportunities to play a little bit smarter, maybe make some different decisions. And D Money, just with his grit, was able to stay in there. So really, really good.
Yeah, great is the word indeed. And of course, I want to know which one is the favorite moment during this match for Kinto. Kinto, man, can you share with us your favorite moment during this match?
Yeah, definitely. It was. I mean, it was when uh, dmoney was about to like we were gambling on the hit phase for lethal and that
Yeah.
Marco mirror. That didn't happen, but it would have been
Yeah.
fun. Like, I mean, it usually happens to me. It always happens that Kathy just hits my face and it's over. But yeah,
Yeah, I mean, if D Money was streaming, he would have had the streamer buff, 33% hit face, record, upload to X or YouTube or whatnot, and like get those views. But yeah, during that match, like I was also waiting for that to happen, but it didn't happen. But he got to retaliate over at Game 4 and just finish it off with a 3-1. So with that, guys, we are going to say goodbye for now for Free Disc Cup and or Kinto right now, and we're gonna go to a short recap of the bracket. Okay, so these are the winners for the first three matches. We've had bullbence win against Very Fat Cat, Manos winning against Shogo, and D Money winning against Mystery. And of course, let me take this moment to thank our sponsors, of course. Thank you to Portal, and gaming is at the start of the next big technology shift, enabling the move to player-owned economies. The next iconic gaming studios and titles are being built on blockchain. Parallel and its players and streamers are at the forefront of this revolution, and at Portal, they are proud to support with simplified blockchain tech, spotlighting the best games and maximizing player rewards. Special thanks to Portal for supporting this weekend's event, and also we would like to thank Community Gaming. Community Gaming is the most advanced competitive gaming platform, powering over 300 tournaments per month for the top Web 2 and Web 3 games. CG has facilitated 50 plus parallel tournaments and is committed to support the growth of Parallel's esports scene. Head over to www.communitygaming.io and check out their free to enter tournaments. And now, special thanks to Community Gaming for supporting this weekend's event. So, with that, guys, we're gonna go to our next match, and it's gonna be the top seed, Hylas DRD 001 versus jobsad. And with that, let us welcome our new set of casters. It's gonna be Ali and Muka. Hey guys, welcome back.
We're back.
That was an amazing match, and I saw you guys, you were locked in watching the match between D Money and Mystery. What were your thoughts like while watching the game? Let's start with Ali.
Um, I I just couldn't get over Mystery. I feel really bad. Like the draws were not good, but Mystery was just so expressive with his pencil. He was just flipping it around. Like he he was not happy. So honestly, that one dmoney clip where it's 33% chance to get lethal, one
Mhm.
damage off. Like I just saw the chat, saw the reaction, and chat went crazy. So that was obviously a highlight. But yeah, heart goes out to Mystery for some of those draws, but it was pretty hilarious seeing his expressions. So sorry to say that, but it was funny.
I'm
How about
jealous
you,
of the
Luca?
pencil flick.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh
really
yeah,
jealous about it. Yeah.
like he was
But
like flicking the whole time, right? So it was like
yeah,
kind of a way for him to cope.
I've tried
How
to
about you?
learn how to do that. I can't do it. It sucks. I want to know how to do it. But favorite moment, seeing the Eclipse Fate in action was really cool from D Money and taking out the Vindicators. I don't think that like always matters, but it took so much tempo away from Mystery that it was like he couldn't really capitalize after that.
Yeah, it was like a moment to like showcase what we can see with Eclipse Fate, and I like that. Like there are a lot of ways you can use that just to like get to your upper hand, especially when you're using Shroud. But for this matchup, we're gonna be having another set of players, and let's look at their deck lists right now. Okay. Oh, we're going first with jobsad. And this is gonna be a Scipius deck. And three offs of Master Poisoner. Any thoughts regarding this deck, Ali?
Let's see. Looks let's see. The Scipian Praetor? How do we even say that word? I feel like that's something that we don't necessarily see all that often, or at least
Mhm.
certainly not today. Three Master Poisoners, really, I guess, targeting the Earthens. I mean, I think I personally would go for two, but I mean, they definitely come in handy. I don't think we see Domina that much. However, I think one other person was running Domina, so it looks fairly standard in the rest here. Two kill boxes, but those are the differences I see the most right now.
Yeah, I think I
Yeah.
like the additional card here that you mentioned, Ali, Scipion Praetor, like getting a Scipius adjutant for the for the muster, and you can get also defender from that unit. So
Yeah.
basically, it's like it's another way for him to go wide or whatnot. But I think there are like a lot of cards for that. So this is a good way to defend and at the same time expand your board. But yeah, let's look at
There's
the other.
also
Yeah. Okay.
I
Go.
I want to point out just before we go quick, because I didn't mention the convergent mass, and we
Oh
definitely don't see
yeah.
that. I almost forgot that. That's the this unit gains +1/+1 each turn it starts in your deck, and then you can charge 3. If you do, this unit gains at the start of your turn. Clones in your deck gain +1/+1.
Mhm.
I'm unsure how good I think this card is. I'm curious what you guys think about it.
I haven't used it myself. I also haven't seen it over at the ladder. But yeah, how about you, Muka? Have you seen? Have
Uh,
you had any
I've
experience?
seen it here and there. I'm actually very interested. That's the card that jumped out me the most when I saw this list. I'll have to be convinced. I don't like it too much just because its effect doesn't start happening till the next turn if you play it. But I
Mhm.
think it's kind of like the format Exalt is a card that's being played right now in general. So I think like trying to experiment by just not running another Exalt and running a Mass, it's just another 4 drop that if it scales well enough, the Exalts are there because they're good against like Neve a bit. Like the Dominions aren't as free. So
Mhm.
this is just another card. If it scales well enough, then Shroud doesn't get a free Dominion. I think it's worth the experiment.
Yeah, talking about experimentation, we might see some more over the next deck. Let's see the next one from Job Sad. Okay, we're gonna be having another set of Neve, and from what I'm seeing, it looks like a standard deck. Not much changes from the base that we have seen over the previous matches. Let's look at the recap from Muka.
Yeah, no engine whispers, which was, we saw,
Yeah.
we've seen people kind of like flip on like, do they like it or do they not like it? Something interesting is that I don't see this deck running any of like the draw 3 cost draw card units, right? No
Hmm.
Spectre Attack Craft and no Rummaging Researcher. Just the
Hmm.
2 brands of expertise and not even a Wong either, the Power Instructor. So this one might run out of steam from jobsad, but overall, everything else is like pretty control standard. The 3 Triumph for the Lost, I'm pretty interested in. Maybe more teched out for the mirror match a bit. And 3 Honored Steward. Honored Steward, I think, made a comeback with the way tuning went down because it's good into it, like the battle pass card gets hurt a lot by no snitching. So the Honored Steward kind of stocks go up because of that.
Yeah, that's an amazing, amazing feedback for this Neve deck. But for the next one, let's look at the next deck of Jobsad, and it's gonna be Nehemiah. And yeah, I'm seeing it's gonna be a flourish deck. But let's see what Ali Strasa has to say.
Differences that I'm noticing so far, 2 copies of the armored support vehicle. That's just like the little 2-drop, the new 2-drop defender. It's a 1/4. I think this is the first time we've seen that in here instead of the cunning diplomat, actually. I don't think I see them. That's quite unusual. What else? A cleanse the earth. I always love a cleanse, and also a relic repurposing in there as well, which I think is a great new card. 1 copy of Altar of Gaia, and then I think the rest looks about standard here. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looks a bit standard. Yeah, I'm also surprised with no cunning diplomat here, no more draw. I think rummaging researcher with the 3 offs is I think he thinks that it's gonna be enough to gain those draws. But yeah, let's see how it works. And I think we have one more deck for Jobsad. Let's see. Oh, another Kathy deck. And from what it looks like, it is a mix of units and some burn. What do you think about this, Muka?
I like the more units. That's something that we saw from Mystery and Manos, I think, because they didn't run the determined assaults. They ran more units. We've been seeing a lot of rallying cries kind of hitting like gunslingers, and that's because there's like no other units in the deck really right now. So adding in some of those 2-drops is good. Very interesting choice of 2-drops from Jobsad though. Armored support vehicle, and just scanner probe. So he just opted for like the legendary 2-drops, and then he needed 1 more, so he put a defender in. I think that's very interesting. Normally it's the go-to for anybody that's trying to make rallying cry work more is the Alvaro interrogator, but he opted for different cards here. Everything else, there's an orbital strike. I have noticed that some of these decks are missing some finishing power, so the orbital strike maybe is in there maybe he noticed that too, and he's just trying to have another card that can end the game. But overall, everything else looks very standard from what we've seen from Catherine's development. Vindicator, Rapid Vehicle being the new hot vehicle 3-drop.
Yeah, I mean, Orbital Strike has fallen off quite a bit due to Catherine's expertise being present sometimes. And, with the presence of Logistics Mastery, yeah, this is quite a refreshing take from Jobsad with the Kathy deck. But, of course, we're going to go with the top seed right now. Top 1 player, Hylas Diardi, going in with his first deck with the Kathy. And, of course, let's not ignore the fact that Hylas Diardi is possibly carrying one of the best PFPs, aside from Manos, with the mask right there. And, yeah, that's definitely an upgrade. Also, having Memento of the Fallen on his Kathy deck. Let's get a rundown from Ali.
I'm seeing 2 Alvaros. I'm not sure if we saw that in the previous deck, so that might be slightly different. But we've seen other people running Alvaros as well. Let's see. Memento of the Fallen. I don't think that was in the previous Kathy deck as well, so that looks a little different. And the rest looks about what we would expect from Catherine. Can't think of anything else that's standing in really here.
Yeah, I mean, the last time we saw like a bunch of Alvaros was like from Manos, and yeah, hoping to see this more from Hylas. And let's look at this next deck right now. And okay, this is gonna be another Nehemiah deck, but now we're seeing it veer away from the Flourish setup that we saw because of the Altar of Gaia, but it can still work. How does this work right now, Muka?
I just want to shout out the stabilized shard. I feel like that's a really cool thing that I'm seeing in some of the earthen people play. Two is kind of like with no snitching around. Sometimes your Steward of the Garden gets hit, and you don't really have many good 2-drops. And yes, Cunning Diplomat is kind of the answer everyone's kind of been doing with Harf and stuff. But the shard is kind of nice. I really like that. Aside from that, like I think Earthen Rummaging Researcher is like the MVP draw card of the deck now. And I really like that card. It works with Caretaker and Provisions. You could draw a ton. But yeah, the Terra Glider is then there, the very, very strong card. Terramech Shield Titan. Terra, we've actually seen, I don't know if we've noted it yet, we've seen some players not bring Terra. But Terramech being like the new boss card, I guess, for Earthen right now. And Terra is like, some people still like it, some don't. And yeah, there's still that Gafar's Rage, which is kind of cool. Cleanse the Earth. We see this Hold the Line. We haven't seen it used yet. I'm very curious to see that in play. But aside from that, everything else seems pretty standard. It's mostly like the 2-drops, and then some of the effects are where the variation lies with Earthen in some of these builds that we've seen.
Yeah, dude. Like I also want to see Hold the Line being played because there are currently no cards except for Hold the Line that gives Defender to a unit, right? So it's also like one of the ways, one of the highlights of Nehemiah, of course, when you transfer Defender, and of course when Nehemiah is already active, the attack goes up for those Defender units. So yeah, this is actually a breath of fresh air for Hylas, and I want to see this work as well. Let's look at the next deck that he is carrying. Okay, we have another Neve from the Hylas DRD, but looking at it right now, he has the draw potential as well from Rummaging Researcher. What do you think about this deck, Ali?
I like the 3 copies of Brand's Expertise. I just think that card is absolutely bonkers. Such an amazing addition to Shroud, so I like to see 3 of those. 2 Whisperers, 2 Agents. Let's see. Yeah, so there's 2 Rummaging Researchers in this as well. And I don't know. I guess I'm kind of wondering if that's too much draw. And also a Power Instructor. Like I know a lot of people love Power Instructor, and I do think it's a really good card, but I almost wonder if, something else could have been in that spot. Like, I almost would prefer another Void Trapper, maybe a 3rd one instead of the Power Instructor, but no, overall, though, I think it looks pretty good.
Yeah, I like the mix-up here, Power Instructor and Rummaging Researcher in terms of the draw potential. Yeah, Void Trapper really has to have a spot as well, but let's see if this works. Since this guy is the top seed, but let's look at the next deck from Hylos DRD. Okay, this is another Skippy deck, and okay, I'm not seeing anything striking as of the moment, but let's see what Muka has to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think the skeleton is pretty much always the same with the Scipius decks. There are the 4 Magician's Exalt, which is kind of cool to see that some people are trying to experiment that way. One thing that I've been looking at whenever I look at these Scipius lists are if they're running Take It or Leave It or no snitching. Take It or Leave It stocks have gone down for Scipius a bit just because not being able to bank them kind of hurts a bit with Scipius. Every card is almost kind of live, so you don't want to dead draw a few off of Take It or Leave It. But no snitching, I've seen that in some lists, and I actually really like it. So seeing that variety in the effect side is cool. But Hylas here just going for the stacked unit kind of setup, let it do its thing, and just win off Scipius things.
Yeah, Scipius doing Scipius things for Hylas. He's going for a swarmy deck. And with that, of course, I've been told that these guys have already had their bans. Let's go and see which bans there are for each. And to no surprise,
Shocker.
Of course. Yep, I'm shocked, man. This is double.
Yeah, only the
double
first round
Scippy.
was the non-Scippy bans, right? Aside from that, everybody's been banning Scippy. In similar lineups, I think Shogo is the only one that brought a different lineup altogether. Everybody else has just been bringing variations of these 4 decks, right?
Yeah, it's like they are carrying like the same things. They're thinking the same way because great minds think alike. But it all comes down to how they play it, right? How they pilot the deck and make these different decks. But yeah, let me pass this over to you guys. Passing it over to our casters. Ali and Muka to cast the match between Hylas Diardi and jobsad. Take it away, casters.
All right, last match of the day, guys. Let's go.
Not that bad. Pretty good. Pretty good, right? I know we were a little scared, right, with how Swiss went.
Yep.
And this one has gone pretty fast. I normally we finish these sets and it's like 7, 8 p.m. Eastern. So we're chilling. It's not too bad today.
Yeah.
Clean matches.
Clean. Yeah. So let's see. Yeah, that's the thing about Scipius here is like I personally am a huge Scipius enjoyer. So there's a little part of me that is sad that we haven't seen it more. But we did our first match, right? We got to see a
Yeah.
little bit of Scipius gameplay, so that was nice.
Yeah.
At the very
Ali, I have a
least.
question for you. In
Mhm.
these tournaments where it's not less, your comp is not less about the counter matchups or anything like that. What type of, like in this, right? Everyone's kind of been bringing the same 4 decks. How do you
Mhm.
decide what you want to pick first?
I mean, oh man, that's tough. I think generally the strategy is like you start strongest first, right?
Okay.
I think
Yeah.
a lot of the time that is the game plan. But then I suppose if you're trying to soul read your opponent, thinking maybe they want to start Marco, then you go Earthen. Like I I don't know how tricky you want to get, right? But I think a lot of the time people start strongest first. And if that is the case, what do you think you would start here for if
Oh
you were
man,
playing?
I run into these loops of like this looks like the best to do, but this looks like what I'm falling into a trap. So like I was kind of you said strongest deck, my head kind of went towards like oh maybe Kathy, but then it's like oh but if I play Kathy, then the other person might try to metagame and play Earthen. So I think Kathy or Earthen were the two like good picks, and I'm happy with them. We saw them both kind of lean this way. Hylas has decided to pick Earthen for his, and Jobsad on the Kathy.
Honestly, I don't think we've seen it today, and it wouldn't be my first intuitive pick to start with Neve. Uh, And so I think a lot of the time people would probably be either starting Marco or Earthen. And so I might just run Earthen to see if I can snipe the Marco, which
Yeah.
looks like it is happening for Job or I was thinking maybe it's Joe Be Sad, I'm not sure if it's Job or Job, but it could just be
Someone
Joe
someone
Be
tell
Sad.
us. Someone DM us or something if you see this. I thought you Joby said, "Oh my god,
Yeah,
I
like
don't
Joe
know."
Be Sad.
Yeah, that could be it. I don't know. I
Could just be
wouldn't doubt
Joe.
it.
Uh,
Um, but I
or
think Earthen
Job.
is a good first pick. What? Yeah.
Sorry.
What's the next? What's the next one? The
Jobs
next prediction.
ad. Like, okay.
I'm gonna bet that it's definitely not that one. I mean, Joby said, I'll give it to you. Joby said, I'll give it to you. Job sad is like his job is sad. So I'm wondering
Yeah.
his name might be Job. Like it's Job. Job sad. Like it's like he's
Yeah.
European, so maybe it's Job instead of job.
Yeah. Well, anyway, back to the
We'll
game
never
here.
know. Let's yeah. But
Uh,
looking at this starters hand, Hylas here is going second. All right, so we're going on Job's hand right now. Not a great opener, but he does have 2 drop, right? And he has the spores that he can maybe use to slow down the Marco a bit. So overall, not too bad of a starting hand, right?
yeah, not the worst. I'm curious what you think of the sorry, what's the name of this 2 drop here? The
Armored
vehicle.
support vehicle, I
Yeah,
think. Yeah.
instead of the cunning diplomat. Like, I think that's definitely a major decision, I think.
Yeah. Um, I'm not the biggest fan, and it's because I think Terramech Shield Titan is such a good card that I'd
Mhm.
rather just keep drawing. Like I think Earthen's in a good spot where like you don't have to worry too much about the early game with some decks, aside from like maybe Scipius. You can just keep drawing, and then you can draw into some of these power cards. And there's been a ton of times like on ladder where I look like I'm gonna lose, and I just keep drawing, and then I set up the defender on Terramech, and then they concede.
Yeah.
In tournament setting, maybe it's a little different because like maybe people are trying to run like Master Poisoner and stuff. But even into Marco, like unless it's a Lemmy, which we saw one of, Marco, if you get a Terramech Shield Titan, like you just win the game. Like they can't like really do anything to run over it or counter it.
True. And I don't think that Earthen has traditionally been that great on draw, right? Like
Nope.
people put Shaymak in and Wong, but beyond
Yeah.
those two, there's not that many options. So I agree with you. Earthen's got some pretty crazy stuff right now, and I think just getting to your power cards is
Yeah.
probably the move.
Plus, armored support vehicle. So its effect, for those that don't know, when it attacks, you can charge, which means you reveal one card from your bank, and then the next unit you play gets shielded, which means it can not get targeted by the first effect that targets it. Um, it usually only goes off once before it dies. So you're getting like one shielded. I'd rather get one draw than one shielded. That's kind of like where I'm at if I had to compare the cards like 1-to-1.
Of course, it has 4 health versus the
Yeah,
diplomat at
lives
3,
more.
so
Yeah.
maybe that's relevant. Just trying to get your 3 drop out, like one of these caretakers here that could potentially get defender. If it just
Mhm.
barely lives, that might be relevant. So
Yeah, it's very true. Caretaker is like, I think, one of the. I like this card a lot. Uh it has fought for my love and won. Like, I think this card's really cool. And you can do some really wacky stuff with it. Even just giving it defender, like, yeah, you can't attack, like, great, now run over my 6/6 wall.
Mm,
It slows the game down in a cool way or accelerates it for Earthen, which I kind of like.
let's see. So we do have the option for take it or leave it.
Yeah,
This
you can
turn.
mastery and slinger. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah. I don't think
That
we've
just kills the
seen
vehicle, right?
correct me if I'm wrong, but we haven't seen the relic come down this tournament or the today. I don't or have we? I think so. Let's see. But yeah, I think oh, technical difficulties for Muga. Okay, I'm gonna take over here. Yeah, I think the decision is probably either get your 3 out right now. I think that's probably got to be the move. You sort of want to like contest this 1-4, but it looks like he's gonna go with the logistics mastery. And yeah, I think this is one of if it did come down earlier in this tournament, it certainly hasn't seen that much play. So um, I'm excited to see
Yeah,
it at work.
I think this is really good. Like, this will make the Earthen matchup so much easier for Hylas, right? Because you have these slingers that normally were not doing anything, but now the pings are like crazy powerful. And
Mm-hmm.
even the ping from the Vindicator vehicle is just super, super strong. So I think this is the mastery actually came out at a really good time for him. We haven't, like you said, we haven't seen it see much play so far, but I like its spot right now. I don't know.
Yeah. Let's see. So Jobs got got multiple options here. I think it's probably a little bit too early to pop the spores, I want to say, especially if you're expecting like a Catherine's rallying cry or something next turn. I wouldn't mind getting the caretaker developed just because it's so much health. And then maybe you could put a defender down afterward, but I
Yeah.
think that one's
I think that's correct, but because we can see both hands too. Like, we know Hylas can just drop the Vindicator then and kind of chill, and then um once the Moonlight comes out or a Nehemiah, then you just ping again, and then you run your Vindicator in, and then you just do all these shenanigans, right? So I think because we can see, you'll be able to tell that this is like not going to be too great for Jobsad here, and probably support Hylas a bit more.
Well, there is the Titan, the Terramech Shield Titan picked up for
Yeah.
your job. So just gotta live until then, and hopefully
Just
have
got
a
to get
defender
defender
out.
on it, which is
Yeah,
sometimes is the hardest part.
yep.
Like, sometimes like inches away from getting defender, and they just keep clearing my board, and that's the toughest part. And maybe I don't even know if Marco is an aggro deck, but I don't know how much you want to be doing that, right? Like, you just want to be uh not hitting face and just clearing board. That seems kind of incorrect.
Yeah. Wonder if it's worth like hold the line makes sense. But it's like
Mm-hmm.
you don't want to run that many copies of hold the line, right?
No.
And so it's feels a little up
Yeah,
in the
we've
air if you'd
seen
actually cast it on it.
anybody that brings it has brought one, right? So I
Yeah.
don't think you want to draw two in your hand. That just sounds awful. Like, you definitely don't want to go through that.
At that point, I think it's just not worth the cut, but maybe
Yeah.
we'll see it work some miracles on the Terramech Titan
Yep.
today.
Hylas deciding to bank the Slinger there, and just play his Vindicator. This sounds crazy, but I kind of really like the Slinger because you have Mastery. Like I probably, I don't even know if this is correct, but I would like want to keep it at least first. I don't think Glaive is that good into Earthen too. Like you have a Kathy if you need to drop a 4-drop, right? So I don't know.
Yeah, that's valid. Oh
Slinger is
man,
pinging for 3. That's so good.
the the pod is kind of irritating here.
Yep.
Not being able to take out one of these threats. Of course, the vehicle would,
I wonder if he
be able to
spores.
clear it. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe spores. Just
Yeah, it's not that bad.
get, get rid of it.
Spores clears his board, by the way, because of Logistics Mastery.
Oh,
You
yeah.
take double damage all your units because you're like dealing it to yourself. I don't know. I don't make the rules, chat, but that's just what happens.
Okay.
Yeah, and
I
the
actually did not know
Vindicator.
that, so that's
Yeah,
pretty useful there.
yeah,
And
it'll help
then
you a lot.
if the caretaker can live, we can follow it up with healing it with the moonlit next turn, which would be pretty
Yeah.
cool.
So this is why I liked keeping the. I mean, look at this. If he kept the Slinger here, he could have gone like, uh, Slinger kill the. I guess you don't have a great curve actually. Never mind. Because I was gonna say you can Slinger kill off the caretaker. It's a 5 damage ping.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, why did he target his? Did he mess up? Why did he target
Uh,
his gunslinger with the ping? I think he might have messed up.
yeah. Did he think maybe it was gonna keep the 2/2 alive, perhaps?
Yeah, I think he was just confused by the interaction.
Yeah.
But should have
Well,
been a 5 damage ping somewhere. That's irrelevant. That's a lot of damage.
this caretaker is gonna live, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Um,
if you just pinged it for 1, if you pinged it for 5, then it just kills itself, and then you just play Glaive and you're kind of chilling.
what do
Or
you
you can
think?
go. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, what do you think about the decision to not play the steward? Oh, I guess because it would just die to the vehicle. That's why. Yeah. The
Yes.
ability.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Well, I don't know. I think you can still play Steward because I've noticed that some players I would have played it because then next turn you have a turn 6. You can play Terramech and then next turn play Defenders and you're chilling. So I think he should have played it. Like it's either he pops it with the Vindicator or your Caretaker lives, which are both sound fine to me, right?
Yeah. All right. Let's see. It's a pretty big vindicator. Don't really want that to stay on the board. Not gonna lie. Let's see. So we've got access to 5 energy this turn. Probably want to get the 5/5 off the board and just reveal and trade, I think, before developing anything else to get or
I mean, I think you can play the Rummaging and draw 2.
Mhm.
That's not bad. I would do that. And then whatever lives, you just play armored support vehicle next to it. He's gonna drawing two is nice. Like I think this is why I like this combo so much because you draw with the rummaging and then you activate caretaker and you draw again. That's in one turn probably more card draw than Earthen has like ever seen this early in the game. So I think that's good enough reason to do it.
Okay.
Just
Nice. We
draw
picked up
again.
the little Terramech, the 4,
Yeah,
which next turn we would be able to summon a 4, even with 2 cards revealed. So,
yeah, he's revealing all of
oh,
them.
he's
He's just going
revealing more.
full
Yeah,
draw. He's
he's going.
looking for the provisions. He just needs defender to live. I think is the main thing. So I wonder. I think he just maybe hits face and then just plays the armored support vehicle. Like, why do you have to trigger the Vindicator? I guess is my main question.
No, I think that's valid.
Yeah.
I like it.
The next turn you just play Terramech and you're chilling.
I think it's just knee jerk to take away Kathy power, like board, I definitely is opting for the trade here.
Yeah.
Um,
Because this full board clear. I don't know about this. But yeah, I mean it's fine. He has Terramec, so it doesn't matter. I don't think there is a PS8 no snitching, but that's up to Hylas to recognize if you should keep it or not, right? It's not always a given that you keep those.
Okay, the Catherine's rallying cry, pretty nice pickup. I feel like Hylas needs to apply some more pressure here.
Yeah.
Don't have a 1-drop to kind of combo with the Kathy to get her a little bit bigger. So I think we'll probably see. I mean, I suppose he could drop the glaive as well, but like the mana efficiency.
Yeah. I mean this is tough. I mean, I don't think the mana efficiency will be here. It's kind of like more units or one good unit or just Kathy. Kathy's kind of nice too, right? Because
Yeah.
Kathy can just kill the vehicle and then you're like, okay, still don't have to worry yet.
I think if you're anticipating the Titan next turn, you just really want to answer this defender as much as you can,
Mhm.
right? So I
Yeah.
might go with Kathy here.
Just glaive and I mean if you're gonna do it this way, then I think you definitely Kathy to get more face damage. Like feels like we're moving a little slow. But this
Okay.
is the thing that now Job has to try to put defender on something so that he could give it to his Terramech. And Hylas could just he could just no snitching first defender. And then if another defender comes, you just like no snitching's the defenders, right? Like why do you have to no snitch the Terramech maybe a little bit is kind of
Yeah.
my thought. Or you just wait for the Terramech and then just double snitching.
Yeah, I mean, I think both of these snitches in the hand are going to be pretty core here, but you still got to get it developed, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I
I
guess
want to
double.
see I feel like we all just want to see Terramech Shield Titan
Yeah,
come
I know.
out.
Right? I'm just like
Like
play the
yeah,
Titan.
we're talking we're like yapping a little bit, but we just want to see this card come out cuz it's a cool card. It's a one of the coolest boss monsters we've seen. It just takes like even logistics mastery would only deal 1 damage on these pings, right? On the Titan and the Titan just comes out. He's just like, "I'll get defender on it somehow. I don't care. I'll figure it out." I mean, 10 damage is still a lot. That puts a clock on Hylas's health, and he hasn't been putting a ton of pressure in general, right?
Yeah, I feel like sometimes when you're playing against a Catherine, then the first thought is to be on the defense. But when you drop that thing, I don't know, maybe you just start going face, right? Maybe.
Yeah, I think you do. I think you just start pushing face in it. I wouldn't be surprised even if we like put defender and just like double fungi the Titan and just keep hitting face and you're like, listen, I'm gonna have lethal if you don't have an answer to this.
So I feel like Hylas probably wants to bank one of these no snitchings to get
Yep.
a clean, 4-2 with the Kathy out. But I don't know. With all the defenders, I feel like he probably knows that getting through the defenders is the win condition here. So it's probably a pretty tough decision to
Yeah. I mean, your Kathy even isn't like guaranteed because your Kathy could just run into the Terramech and suddenly this feels awful.
exactly.
But I don't know. This just still feels maybe he's just gonna save this one snitching to just use on first defender and go from there. But Job could just go Nehemiah and um Moonlit, right? So he's got 2
Mhm.
defenders. How do you stop both of those? It seems kind of rough. Takes the relic removal and gives no snitching. I mean, I guess like why give no snitching to him? I don't think maybe it doesn't matter. I mean, Kathy has to hit face.
Oof.
Oh,
All right.
maybe giving no snitching is no, giving no snitching was correct. I totally forgot we have like Hylas has a relic. I said I meant Hylas. Has a relic. So then you don't want to give that the repurposing away because then you trigger Terramech's flourish, which is not good either.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
All right. Is it just get Nehemiah down with we want to go double defender here?
I like double defender. I feel like that's a good move. And I
Yeah,
probably
see,
just kill Kathy.
kill Kathy.
Yeah. Well, like try to limit the RNG a little bit, right? Because there's a logistics mastery on board. Like some crazy pings could just end the game. Like we know that there's 1 slinger in the bank, but there could easily be 2 slingers on board, and that's 6 damage to your face, right? So That could
No,
be a little scary.
I agree. I think at this point, like Kathy is probably one of the only ways to get through this. And is it
Mm.
Hylas that has the orbital strike in the deck? I think so.
No, Job
Like,
does.
that's job. Okay.
Target enemy unit to target at the start of the next. Why couldn't he select Kathy? Did you see that?
No, what does it see?
So he triggered Taramek's flourish, and Taramek couldn't target Kathy to make Kathy hit it. Is it because Kathy can't attack? That you can't attack?
Oh, I wonder.
Because Kathy was not selectable. So you're gonna see he selects it, and he puts the no snitching to remove Kathy from randomly hitting face. And you're gonna see here the Taramek pop off. It just automatically attacks. Kind of cool though. This still procs its effect. So maybe he gets something there. Doesn't? Nope, he doesn't get anything.
Yeah, it does say target enemy unit attacks. So perhaps that is the interaction, just because
Yeah,
it technically is not attacking. Not
could
quite sure.
be. Well,
Don't know
there's
if that's
nothing you can
intended
do
or
at this
not.
point if you're if you're Hylas, you have to give defender, and then um you have to give defender, but also you can't let what's the word I'm looking for? You got to take away the you have to snitching the Taramek. Sorry, I couldn't speak English for a second. Um, but like there's like too many goals at once, right? It feels really tough.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how you get through this. It feels bad. No, you want to no snitching a Nehemiah so much, but
Yeah,
when the Titan's on the board, it's like, well,
yeah.
all
When it
right.
gets defender, that's tough. I don't think
And
there's an easy answer.
the fact that it's got shielded too.
Just swing and see what happens. See what Jobsad does. But Jobsad is like his next turn is so good. Caretaker into Wong, or he can just fungi, keep hitting face. Like he's living in a good world. He's just chilling. Oh, he just plays the snitching on the Nehemiah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, but now defender just goes here. Yeah, this
Yeah.
is
I mean, wasn't really a great way to do that.
no, but Jobsad is looking good. Taramek stocks up.
Yes. I mean, at
Yeah,
this point, we
super.
just probably throw down the Wong, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe another caretaker, keep up pressure, go face, call it a day.
Yeah,
15 damage from the hand. Well, I
not in
guess.
not this type of Kathy. I don't think so. Unless
Yeah.
these munitions start like coming out like crazy. But he's only made one, I think.
I mean, the logistics mastery could maybe do some work, but I don't think that there's enough burn. Like
I
back
don't
in the
think there's
days,
determines in this
yeah,
list.
with like double orbital strikes in that meta, maybe, but at this
Yeah.
point,
All right, here we go. Wong, how much are we drawing? We're drawing 2. Formidable, not bad.
okay,
All right, good pickups. What are we buffing? Greedy Wong. Wong is always greedy,
always
you know?
greedy. Would have been nice to maybe find one more defender, but one's on the board, so good
Yeah.
enough.
I think
And
this is like the longest match we've seen on stream. Uh, and that goes to show you like this matchup isn't as clean anymore. I mean, Hylas looked ahead in the beginning, and whatever you feel of how like the match went or not, but like if there wasn't a Taramek, like this would be a totally different story, right? But this Taramek is so freaking strong.
go face, no.
I
I, w- I mean, I actually
would go
is it?
face.
I feel like it's correct to go face, but
It's definitely face. It's definitely face. You're like threatening lethal at that point.
yeah.
You go face, and now they have to like win the game, or you win.
But that's what I'm saying. I feel like sometimes you get a little tunnel visioned playing against the aggro deck. You know, like don't let
Mm-hmm.
the aggro deck win, but you
Yeah,
sometimes forfeit your own game plan. I mean,
I
I don't
agree.
think it's gonna matter. Like he's gonna win either way, most likely. But yeah, I definitely
Yeah.
catch myself getting into that mindset.
Uh, I don't know. What if you search like another Vindicator? You play the Vindicator. Vindicator does 5 to face when it dies, and then never mind. We're not doing that. And then maybe just win off Vindicators. You just try to play as many Vindicators. Oh, okay. That's
Okay.
a 6. That's a 10. No. Sorry, it's only does 1 ping. I thought I missed fleet support. The relic that double. I missed that card, but I was thinking about it with Logistics Master would be crazy. But there's 5 damage on the Cendrillon
I for
with
one don't miss fleet support, but
But this does not. It's not going to be explosive enough. You can't hit anything.
no.
Rally into some fleet machinists that search Vindicators.
Yeah. I
No, that's
don't
not
think
it.
there's an out. No.
That is not going to be it. But Jobsad's gonna. What has he got? 22 damage on board with formidable. That's 28, and then he has the fungi, right? So that's lethal next turn.
Yeah. I wonder if we'll like if Earthen gets more powerful or people just start running it a little bit more. I wonder if we'll see a trend with these Marco decks like to revert a little bit more to the burn strategy, you know?
I think Earthen and Marco are 2 decks that like really run well off narratives in the sense of like what is like their strategy, and then they hone in on that strategy. Like Earthen's sometimes its biggest problem has always been I can make Earthen really good against X deck, but that means it's really bad against Y deck now.
Yeah.
And that's always kind of been Earthen's problem. Less so nowadays. But Marco is kind of the same way, where it's like units do this. Okay, if units don't work, put more effects in because effects do this. But then if people counter effects by doing, Alvaros or whatever, then you switch back to units. It's like a back and forth all the time.
Yeah, and I think I'm right there with you, Muka, on Rummaging Researcher being one of my new favorite cards, like particularly for Earthen, because
So good.
especially like the Shroud matchups, like the issue with the Earthen versus Shroud is that like Earthen a lot of the time could only put like single target threats down, and then Shroud's like banish, 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 and so now I feel like with the consistent draw and things like the little mech glider, Terra mech glider, like they can go wider, and it's just like way more difficult to deal with them. So
Yeah, their mid range like got like expansive. It used to be that Earthen's mid range was like still pretty solitary, where it's like one card at a time does one thing, but now you have synergies where cards can do, and take it or leave it helps that too, right? You can get more units out and stuff. The Terra Glider is huge because you get 2 really good units, and then even like the synergies with Rummaging, like you said, and Caretaker, it's just more cards to make more options and do things, and that's always been like Earthen's tough like situation, and that's why it's better into Shroud now.
yeah, for sure. Well, Jobs got his Earthen win, so now doesn't have to worry about Shroud. I say that, but today we've seen Earthen beat it twice, so
Yeah.
maybe I shouldn't really say that with that much confidence. And yeah, I guess we'll see what they decide to queue up next.
Yeah, I think Hylas probably picks Earthen because it's not the worst into Shroud, and it still does pretty well into Kathy. I don't like Kathy mirrors. I don't think that's it. And I assume Job, like, it's unfortunate. And Neve went from like the one picked first in your lineup to like the one picked last in your lineup because you're like not always sure. At least from what we've seen today. And I don't think based on that, the Job is going to pick Neve next. He probably just goes for the Kathy, tries to get the Kathy win. And then Hylas but yeah, there's always the room where metagame is involved, and Job is like, well, he's logically going to pick Earthen, so I'm going to still try to play Shroud.
I think they are gonna. I think that's gonna happen. I think that extra jump. I think we might see Job queue up the.
But then what if like Hylas is like, well, he's going to counter my Earthen with Shroud, so I'm going to play Kathy.
Look,
it goes forever. It just keeps going.
It does.
Just this infinite loop. You're never happy with your decision until you see it, and you're like, oh, he messed up, I did it right, or I messed up and I did it wrong.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay, speaking story time while we wait here.
Okay.
The New Dawn bug where you didn't have time to select things out of your New Dawn.
Yes.
Okay. So I had Honored Steward the Titan, okay? And for like 3 turns, I had like 15 cards, 10 to 15 cards in my singularity, and I did not have time to grab the Titan out of my singularity. And like, you can imagine, it's so painful because the Honored Steward is like one of the only great answers to that.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
shield it. And it was just the most harrowing experience, like trying to quick select, give me the damn Titan.
I can get that. I respect you still trying the New Dawn. Shout out to the New Dawn, the New Dawn survivors. That's the word we're gonna say. No, the New Dawn thrivers. No, you're survivors right now. I'm sorry. I really thought when Embedded Agent would come out, New Dawn would see more play because then they would have the best one-drop suite. Like, because you had the venerated Raider. So I think that was like, I thought it was going to be really good, but Neve is just still strong. And the fact that you can like cheat Neve out too with Take It or Leave It is really good.
Yes.
So all those things together, like Neve is still kind of top dog for Shroud. But yeah, I don't know. Like New Dawn, I miss and I don't miss New Dawn. Like how you feel about Kathy and like fleet support and stuff. Like that era of the burn Kathy. I don't miss that with New Dawn. But that's like way back. New Dawn I don't think has got its time to shine for quite a long time.
I mean, New Dawn hasn't been good anywhere near the power level of fleet support.
No,
Kathy,
no,
so
never. Yeah, never.
some New Dawn hate right there.
You sound like an Earthen player before Aftermath.
Yeah, pretty much. No, it'll have its day.
Can we talk about the real victims? It's Agincourt.
That's
It is
so true. Yeah.
Agincourt. I feel so bad for Agincourt. They can't catch a break. Like it just does not feel good right now.
Hey, maybe Deception is where they'll
We're
shine.
already talking about the next expansion to save it. Ali, that's like 5-something months from now.
Okay.
Someone's got to figure something out before then.
Here's the thing, though. I think a really strong battle pass card could
Yes,
like a
that's
3-drop,
fair.
you know,
Yeah,
something like
yeah.
that in the early game that could give them a huge advantage. Like, I think there's room to make Agincourt good again or great
Yeah.
again.
It could be. But here we are, guys. We are in a Kathy mirror match. Both players locked in their decks. And it looks like Job is going to be going first. And we'll see. Does that double mulligan from Hylas get him an edge? Or is it really just still going to be Jobsad with that turn one pressure? He's got a decent, good opener, at least from the mulligan. We saw still 2 1-drops in there with 3 sent away. And Hylas with 3 1-drops, right? So who does Jobsad have the 1-drops he needs? No, does not.
I'm kind of surprised that you toss away the Harf there, but maybe with these newer Kathy lists, there's just not quite as many effects, so it's not as good. But like, it's still the counter of the Catherine's Rallying Cry if you develop it on 2, right?
I think Harf is like low key going to become a staple in almost every deck. Because it's so good with all the no snitching and take it or leave it running around. Oh my god, Jobsad has a prime variant Vindicator. I'm so sorry.
Wow.
But that is a flex. This card became popular like 2 days ago, by the way, and the man is walking around with a prime variant Vindicator. That is, give him a W in the chat.
Wow. Let's see if it'll carry him to victory here.
I had to stop what I was saying for a second. I was like, God damn, that thing looks sick.
Also has the Logistics Mastery in the opener as well, which could definitely give him a huge edge.
A coin would be a nice draw here, I think. But then it's like, what do you bank? Maybe you just bank the Vindicator, but no, you bank like I don't know. No, you bank Slinger and you just go Vindicator or something. Mastery feels kind of weird in the early game now. Have you felt that? I usually am sending it away in my mulligan.
Yeah, I think especially in a mirror, like just the board development is so clutch. So, obviously the relic is an investment for the future, but I feel like having double 1 or something like that is probably going to be a lot stronger the majority of the time.
Yeah. Hylas was like super deep thinking his play here, mapping it like we haven't said it yet, so we have to do one like little blurb about banking and how important it is. But like sometimes it looks like BM when they're just sitting there with their hand, or like it plays itself. But then it's like, wait, if I bank this card, I'm like he banked the PS8 and he probably went through all the scenarios where he's like, do I need double PS8 or no?
Yeah, see, back in the Hearthstone days, when someone would rope you turn one and you were streaming, that's when you would go look and see if the opponent's name is in your chat because you would assume they are pulling up your stream sniping. But not in the days of parallel. People are actually thinking about what they're banking on turn one. So
Yeah, you need to figure out what's your next play for a few turns, and your energy's only coming from your hand. That's pretty funny though. That you're like checking their thing. Like, are you watching my game right now?
every time, if you're roping me turn one in Hearthstone, I'm looking to see if you're looking at my stream.
Just ban them. Don't even look. Just hit /ban and immediately ban, and then you can unban later. Figure it out later.
Truth is, most people incognito.
Smart.
Yeah.
Just go offline. Big brain. Come back
Exactly.
after the come back after the match.
Okay, well, it was lucky for Job here that he picked up another machinist.
Yeah.
Just have that double one turn.
Yeah. I like the spread of stats, right? Nothing just dies randomly to the Crimson Machinist. And Hylas does have the double one drop also. I mean, you could even PS8 maybe, but yeah, maybe PS8's not that bad. Unless you're trying to set up like a knife play. But Vindicator is going to make this kind of annoying to deal with. But if it's a rallying cry from Job instead, then it's not too bad if you go like one drop spam into like knife.
Does make more sense here. PS8 or a slinger to take out. Well, gosh, double machinist is going to be annoying too. I mean, you probably
Yep.
still take out the two too, but I don't know.
The Vindicator is going to be really tough. Buffed up like that. It's going to be a 4/5.
Oh.
4/5 with an aftermath that's a 3 damage ping. Like, was this card really the answer and we just didn't know? Like, I apologize to Cobra, man. He probably has asked. He's told me about this card. I'm sure he's told other people about the card, and everyone just pushed him away. And then one day, he tells Lambie, and he tries it on stream, and I think that was the catalyst that everyone started trying the card. But it's good.
Well, Aftermath has only been out for a few weeks. Sometimes it takes time to
Yeah,
find the best stuff.
that's very true. But it looks like Hylas here is going for the Slinger and the Bannerman here. Let's go a little wide. And then, I mean, it would be nice if he had to take it or leave it for Glaive. I feel like Glaive is really good in the mirror match. But Jobsad's hand is looking chill. Like you don't really have much issues at all. Like you can go Vindicator here if you want and just dismantle Hylas's board because even if you lose your Vindicator, you're chilling. Or you could just Rallying Cry and just keep going wide.
It's never like get mastery down and take out like a full clear here. Is it? Or
I don't think
No.
so.
yeah, I agree. More pressure, but
Yeah.
going over it. But which one though? Whoa, banking the rallying cry. That's oh my gosh, he is
He's
gonna
going
do
for
it.
your play. Mastery into Slinger, kill off the Bannerman, and then just trade, full trade. I mean, it's not that bad. It could be good because then you have a 3+1 next turn. And I know we're a little surprised by banking the. Wait, doesn't Slinger just kill it too?
Yeah, Slinger would be better, right?
A little overkill. No, he just wants to buff. He wants to buff the vehicle next turn with
Okay.
Kathy passive. But what was I going to say? Rallying Cry being banked. I think it's like since that nerf that it doesn't hit three cost units anymore. It's usually if there's been another good 3 cost unit, it usually is now the victim of being banked more often than not because the vehicles that we've gotten so far have been really good. So, and you're not really running any game breaking 2 drops.
No, that's a good point. I mean, I guess Harf's in there, a Scanner Probe. I mean, the Alvaros are not the worst get, right? Because their stats are fairly decent. But no, I mean, you're absolutely right. I think it makes sense to bank it, especially if
Yeah.
you've got the other good Vindicator.
Yeah, and it also works because now he has mastery set up, so the slingers are going to be super powerful. Overall, not bad. I think this is a pretty good spot. Hylas is in a little. I mean, he's not in trouble. He can literally just clear this, but it's
Yeah.
like weird. It just feels weird, like not set up clean. I don't
I
know
mean,
why it looks like Job's board is better, but it maybe just because he has a follow up turn.
just go 1-1-1, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Which is not
I
the
think you bank the knife, but I don't know.
yeah. I think
I say that because like I also think he should have split the stats on the slinger and stuff in case just one of them dies. Um he banked the no snitching. I think no snitching is kind of underrated in the mirror with like the Vindicator vehicle. Like I would like to know okay, he just draws another. Like that's just do that instead. But I like hitting no snitching on the Vindicator vehicles, and I like that sometimes I can use it on my Kathy and
Yeah,
choose my trade.
agreed. Yeah, that is actually so nice
It's
for
pretty
Catherine.
versatile in the mirror. I think it's
Mhm.
I do think it's a little underrated.
Yeah, and the aftermath 3 damage from the Vindicator is like when I mean I think that's why a lot of people probably wrote it off. Like when you read it, you don't think it's that powerful, but it's proving to be
Hmm.
so. I probably would want to put this Vindicator at 4 health maybe to contest the 3-3.
I agree. Uh, because it's not like this. Oh no, he's just gonna kill it. The slinger, the 3/3, logistics mastery, 2 more damage
Oh,
on the
of
ping.
course. Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
My bad. Yeah,
Dude, that prime variant looks so cool, man.
it really does.
That looks so
It
cool.
really does.
You probably just glaive and no snitching. That's super clean. That's like beyond clean. That's as clean as it gets.
Yeah, looks pretty good.
Bank the knife. Sorry, outburst.
Honestly, that glaive's gonna be pretty annoying. I feel like
Yeah,
best chance is we get a 1 drop off the top here to buff Kathy, and then she lucky hits it. But
yeah.
it's gonna be tough. You definitely
Alright,
use no snitching, right? For
100%.
Hylas? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I think so. I mean, he's probably deciding do you bank the knife or the scanner probe. And now that I think about it, maybe banking scanner probe is good. But I don't know. I feel like you're gonna be ahead on board. Like, why not also be ahead on like their draws a little bit too, right?
I
It's like
find
on the
some
following turn.
Yeah. I find sometimes with knife, like, it's so good once you get it going, but you sort of get stuck where keeping it in your hand sometimes because you're waiting to develop
Yeah,
it, and then it just sort of sits there because there isn't an opportune time. So,
it's like opportunity cost a little bit.
mhm.
Yep, this is good. I like this. Oh, perfect curve next turn. Nice.
Nice. Rallying cry pickup, pretty
Oh, this
reasonable.
is solid. That's a good take it or leave it. I mean, not that you can snitching anything, but uh just playing it is kind of nice sometimes.
We need to just get this glaive off the board.
Hmm.
Yep. See what we
All right,
get.
let's see. We're rolling.
What's
Roll
it
the
gonna
dice,
be?
triumph of the Mars. Are we lucky?
Oh my
We are
goodness.
lucky.
Wow. I mean, that's pretty darn good. I guess
Yeah,
yeah, no, that's great.
you can just swing the Vindicator in, Gunslinger, then Glaive, and then just kill off the other Gunslinger.
Is it
You're
worth
chilling.
killing off the other gunslinger?
No,
Probably.
you just like run into
Oh
it
yeah,
with
you
your,
hit
oh, or you
face.
just hit
Hit
face,
face.
whatever.
Pretty good.
You can tell. I mean, obviously, you can tell that they know that there's a lot of money on the line because of like how they're
Mhm.
playing. Something like this in ladder would just take like half a second, do the turn, end your turn. But here, it's really important. You don't want to make any dumb mistakes and let something through that you shouldn't have, and it loses you the game.
Yeah. I know from the caster perspective, sometimes we're like, all right, come on, make your
Yeah.
plays, but there is actually a lot of money on the line. $20,000 to first place, $10,000 to second place, and
Yep.
also that guaranteed spot at Worlds, like that is just
That's a
so
big deal. That's a
big
big
deal.
deal.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like this glaive on the empty board here, it might just seal the deal. This
Drawing the
is
glaive was massive. It was definitely massive.
like I don't really see how you recover from this point. Like even if a Kathy got to 6-6, like it couldn't cleanly take it out. I mean, this is pretty tough.
Yeah, I mean, I think you scanner probe and vindicator, and then just clear off a little bit. But the vindicator can kill off the glaive, which is not that bad.
Mm. Yeah, I mean that's gonna be the play. We'll
Yeah.
see how it pans out. But yeah, getting the chunky unit off of.
Oh, just end.
Oh,
Okay.
interesting. Okay.
I don't like this as much because now you can't kill the glaive because he can just run into it with his 2 units. Or like we see the PS8s also, right?
Yep.
So it's a bit tough. I wonder what I mean, the thought process is too, like he doesn't want the scanner probe to just get run into by glaive. But you could just play the scanner probe first, I think, run it into the gunslinger, get some knowledge, because he also had a
Mhm.
rallying cry in hand. Maybe there's something crazy there. I don't think there is off the top of my head, but just that order of operations, suicide it into the 2-1 and then play your vindicator vehicle. But Job is going face here. Face is the place.
I would personally love to get the Kathy down, get the guaranteed
Yeah, Kathy
damage.
and just PS8. The you can I would PS8 first maybe. PS8 the Vindicator, then play Kathy.
Yeah, for sure. Just reading the cards, double checking.
Yeah.
Everything works. Making sure. Like I said, it's a lot of money and points on the line
Yep.
here.
Yep. It's 3 damage on the glaive. Glaive hits. Play bank your PS8 and just play Kathy. Free damage.
Pretty good. I mean, that Glaives
Mhm.
would still get through a
Yeah.
Sondrion top deck, so that's nice.
Oh, that's not what you want to see right now.
Mm.
Just scanner probe and pray you get something good from it.
Yeah, I mean, and we're too far off a Catherine plus artillery volley. Like this is
You never know. You could get like a take it or leave it, and then maybe it's doable.
that's
He's
true.
yeah,
That's
but Hylas doesn't have a lot of health. So to your point, we are definitely behind if we are Hylas right now. But jobsad, if we are jobsad, we are chilling. Like this looks good. This is where you want to be.
locked in.
Nope, nothing. This looks like jobsad's game to win for sure.
Yeah. I said
Or
I'm
game to
trying.
lose. Is that the saying? Game to lose.
No. Uh, Jobs game to win.
I'm pretty sure we're saying it wrong, but he's ahead a lot.
The end
And
of the day, bear with us. All
yeah,
right.
Hylas is in some trouble. I mean, you can no snitching and hit face, but that's not a lot. Oh my god, this random defender actually coming in clutch.
Wow.
You can't no snitching, just hit now.
Oh man, that's I don't know how I feel about this armored support vehicle in a Kathy list. I mean, maybe.
Don't let this sway you.
Yeah. I mean,
Stay strong. Stay strong.
look. Here's the thing, though. We're talking about how bad the 2 drops kind of are for the rallying
Yeah,
cry. I mean, you play that second, it becomes a 2/5. I mean, that's a
maybe it's
decent
better
amount.
in the mirror. Something like a little mirror, some mirror
Mm-hmm.
shenanigans. I mean, it becomes a 1-5 with the fleet machinist, right?
True. Yeah.
Or actually, it'll become a 2-6. All right, fine. Maybe there's something there.
Yeah. 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 Sorry.
It's a lot of damage. Yeah, I think you just play the units. Just do things because there's. I think he's worried about a board wipe, but I don't think it's
I
that
mean,
bad. He's worried about a volley.
yeah. I think respecting the volley is
Yeah.
super valid, but oh
All
man,
right.
is there ever a reason and then to not play the rallying cry? Like just, you know, say, well,
Well, it's
I've got
like
a lot
if you, yeah, I don't know. It's like if you do volley me, then I have a unit and stuff. But I don't.
of.
All right, well,
Okay.
that problem's gone.
Yeah.
And Hylas is left with not much left. This is not what you need. He's looking down a, how much? 8, 11, 12 damage board. Wong there could just end the game. This
I
is not it. I think Jobsad gets this one. We go 2-0, and then he just has to win with his Neve, and Hylas is stuck. We saw this happen with Mystery, right? He got stuck on the Catherine, and something we wouldn't have expected to see, like getting stuck on Catherine. It's the second time this is kind of happening.
Yep. Congratulations to jobsad for taking that second game here. He's almost done it. Just needs one more win.
Yep, for sure. Hylas has to go for a full reverse sweep if he's going to get this. And it's going to be tough. I mean, it's doable. It's definitely doable.
This is a scary position to be in, though. Oh, man. I mean, it's doable. We've seen, like, earlier today, Earthen is capable of beating Shroud at this point. So, and then, you know, a mirror is a mirror between the two Neves. I don't know if there's anything in the list that would give, like, a crazy edge to one or the other. And then Marco can certainly take down Neve, right? So
yeah, it's definitely Hylas. He has a chance to come back. But Jobsad, if you're Jobsad, you definitely feel really confident right now. One deck left, 3 tries to get it through. It's not often that you lose 1, okay, whatever. You lose 2, then you start getting scared, obviously. But I think right now he's probably chilling. He's probably like, I've done most of what I need to do, just got to finish it.
yeah. So Jobsad's definitely a new name in competitive parallel. I personally am not super familiar with his history. I will say his headshot here looks pretty professional, so I am wondering if he like comes from other
his
card
Twitter
games.
says Hearthstone.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
His Twitter says Hearthstone, and I don't know if he's actively still playing, but he plays for, or did play for, what team? I'm gonna look it up right now. Entropic team. It's a Czech team,
Okay. Cool.
but he plays Hearthstone.
All right. Coming over to the space card game. I like to see it.
Yeah. More competition is always good, and it's crazy, right? Some of the guys that show up, you don't see their name, and you're like, oh, whatever. And then they have a belt, like a load of experience in other TCGs. They pick up parallel from like other players that are good at the game. Then with half the games played as you, they're like competing against you for a 5-figure payout. That's pretty good.
I definitely remember the shift of when ladder got like way sweatier. Like you're cruising through ranks, and then all of these amazing pros from other TCGs came over, and you're like, okay, game's not as easy as it once was.
When it took me like twice as much effort to stay and chill on Master, and I couldn't experiment as much, I was like, all right, my time in Master is over. I will now hang out with the diamonds. Those are my new friends. And then I played a little even less sometimes based on like casting or coaching. And now I hang out with my friends in Platinum.
Love it. Hey, as long as you're having fun, and also you have the role of coach, you have to experiment. You got to see what's good, and I mean, I respect it.
It's fun. Platinum's they're nicer down there a little bit. But we're going into this game. Hylas has locked in the Cathy again. If it fails once, try it again. What is it? Wait, the saying, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times. Whose fault is it? But Hylas doesn't know because he locked in Cathy again.
I don't know what happens at 3 there.
Try and try again.
Try and try again. Let's go. Well, that happened earlier in this tournament too, right? Someone like couldn't get
Mystery.
a win. Couldn't get a win from Marco,
Mystery.
and finally got
Yep.
one.
So we'll see. Does Hylas have the same fate as Mystery? Kind of getting stuck on this Cathy, or is this the beginning of a reverse sweep?
Ooh, yep. Excelsior in our chats bringing up like Hylas is actually the only player that has gone 7-0, right, in Swiss. So we'll see if he, that kind of top seed curse stands true for him, or if he's able to do the reverse sweep. Big shout out to the cat ears. Love them. 10 out of 10.
The cat ears are fire.
They are fire. Okay, so probably would have liked to have seen Hylas go first, I guess,
Yep.
as Kathy. So a little bit unfortunate for him.
This is not a bad hand from jobsad. You can like bait the snitching with embedded agent, and then you play like steward and life siphon, and you kind of like coast off that. You get at least one buff. And then, but if you're Hylas, you just gunslinger the agent and then double one drop and snitching. Then there's only one buff on the steward. I'm just running through. I'm like Doctor Strange running through all the scenarios at first.
All
But I think that's what
possible,
happens. Yeah.
simulating all possible realities.
Yeah.
Oof, that's a tough bank decision though, because I do like keeping the Dominion, but I suppose with the change to life siphon, uh, you could maybe get a double cast off. Not on the first turn, obviously,
Yeah.
but okay.
I mean,
Steph,
if
oh, go
go
ahead.
ahead. No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, the hand's looking fairly strong here. Like,
Yeah.
you have the one into double one, uh, the no snitching answer to something scary. Like, this does look quite good, all things
Yeah.
considered.
And you have an answer for agent, which is really nice too. Like I think overall this is a really strong hand from Hylas. Jobsad looks like he's got a good template though, right? Because he will get a buffed steward, at least one buff.
What do you bank as Hylas here?
I'm gonna go and say it. Volley. I think you
Yep,
bank volley.
yep.
Just
And
units galore. Just play all your units.
oh, I feel so bad. Volley, honestly, artillery volley is one of my favorite cards in parallel. I
It's a very
absolutely
cool
love that
card.
card.
I miss oh no, I can't even remember the name of it. The other legendary that's 4 cost that kills that does 3 damage and 2 damage, then 1 damage.
Oh,
Solar grenade. Nope, not solar grenade. I
no,
almost fell for it.
neutron bomb. Yeah, neutron
Yeah, I
bomb.
love Neutron Bomb. I miss that card.
Yeah, neutron bombs get great as well. Oh
But
wow, even got a rallying cry.
yeah,
This is
that's
a
good.
strong
That's what
hand.
you want. Jobsad not the best draw with Triumph of the Lost, right? I mean, yes, you get a buff, but that's about it. And then you're kind of at mercy at what you draw next. But Hylas can just keep pumping out answers, kind of.
The thing. It's definitely good that he held back on the steward because at least you get to keep the stats, right? Like a
Yep.
2/4 is massively more helpful. You know, so no snitching only removes the abilities of a card, doesn't actually take away the stats. So it's not like a full silence in Hearthstone or something like that.
Yeah, I kind of like that. How do you feel about that from someone that played Hearthstone and now is like dealing with no snitching this way? That it keeps the stats.
Yeah, it took a second for my brain to accept it because I very much do view no snitching as a
You're like,
silence.
no,
So
this is wrong.
it feels a little weird, but the card would be really insane
Yeah.
if it was a full silence. So
I like that it keeps stats. It adds like another like layer to it where it's not like, oh, no snitching now just deals with this card. Okay, cool. Now I don't have to worry about this random one drop that pumped a bunch in the beginning. It's
mhm.
more like, okay, I stopped this from growing, but it doesn't completely remove it. So I still have to figure out how to play around it. I like that it kind of went this route. I was like you at first. I was like, it should remove it altogether, like all the
Yeah.
stats and everything. But now that I've played more and more with it, and even seeing it in this tournament, I like that it's not a one card full answer.
All right, let's see. Wow. Do you want to go for the second machinist to try and get a huge vindicator? Or are we just like, or did you just go for a 3/3 and then go for the rallying cry
I think
next
you
turn?
rally. I think you rally in this matchup.
Yeah.
Rally into like glaive, and then you just kind of like keep pushing.
Yep. Agreed.
It looks pretty good.
Yeah. Shroud's got the access to the single.
He banks the rally
Uh,
though. I mean, it's fine. But he plays. I think Hylas plays Elvaros, right? So wouldn't you want to try to get Elvaros on the board? That's kind of my thought.
Yeah. No, I think going wide against the Neve, like, force them to have Dominion, and plus they take a lot of damage if they do have to nuke a wide board. I think I
Yeah.
would have kept the rallying cry.
Yeah.
Oh,
If
what is
we're
this
job set,
hand?
it's not that bad though, because you can at least do stuff. You can life siphon and then just treacherous, and you can either mess up curve or you probably just take the glaive because glaive is like really good, and you have a play for next turn.
Yeah, like it. Costs you 4 health. Not the worst. Just
I
get
think
rid of
that's fine with
the-
Kathy now. Kathy now is not like a I need to worry about my health at every moment type of matchup. It's more like I need to worry about the board.
Yeah. Job just finds a brand's expertise. He'll be sitting pretty.
Yeah. I think
Can't
glaive is
remember.
such a good steal.
Yeah, and it's plays on curve for next turn,
Yep.
so I like it. I can't remember if Job is the one that only has 2 expertise. Like, someone runs like
I don't
double
know.
rummaging researcher, but he really needs to find a draw.
I
Oh,
don't think I think he only runs expertise. I don't think he runs
okay.
the other cards. I think. Yeah.
You're welcome, Job. I brought it up. I willed it into existence for you. There you go.
Give me my money.
Yep.
All right. If we are Hylas, we have a 4 energy turn, which is not that bad. Kind of I mean, I don't know. Part of me wants to slinger and just kill the steward, but I don't think that matters that much,
I think I would favor the draw, honestly.
right? Like
Yeah.
play what's it called? Fleet Machinist and then Vindicator.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think
I think that makes
against
sense too.
Shroud, you really don't want to run out of steam, and this 2/4
Yeah.
is not doing that much. And plus, you get some face damage in. I definitely would go for the draw.
Ooh, I guess not. Hylas
Oh,
looks like opting. I think I agree with you though. I like the draw more because you are thinning out your deck for more answers. You're buffing your cards, right? So they demand more of a response. I think all that together is better.
yeah. I feel. Oh, I mean, I guess I could be wrong, but I feel pretty strongly about it.
I mean, you still have an answer to glaive, so that's pretty good. Like the glaive doesn't look as clean, which is nice. Because glaive can like Vindicator. I like Vindicator a lot because the stats are so good that it makes stuff that used to be like answered or whatever or couldn't be answered more answerable. Like glaive now comes out as
Mhm.
a 3/6 and you just throw your Vindicator in a slinger and you're like chilling, right? That's not bad at all. You just play Kathy and then you just hit face.
Bummer. Had to bank the draw, but you can't give up the triumph going into turn 5, right?
Uh no. I mean the Triumph would get a Vindicator. That's actually kind of good, right? That's like
Is there
really
a
good.
effect that's been cast? Well,
I don't think so yet.
okay.
I don't think so yet. Yeah, but if you're Hylas, I think you bank trigger. I don't know. Sometimes I like keeping trigger though nowadays. I don't know, but I think you just bank trigger, play your Kathy, clear off the glaive, hit for 4 with the trigger happy you have on board, and Kathy hits for 5, so 8 damage.
Mhm.
Put him at 17, and then anything that gets played next turn, you just hit face. Like just keep hitting face. Face is the place. Like that's what I think I'm seeing in some matchups that we've seen in tournament today. Is not everyone is recognizing hitting face sometimes. Like they still keep trading.
Mhm.
For some of these games, it was kind of like, well, just put the pressure, especially as Kathy. It's a lot of pressure. Like suddenly you're at 16 health. That's a big deal.
I mean, the saying goes, like, when in doubt, go face. Like, if you're really
Hmm.
toying with the idea, oftentimes I think face is the right move.
Yeah. Oh man, drawing this take it or leave it is not what you want to see. Like this is like the nerf in full effect. Sometimes when you're behind and you draw the take it or leave it, like now you're put in a situation where you have to bank a card you didn't want to bank, right? And
Hmm.
that feels bad. I mean, a Neve, it's not as awful because you can cheat out the Paragon, but look, now he's banking the Triumph and does nothing. Is this a nothing turn? Maybe he plays the Malia to try to like eat the Kathy attack, but now you're just losing Malia. Like one ping and it missed. Oh no, wait,
Okay.
how many pings are on this thing?
4, right?
Oh. Oh, there you go.
And
That's not that bad. That's actually pretty good. I take it back.
I don't know,
I
me.
thought there
I
was
mean,
some things.
hindsight's 2020, but that expertise would be real nice right about now.
Yes, I agree. Yeah. I wish Hylas went for that play too.
But it's so hard to know. Like if your opponent had played a Catherine's rallying cry or something, but maybe they don't play that into turn 5, just to
Yeah.
expect it.
Okay.
Maybe
Just draw the cards. Just do things. Just draw the right cards.
just draw their cards.
Just do
Seems fair.
that. Yeah, Syndrolon is going to be really good. Or how do you actually say it, Ali?
Cendrillon. Yeah,
Cendrillon.
French word, I think, for like Cinderella, basically.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
She definitely knows Cinderella. She blows up everything she touches. I don't know about that. It needs a different name. Maybe that's the point. It's a little ironic, right? There's probably
Yeah.
some lore there, some tragic story that we're missing.
She's one of my faves. Cendrillon.
All right. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna say Cinderella because it sounds like so much effort to say
It's
Cendrillon every time.
yeah.
But
Cindy.
you it's
Say
Cindy, yeah.
Cindy.
Yep, you're right. Yeah, I forgot we had Cindy as a nickname. Shout out Yo Jeremy for Cindy. Yeah, but Cindy, clear out the Malia. That's 2 damage to face, and then Kathy hits face, and you're chilling. It's at 7 life, threatening lethal. And now Job just has to. Nope, he has Erasure. Erasure is pretty good. I mean, I don't think you would. Yeah, you had Adira. Adira kills 1 at least, right?
You definitely have to Adira. You got Adira and hope for a miracle, and I think you
Yeah.
have to kill the Cendrillon, right? And then like maybe get into like
Yeah.
another rally or like a rallying cry or another unit, and then Kathy
Oh.
is drunk and doesn't go face or something like that, right?
Here we go. Risk it all. Adira, do not disappoint.
You've done incredible things if before, Adira.
Yeah,
You
we've seen
can.
it on stream. We've seen some crazy things. He's trying to decide which one to attack. I
Am I
think
am I wrong? Like I think
I
you
think you
hope.
yeah, you kill this Cindy because you hope you get units that Kathy just runs into it.
Yeah.
Here we go. Not bad. There's cards. Those are cards.
Those are cards.
Yeah,
Those are
Vindicator.
definitely cards.
Vindicator's a pretty good card.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
All right.
the
This match is down to the wire, man.
oh gosh, that is not what you want to see. The take it or leave it change, not being able to bank it. Like I think it actually was a really elegant way to
I
bring
like
the
it.
power level down,
Yep.
It's been annoying, but the
Yep.
card's obviously very strong, so I
Shout
think that
out
was
to Veen and the balance team.
yep, for sure.
Here we go. Harf into Triumph of Mars. What are we getting? We're getting stuff. Nothing to end the game right now, but still stuff.
Not the worst.
Yeah, that's not the worst. Kathy
Okay,
hitting face is definitely what you want to see here, but you get what you get. Getting the victory. Pretty good draw.
pretty good.
Kathy hit the Vindicator, so that at least saves Jobsad a bit, which is really good. He wants that. I mean, the Harf, you got to kill the Harf because that is making your take it or leave it cost 1, and that's why I think that Harf is so good right now. But yeah, that's clean, and just needs to draw into a few more units. You play the oh, hold up. Play Shard, play Void Keeper. Don't bank. You're at 9 next turn.
That works.
Big brain.
That weirdly does
Do
work.
it. Do it.
Well, hang on.
Just no. Ugh.
Well, so if we
Oh,
could still
oh wait, you can still do it
yeah,
anyways. I'm
we can
dumb.
still
Yeah.
do that, right?
Yeah,
Next turn.
just ignore me.
It's okay. It's all
Yeah,
good.
you still get Neve next turn.
Yeah.
All right. How much damage does Hylas have on board? He's got 2. There's 4 from the victory, so that's 6. You have 1 from Gunslinger. So he could get close to setting up lethal right now. This Wong just has to hit the Fleet Machinist, and it's definitely doable.
All right, 50-50. Is he gonna do it?
What do
Wong,
we get in?
is he feeling greedy? Yep, he is.
Super greed.
Per
Super
usual.
greed.
Man, that Wong pickup for Job would have been so nice instead
Yeah.
of the Void Keeper last turn.
He's gonna no snitching the what's the name of this guy again? The 4 cost
Void
1/6.
Void Keeper, I think.
Yeah, Void Keeper. And then I guess you either go I think you go really wide here actually.
Yeah, I mean,
And then
I
you
suppose. Yeah.
victory next turn. Or you could victory now for 6 damage, right? You do 2 damage to 4 damage to face, and then when the victory comes out, he didn't even play any. Okay, because when the victory comes out, like if Jobsad were to Neve or something, he takes 2 more damage.
Yeah, I think we gotta just.
So that would put him at 5, and then the 4 damage that would put him at 1. Wait, that was lethal, wasn't it? You'd have to clear the ship, the victory. I did math right? 4 damage. 4 damage from the victory. Then Neve gets played, 2 damage burn. That's 6. And then you just Gunslinger next turn.
Yeah.
Oh, this is fine. You have Alvaro. Yeah, you're good.
Alvaro's just gonna.
Why am I thinking of the complicated ones today? I'm doing so too much math for myself. It's like something's right in front of you. It's a lesson to be learned.
Yeah, we're gonna need Miracle here.
Heals. I once saw a dmoney stream where he hit double Student of Shoshana right off the bat, and then he healed from 4 to 30.
No.
Yeah, it was crazy. I think it was in tournament, in Swiss, in this tournament. dmoney did it. I forgot who he did it to. I think he did it to Sparkling. Oh, this is actually a very weak Neve.
Yeah. No.
Oh no, there's nothing you can do. Yes, it's over. You needed some good units. You needed defenders.
Well, there you go. Hylas not getting swept here. That's just this Neve hand was not it. I mean, the opener looked solid with double life siphon, the 1-drops, but I mean, I do wonder if instead of banking, I mean, it's a hindsight is 2020 thing, but if we didn't bank the if we didn't bank the expertise and had banked the triumph and had gotten, a couple cards, potentially even playing the kickback for a few, but at that point, I feel like he was still so behind. So.
Yep. So Hylas gets his first win. Jobsad still has to just get it out with the Neve. Definitely doable with Earthen and Neve left for Hylas, right? You can definitely get it. We've seen Earthen upset Shroud twice. I don't know if we'll see it a third time. Maybe we're just lucky.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, I'm still unsure about that Shogo match. If there are things that he maybe could have done differently to have carried him to victory in that one matchup.
I think that's fair. That's fair to say.
I think that's fair. Not 100%, but yeah. And so, yeah, I guess we'll see what happens here. That would be a pretty epic story if Hylas is undefeated and then reverse sweeps. That would be that would be wild.
That would be absolutely crazy. I love drama, so bring it on. I think that's always cool to see. I think Parallel, we're starting to hit our drama arc.
Yeah.
We're attitude era for Parallel. For those that used to watch wrestling growing up, we just need some people flying through instead of people flying through tables. We just need to see some some other action. Don't send anybody through tables.
I want to give a shout out to the new copy pasta to Lambie. Let me also remind y'all that you don't matter to me. Stay losing, stay salty, stay sour, stay childish, stay cringe. I play to win.
That is gonna go down in history as one of the best.
Spam it, chat.
Yeah. There's a new
Good.
Fitch one that popped up today.
Oh well, that's an old one, but it
Yes,
Fitch
but it like
was,
came back. Yeah, yeah.
yes, it came back.
It's an old throwback one, but Fitch got put into it.
To be honest, I never expected Fitch to be thrown into that copy pasta.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty great. No, I look, the community is definitely building, or growing, I should say. Like a lot of wholesome moments, some spicy drama here and there. Like we're really becoming a real game, guys. Pretty
Yeah.
exciting.
Full on esports scene. I'm here for it. I'm excited, and we're almost done with the season, but there's still one more minor, one more major, and then worlds. There's tons of more drama to fill in, guys.
Yes. And we will talk about it on the Parallel League podcast. Okay, I'm gonna shamelessly shout out Muka and my Parallel League podcast. It's
Please,
honestly,
thank you for. Make sure you tune in. We got the best guests. We're running out of things to say, so we're gonna plug the podcast. Look at last week's episode. We had Veen on. It was super cool to have him. The episode before that was with Swish, so we're bringing on like the heavy hitters of the Parallel team. Getting all the juicy facts that you want to know, some of the reasoning. And we just got word today that there's some other crazy guests, that people that you have not met but are gonna want to know. So make sure you're watching these videos.
Yeah, and for those of you that have been checking them out, leaving the comments and on YouTube and stuff like that, we really appreciate it. They've been some like really incredible conversations where we get some insight from the team, and they've been a joy to do. So
Yeah,
thanks, for supporting it.
I want to especially applaud the people that comment, because I read those and I like them. The few that do, I love you, and keep commenting. Especially the ones when Veen comes on, because it's always some person, like one comment is like, of course they didn't touch Shroud, and then the other person is like, why did they touch my Shroud?
Yeah, right.
It's always like one thing and then the total opposite on the other side right under it.
Classic. Ooh,
All right, here we go.
Let's go. I'm actually really excited to see this, because if we go through this day with Earthen beating Shroud 3 times, it's only been twice before, right? Or
Yeah,
hang
it's
on,
twice so far.
twice so far. Yeah. That would be quite the day. So
That would be crazy. I'm here for it. Give me the Earthen upsets. Let's tear down the Shroud overlords that have been plaguing the Earthen from the space. And let's do it.
I feel like I'm betraying my Shroudies and Neve, our wielder of faith, but Earthen has probably been the class that I've enjoyed the most since Aftermath, so I'm kind of here for it. If they take down the Shrouds, I'm okay with it.
Earthen is
Just
super
one time.
fun. I have a screenshot library of the amount of times my Terra Glider hits multiple Terras,
Yes.
and it's the best feeling. Terra Glider's fun. Like those, I like some of these new cards that like what's the word? I want to say like feel fun, but like that are also good. Like
Mhm.
Terra Glider is a great example. There's tons of variation in what you can roll, like how to min max it, whatever. But the cards that you can get are just like fun. Like it just feels fun when you hit a good card. I don't know. I like it a lot. So shout out to whoever made Terra Glider.
Yeah. To me, that's like the right amount of RNG. I'm sure there's some players who don't like it, but I think when as you said, like you can really capitalize it, like you can play around it, like I think that adds the right amount of variance and spice to keep things interesting and exciting, without it being too insane.
Yeah,
All right.
100%.
Let's see what we got going on here. Both players got some ramp, with the shard in hand.
Yep. Hylas is going first, right? He's obviously got the steward, but mapping out the next plays is tough. Does he want to keep double snitching, or is he like okay with sharding the next turn? And then from jobsad side, he does have a take it or leave it. He's got the embedded agent, which is good. Malia, stabilized shard, the void trapper, and life siphon. So jobsad's hand, the curve is, I want to say the word immaculate. That looks pretty clean.
That looks really good. Like you can you could play the embedded agent now, get the shard on 2, and then take it or leave it with the Malia and the Void Trapper the following turn, and then refill your hand a little bit with the draw. So that looks pretty good. Yeah, let's see. So I think by that we bank the Life Siphon, perhaps. Seems to make sense. Don't really have an answer for the Astil's Glaive. I like no Honored Steward currently, but it's fine. Find an answer later. Yep. Like the agent. Let's go. And you wind up using a no snitching on the agent. That feels not quite good enough, but I suppose it's a consideration.
Yeah, the take it or leave it is going to be, sorry, the no snitching is going to be really clutch here because it gets rid of that agent, but the agent just deals so much with Earthen that if it's not answered, it kills Steward for free, and usually it's like a 2-for-1. You kill Steward and kill another unit, and that becomes really, really tough for Earthen to deal with. So this no snitching is going to be really clutch for him here. And then but yeah, jobsad, he looks like he's got the stuff. Like he's got the accessory piece. He just needs more of the removal and stuff, right?
Man, this is so tough. Like, what do you? Oh, like, are you really gonna bank the Titan? I mean, you can't bank the Titan, right?
He's not doesn't believe. Gonna hold the Titan. We're gonna bank the glaive. Glaive is also good, but like I somewhat understand because you can just get out Nehemiah. Like you have a 4 cost, but
Yeah.
it's not the safest 4 cost in this matchup.
Yeah. I think if you didn't have the option for Nehemiah, then like you really don't want to whiff your turn. But hey, maybe we'll finally see hold the line on the Titan.
Yeah. It's
Perhaps.
not the best in this matchup, I would assume,
True.
but could do stuff. I mean, Chopsad's hand is not that great for Earthen, right? You're not like stopping. It's another turn that he gets to ramp, so it's not as good. But I mean, you can kill the Steward next turn, the turn after that. I'm sorry, but then you don't have an answer to Nehemiah yet. Once he draws 1 removal, it's like this whole conversation changes, right? But if he doesn't draw like another erasure or honored steward, it's gonna feel a little weird still.
Yeah. I mean, I like the shard here over the Void Trapper, but I suppose I was kind of tunnel visioned on that play. I just want some refill. Like I want like a guaranteed unit for the Malia to target. Um, so I think I like going with the shard instead of the Void Trapper here.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, you don't kill the steward though, which stinks a little bit, but it lets you get a little more ramp going. So I think that's fine.
Oh, there's Scout's favorite card. Baron has shown his face. Worst. Gone through.
I'm still a fan.
Yeah. Well, with the Triumph in the hand, feels kind of decent. All right. I mean, do you go for the Nehemiah here? It's just, oh man, it feels pretty bad to drop Nehemiah and just let her get answered. I suppose you could just go for the cycle. I mean, the hold the line is not that relevant in this matchup, as you said. So I feel like, I mean, it doesn't feel super strong to play the 2,
Yeah.
but I'd probably go for it.
Goes for the Nehemiah. Here we go. That's a high risk, high reward Paragon play right there. Oh my god, if he went Cunning Diplomat and drew Rummaging, I would have been like applauding.
Yep.
That would have been so good.
Yep.
The Honored Steward draw, but we know now that you cannot Honored Steward Paragon. So Jobsad still with no direct response to this Paragon. This is really good, right? If you're Hylas, you can set up Terramech now. Like, there's not like any big answers, so like you're kind of chilling. Like Jobsad hasn't hit any removal right now.
That's why we need to draw, I think.
Yeah. It's very true. We do need to draw, and I assume that means maybe some Malia. Try to try to get it out.
Yep. I think that's the play here. I can't really think of anything else. Interesting. Oh man, I don't know. I mean, it's so hard when you are seeing both perspectives, but the Titan is quite difficult to deal with, without the steward.
Yeah,
So,
banking the steward. I like. What are you trying to get? You know what he's trying to do? He's saying if I get Terramect, I'm just gonna play Triumph of the Lost, and I will have one too. And we are going to see a double Terramect game. And I don't know if you guys have played them, but they're miserable. But at least the Shroud can remove it, right? It's almost gonna be a. If Job gets this off, like if Hylas plays into this and Job gets this off, that could like that. Think that means Job wins the game.
yeah.
It's like, what do you do? Like the Void Trapper runs into Terramech again. You get another Terramech. Like, okay, fine, deal with my one Terramech maybe, but two. So Hylas is definitely has to play this safe. And I don't know if that's something you're thinking about, right? Like we used to think about not falling into Triumph of the Lost all the time, but sometimes we don't always think about it nowadays.
Oh man. That would be insane to get the
Yeah.
Titan off of the Triumph. Oh my gosh.
The good conservative play is, just the chill guy play, cunning diplomat, rummaging researcher, allocated provisions. Just play all those cards. Yep, that's what he's doing. And you're just kind of chilling. The emote. I don't know if the emote tells you enough. Hold the line. Is he gonna actually play it or pass? He plays it. Puts
Wow.
defender on his steward for extra 2 attack. That'll kill the the shield pod,
Shield
and then he can
pod.
kill Baron. That's pretty good. Or hit face.
So that was actually quite a nice use of the card.
That was
Okay.
clean.
Yeah, that was
That was
clean.
so clean. I like this.
I
This is
gotta
so good.
take out the Baron. Yep.
Oh my lord. That was a good play. And look at this. Rummaging. If he rummagings again, that's a 2 draw. Earthen has never seen this much draw in this
Yep.
part of the game ever. It's so good. And jobsad needs to hit some of his removal. I mean, he could do it with Brand's expertise, right? Try to draw into some removal and try to deal with this because it's getting out of hand a little bit. You need an
Yeah.
erasure.
Similar logic to how the Shroud matchup got worse against Augencore or Universal. What's the name of the relic? I'm totally blanking on the
Drone
draw.
printer.
Yeah, similar logic to Drone Printer. Like Shroud got worse against Uni. Like I feel like the same is true for the Rummaging Researcher with Earthen here. Like it's just making this matchup quite a bit better.
It makes it a lot tougher because your Earthen has always been play 1 card, draw 1 card.
Yep.
So if you go 1 for 1 for me, I'm gonna lose this game. But as soon as I'm able to do like 2 for 1, get more resources, and repeat, it gets really tough. Man, he playing the kickback too. He hasn't been able to find any erasures so far.
You gotta find that erasure here. Oh.
Oh, not it. But Hylas hits a Terra Glider.
Oh my god.
That's not good. You can just go fast. Like you're Sonic the Hedgehog now. Just go fast. Just keep going fast.
Man,
Dude,
I
what
just
do
want to
you
say though, like you said high risk, high reward. Like developing the Nehemiah, I was like pretty hesitant, but sometimes they don't
It's
have their erasure,
extremely high risk, high reward right now. This is insane the amount of pressure that Hylas can have. I mean, yeah, maybe there's a world where this just gets dealt with, but is that happening today? No. Like rummaging researcher, draw 2, play Terra Glider, profit. I don't know. Or do it the other way. Maybe you don't want to give the Terra Glider. I don't know if Hylas is thinking about Triumph of the Lost because it's not something that I've thought about in my ladder games a lot nowadays when I play against Shroud and I'm playing Earthen.
I mean, could potentially make all the difference, but I also feel like just at this point, like Job's pretty behind. I mean, I guess if he gets a Titan of his own, then we'll see then.
Yeah.
But
How is it super BM if we see like Titan Primea Conduit?
I mean,
You're
I
like,
think you should absolutely consider
Yeah,
that. I don't think that's
yeah.
an M. I think if you're, especially if you've played a lot of Shroud, like, I don't know, I think you
No,
drew a
that's
lot of
like
cards, like, you should be
yeah.
respected for sure.
I think that's what we're gonna see actually. If he's gonna bank the rummaging, that means he's not going for a 7 cost curve with the 3 and 4. That means he's gonna go 6+1. Oh my god. Okay. If he plays allocated provisions instead of Primea Conduit, that's a big deal. Like that's
That is a
like
big
that
deal.
could be a game losing decision.
Nah,
He
he's gonna
has to
play
play the
he's gonna
conduit.
he's gonna
He
play
plays
it.
the conduit. We are safe. Jobsat cannot get a Teramek now. Teramek is now on the board. What these two Triumph of the Lost are completely dead now. What do you do? There is nothing that can happen here.
I think
I think this is over.
I think it's over. I think we saw the hesitation on the previous turn where he could have played the Titan, like, and he
Yeah.
wound up going 3-2, right? So I think he was thinking about Triumph this entire time, and then when he saw that one drop, it probably was like, hallelujah. Can drop this freely. I don't see how you recover from here. This is really tough.
Yeah, keeping that Teramek is super huge. Jobsat had a like but like in the sense that like it's so tough with all the new cards added here for you to think about some of these interactions again. But now he held the Triumph of the Lost waiting for the slip up,
Mhm.
waiting for Hylas to mess up, play the Teramek early with all the ramp he had. So many people would do that, right? So many people would just be like, I got this Teramek super early. Let me just play it. And for Job, that's like super clutch if he can get that off. But now without it, and just unfortunately not seeing any erasures or anything, it's so tough. Like even if you deal with this, even if you eclipse Fate the Nehemiah, like what are you really getting out of this? So now you just start slowing the game down, trying to find something. But like what is there for you, I guess? Two defenders.
Man, it's like, I mean, this looks like it's gonna be another Earth and Wind, but I feel like this was a weird Earth and Wind. Like the fact that there were no erasures, like in, I mean, I
Yeah,
guess this is
this isn't like a super convincing one for me. This was kind of
yeah.
like just unfortunately, Jobsad did not excuse me, he did not hit one of his 3 erasures, which which like everyone is playing, right? So
Yep.
not hitting the erasure kind of stinks. And then I understand keeping that Triumph of the Loss, like waiting for that slip up. And kudos to Hylas, just played around the Triumph the whole game, and now is sitting on a fearsome board that not really anything can be done against.
Yeah. Anyway, copium. I still remain unconvinced that that well, we no one would really be saying that Earthen is favored, right? It's just that it
It's
would
like 55-45 Neve.
yeah, I think that's a fair
Yeah, like
assessment.
I even want to say 60-40 Neve, but like maybe we're just seeing like the four, but 60-40 is still really close.
Mhm.
Like this makes it look awful, but that's only because Jobsad now has to power and structure into like erasure. It doesn't even matter anymore.
Doesn't
Hylas
even
just like run through the fenders, hit faces, and then you're chilling. Like,
the other option was to get rid of the shield with the life siphon and then Eclipse
yep,
Fate the Titan, like that.
yeah. I just don't think that does anything at this point. Like
I
you're just
agree.
like you're like, yes, you're correct. I think you're definitely right. And I think that last turn from Jobsad was a little bit more of like tilt and frustration that he wasn't able to maybe get a good triumph as he wanted. But like even if you do that, you develop no board, and then your opponent just swings everything with face again with Terra Gliders and stuff, and now you're like even more behind.
This is the point in the game where you've got 2 shards on the board and you just need to top deck your demo, but we're playing Neve. So, I'm not
Dominion,
yeah.
Dominion,
No,
Dominion into like some crazy Neve.
no, I was making a case for New Dawn with
I know I get the
no.
joke, but I'm saying
Oh,
like you can still do it,
yeah,
kinda.
that's true. I mean,
Yeah.
at 19, I guess that could wouldn't get rid of the Titan, but oh.
These draws are crazy.
Yeah, rummaging. I think might be like each tournament. I feel like sometimes we pick like an MVP, right? It was
Yeah.
Miasmancer once upon a
Yep.
time, and then Drone Printer. I think that the Rummager might be in the running for the MVP of the tournament. Also, just the Titan could be as well.
Yeah. Hitting Citrine Rose is kind of funny. He's gonna no snitching defender off. There's still a defender on the conduit. Why do you attack the? Oh, the agent had defender too. It doesn't matter. Yeah,
Yeah,
they all had defender.
yeah. This is over. I think.
Yeah, this is not gonna be good for Jobsad. One sitting super comfortably now has to do a mirror match for the next
Oh,
for advancing to the next round, right? Hylas is close to reverse sweeping here. 2 matches ago, we were saying Jobsad is chilling.
yeah.
He was chilling, just had to win 1 match and you're fine. But the
I
Neve
mean,
has been struggling right now. Cannot get these wins out.
that Marco game, like it just was the draw after the first couple turns just wasn't good enough. Like I said, maybe that one eclipsed or not eclipsed fate, the expertise could have maybe shifted the tides, but it was just looking pretty rough. And then this game, I'm gonna also say pretty unlucky not to.
This was the unluckiest draw I've seen.
Yeah.
Like from Jobsad's side, like seeing no erasures. Like normally playing Nehemiah is super punishing. Like, but just not having any answer to that is just a bit unfortunate. He ended up banking like the honored stewards, and then he ended up needing the honored stewards because like more units kept coming. So it was just awkward. Like the draws did not play itself very well. He had a decent starting hand. It just didn't develop after that.
Sure. Yep. Definitely kudos to Hylas though, playing well, making sure playing around things like Triumph. So, if he does take this as a reverse sweep, I think it's definitely well deserved.
Yeah, he's been playing pretty well. It's been good to see some of this gameplay. I mean, I know we were a little spoiled in the last 2 sets ending under 5 matches, but this is a bit of the norm for us, right? Best of 5, always going to the 5th match, and playing it out. It's usually always one deck that gets rough.
Well, apparently from production, game 1 took an hour. Is that true? No, like no way. That's.
What did we play in the beginning? Was that Earthen versus no. What was that? Was that Earthen versus Marco?
I think that
Or was it Earthen versus Earthen?
Marco. Yeah. No, I think I took that too literally. There's no way an hour passed by.
Production is ready for bed, chat. They work hard, and I don't blame them. So we're waiting for this last match now. Here, a Shroud mirror match. I'm sure it was an hour. It was an hour. They have it. They had showed us the screenshot.
Oh my gosh.
But
yeah.
to make them, yeah, go ahead.
No. I was just gonna say to the people, 1 hour and 3 minutes for that Marco versus Earthen game. I honestly am in disbelief.
I don't believe that. I think we did say though, like this is the longest match because it went to like turn 8, turn 9, which most games haven't been going too far. Like naturally to turn 8, turn 9, like no ramp. So it did go pretty long. But to make production happy, we are giving them a Shroud mirror match because those don't go long, right?
With Neve not quite as long as.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we should like talk about the mirror a little bit with Neve. I mean, a lot of the time it's just like whoever slams. Well, I don't know.
It is. I think that's a fair take. Is whoever slams Neve first is like a huge edge.
You want to be applying the pressure as much as you possibly can, and then slam Neve first. That way, if they do manage to clear the board with the Dominion, like you just have taken so much damage, or sorry, they've taken so much damage that you can kind of just like follow it up and kill them afterward.
Yeah. I will say Job's build is maybe a little better. It's got 3 Triumph of the Lost, so maybe you can get some better interactions, but Shroud players have been pretty good enough to like not give stuff for free. And with
Mhm.
zero cost effects like take it or leave it, Hylas doesn't play no snitching, I think, but with effects like those and units, more one cost units, maybe not as strong as it once was.
Yeah, this is where, variance in the list when it is a mirror can really make a huge difference. And so we don't have them in front of us right now. I would imagine that they're still fairly similar, but I know there's like a power instructor in one, not sure if it's in the other.
I think Jobsad plays Power Instructor in 3 Triumph of the Lost. I don't remember Hylas's exactly. I think there's only like there's some interesting things like only one Whisper in Hylas's build and 2 agents, but he has the rummagings. I don't think Jobsad plays any draw cards aside from Brand's expertise.
Okay. I mean that also could be relevant too,
Yeah,
because I don't think that Neve like Nudon, absolutely mirror could go to fatigue, but not a Neve mirror. I mean it could, but I don't think like you will probably want to be drawing through the deck, not like respecting fatigue.
yeah.
Point.
On the play, take it or leave it has felt really punishing lately. I
Mm.
mean, I think you're so spot on with how good this change was that it like the on the play player kind of gets punished when they draw it because now you have 4 cards and maybe you like those 4 cards. Now you have to bank one because the take it or leave it has to stay in your hand.
Harf could be actually really annoying in
Mm-hmm.
the mirror here.
Yeah.
That could be very relevant.
Yeah, I think embedded agent into Harf is like a really clear play. I'm very curious on what 3 drop he keeps for a job set though. Like maybe just bank Dominion, play stabilized shard, or maybe bank life siphon, but I don't know. Like it's not the 1 drop bank is gonna be tough. The reason why I kind of like keeping Dominion is because you're already ramping with shard and you have take it or leave it. There is a chance that you could like just double ramp into like a board wipe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree with that. I
You
will
could
say
always
both
bank treacherous.
both of these players, no, like totally okay. There's a lot of money on the line. Both of them have been thoroughly thinking through.
They
like,
take the max timer.
they
They
take
do.
the max
They
time.
take. Let's not sugarcoat it. Like
Yeah,
that
yeah,
minute and a half is a real minute and a half. Like
absolutely.
I know that when I'm running out of things to talk to, and you can ask production, I talk a lot. So if I'm running out of things to say, that means it's definitely a longer match.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Well, Harf or Void Trapper?
It's definitely Harf. Harf's
Yeah.
so good. I just don't know if you bank what you bank. Like I like rummaging, but scheming is also good. But I also like Void Trapper. It's also good.
At this point, I think, wow, that's kind of tough. I mean, if you're playing your Harf here, you're already playing your 2,
Yeah, you
right?
bank Trapper, I think. I think that's
I think you bang Trapper
probably
as
correct.
well.
Bank
Uh,
Trapper, play Rummaging, maybe Treacherous Scheming after.
Harf gets extra good because, like, you got a player going second, their turn 2, respecting that you're taking away their take it or leave it here is
Crazy good.
really good. Yeah.
You're gonna
See.
bank the scheming. Bank the scheming, go for the Harf. All right. Opting for these units, letting all the units stay on board, draw into Life Siphon. Job sad, drawing into Embedded Agent. Not the card you want to see at this point, especially looking at Hylas's hand, right?
Bank fodder. Fine. Just get rid of it. But yeah, stabilize shard into steward, always super clean.
Yep.
Uh,
That's
that
probably the
would,
go-to.
yeah.
Shard into Steward, start playing the game slowly. Slowly but surely.
Man, actually, do you ever bank Dominion? Because rationale being like if you did want a target for Malia, like that's just an easy thing there. Like I really value the card draw here, but it's probably still just bank the agent. Save the Dominion.
Yeah. I think that makes sense. You just drop that rummaging. Rummaging is probably really clutch right now. And you have erasure too. Like lines up really well
Mhm.
with any answer that comes your way.
Still so jealous of that Harf. She's beautiful. Yeah, I mean, I think you probably don't have that much use for a siphon, so seems like a decent bank. The rummaging going. And you could potentially, if the Harf lives, 2 and 2 next turn, but you're going to draw off the researcher, so we'll have options.
What do we get off the rummaging?
Dun, dun, dun.
All
Okay,
right,
Dominion.
Dominion. Not the best hit, but good to just draw it. Okay, why not just get 2?
Don't necessarily need to. Wow. This is, man, like, this is tough. Like, you want to
It's
get rid
not
of the
too
Harf?
awful. I think you just banish the Harf, just accept.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm even scared to keep the researcher on the board. I mean, you can bank again next turn and get another draw, but the Harf is cramping your style too much, I
Yeah.
suppose.
I think you just erasure the Harf and then like you can start playing the game from there. At least you don't have to deal with Harf. For those that don't know, you cannot play Harf and reduce your take it or leave it to a 0 cost. I think that's just the wording that they can't reduce anything to 0. So even if it was originally a 0 with no Harfs on the board, if your opponent has one, I don't think your own Harf can reduce it back down to 0.
Wow. Chose to get rid of the researcher instead of the
Yeah,
Harf there. Yeah.
that's a really interesting choice. I don't know. But Hylas has a clean play, right? Shard and Avoid Trapper.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, looking at it right now, Hylas looks like he's in a pretty good spot. Super nice to find your own shard, right? You want to be keeping up on um, energy here. That's pretty clutch. I mean, he's pretty much just like one brand's expertise or, Wong away. Like he just needs to refill his hand, but I feel like he's got a reasonable advantage right now.
Yeah, I think so too. Um, Job needs to achieve a lot to get back. I mean, it's not even like he's so behind in terms of like um life or anything like that. It's just like it's the board state doesn't feel like it's moving.
Yeah.
That's very interesting though. Decided to bank the erasure for double dominion.
I am honestly quite surprised about that. Oh, there's Wong to decide to show his
Yeah.
face.
Even your hand's like already full. I mean, you can draw 2, so it's not bad.
Uh, man, I almost would just be tempted to use the Dominion here. You'd get a little bit of damage in your
It's not bad. Yeah, kills 2.
Malia, and you just sort of both of these units are incredibly irritating, so I feel like that feels pretty good.
Yeah, I think that's fair. That's really good because Hylas now is like it almost like the reverse can start to happen, right? Jobsad plays his Harf now.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you really do? There's not much here. I don't even know what the last unit was played. So does Triumph even get you anything? What was the last unit played?
Uh,
I think he's trying to figure it out too.
yeah.
I mean, because like I don't think you're gonna get that good of a. I don't know. Maybe you just hold on. Because my thing
Yeah.
is like maybe you just Triumph just to get the 5 cost out of there. Like, and that it's like supercharges your Neve a little more. But I don't know. Maybe you just
I
hold
mean,
on to it.
the only other option is do nothing, but
Yeah.
I'm really trying to think what unit has been dropped from Jobs' side. I mean, there was an embedded agent, I think maybe
I
on
think
turn
that's it.
1. I think that's it. And then, well, actually, no, it probably is worth it because you also get another relic, right? Like
Oh,
that's
yes.
enough.
Yep. You get a second, a shard. Oh, there's no
Yeah.
units played. Okay.
Oh, that is
You
a
get another
sad.
shard. You're ahead on Neve.
That was a 5 energy stabilized shard right there.
Yeah.
But I think with the take it or leave it in the hand. Oh my gosh, but there's nothing in the pool though. Yeah, this is looking much better for Job now, I will say.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, part of me was like, maybe you just wait a turn, especially after you see this Wong. You're like, I should have waited a turn. But there's an agent too, so the agent will cover the triumph. There's no good triumphs that you can really get. I feel like right now.
It could, so you can still bank, and then if you really wanted to, you could coin out the Harf,
Yeah,
which, but maybe the logic here is saving the take it or leave it for the Neve.
yeah. I think you're right on the money there, man. No, nothing looks good. I think you just erasure or yeah, and then just bank the fate and you're just waiting. You just wait.
Mhm.
Next turn you play a no, you don't. Do you ever play a Neve with one effect or two effects?
I mean, I think Baron Triumph is, well, I guess let's see what the last spell will be that is
Yeah.
played here, but I mean, I wouldn't mind juicing the Eve a little bit more with getting the Triumph out.
Yeah.
Um,
You
but
can Eclipsed Fate and Erasure. Eclipsed Fate the relic. Oh, but that kills your relics too. No.
yep.
Hyla should not do that. You just we just erasure here and I think just call it a day.
And totally bricked on the draw. I wonder if Hylas is the list with only 2 expertise. No, but we saw
No, it's jobsads.
that's Jobs, yeah.
Yeah. No, that
Uh,
Dominion was just really good. That Dominion that cleared. Oh my god, he's okay, he's gonna Eclipse Fate. He's gotta cover the Fate. Oh no. Okay, this is really good for Jobsad. This is really good. You just Eclipse Fate the relic. Yeah, you lose your relic, but now you're not like double relic behind. I think this is the play.
really? I mean, oh man. Let me think about this. I wanna say yeah. Because you're putting yourself in such an advantage position and then taking away so much of their
Yeah.
power.
Oh, you also kill their relic. You can just get another relic
No,
back.
no,
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 don't
no,
play
no.
the relic first. Oh no. Okay. All
Oh,
right.
rip.
Chat, we're gonna see some confused faces in a second here.
It happens.
It
It
happens.
happens.
Everyone's gonna lose their shards. Yeah, look at him. You see it. You see
Oh,
the
no.
face. He's surprised. He doesn't realize. But yeah, and he hits a kill box
Oh,
randomly.
okay.
Okay, little
Alright.
extra damage. Nice.
Cheeky little kill box. We'll
Four
take it.
damage hit with the agent. Josh, that's kind of just like, what is happening? That face said it all. He did not realize, but I think it's fine. Like we even forgot that he was gonna get a free stabilized shard, and we thought it was okay. So I guess this is fine. But yeah, he would have been a bit ahead if he was able to do it
Yeah,
the other way.
correct. Look,
All
those
right.
those moments happened, especially with
Yeah,
new cards too, you know? Expansion's only been out for, what, month maybe?
100%. What do we
Still
do here? What can be done that feels good?
nothing.
You, I want to like, I want to like, if I were in the position of Hylas, I feel like your only answer, like his only answer, is to fake nothing so that he gets like Neaved and then Dominions. But Job could just sit cruising, like he's got everything. He doesn't really need to overplay. He can just force the first Dominion, then play his Neve and win.
Yeah.
So it's
Um,
definitely uh Jobsad in favor right now. I think he's gonna At least if it goes down this keeps going down this path, it's kind of his set to take home. But Hylas is going to already use his Dominion. One is in the bank, which means I think there's only one left. So not a good spot to be in.
Yeah, I'm feeling for Hylas. He looks so sad. There's really not much he could be doing right
Yeah.
now.
Oh,
Oh,
that's something. That could be something. But
technically,
Jobsad's early Dominion was just crucial. Like getting rid of the Trapper and the Rummaging, or
yes.
Trapper and Harf, one of those was just really good.
Yeah, I mean, technically, Hylas can take it or leave it out the Neve next turn, but I don't think it's enough. There's
There's like
probably
two effects on the
there's
thing.
like only 2 effects. Like it's just not gonna be enough. No.
Yeah.
See what's he searching for? Does he want a Dominion just to have an answer, or?
He plays a Void Keeper, I realize. Another take it or leave it. Okay, trying to set up the Neve for next turn.
Yep. Yeah, that just seals the deal, I think.
Yeah.
No.
He's gonna play the Harf. Yeah, if you're Hylas, there is super little you can do right now.
Well, hang on a second. You didn't really need the second take it or leave it. Was it ever a consideration to just get the Amalia out with on the power instructor? Because you'll bank to 8 next turn and then just coin to
Yeah.
9, right?
Yeah. Well, he has Molly already in hand.
Yeah, I'm saying play Malia that turn with the power instructor.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Probably irrelevant. I mean, Harf is also disruptive too, so I don't think it will make too much of a difference.
Yeah, because Harf stopped the take it or leave it, right? So it did end up doing something. It was actually really good. And not that
Oh,
Hylas
yeah.
has a great Neve in general, but it stopped it from coming out altogether.
Actually, you are absolutely right. That was definitely worth putting the Harf down to stop the Neve.
What is in his Swong search? Could it be something that helps him take this game back? I no, not really. That's a no. I think Hylas is in trouble here, and Jobsad is definitely chilling.
Yeah.
Got a
Feeling
lot more
for him.
effects played.
Yeah, it's been a rough game. Just needed to find that Wong or Brand's expertise. Like in the early game, I thought like with the Harf on the board, the rummaging, I really thought he was in a good position, but then kind of just like bricked out on the draw, and then Job's hand got significantly better.
Yep.
So with 8 things in the singularity, I feel like this should be a good enough,
Yeah,
right?
I'm feeling like there's stuff. It should be fine.
And then you have some damage in the Malia where, if Dominion does get answered and it doesn't kill you for some reason, then you can clean up probably with the Malia.
Yep, he's going for the double take it. Just get those extra effects in. Does he play the life siphon also? Correct. And then we Neve. And this Neve's probably like 5 or 6, I would assume. 5 or 6 units or something.
Yeah, I mean, we got double triumph with the Baron, so
Let's see. I mean, there's a triumph and there is a eclipse of fate, or is that what the name of the card is? Eclipse of fate. I don't know. But what I mean is that there's a 4 cost and a 5 cost in this, so that should be good. But the rest of it should be like 1 and 2s and 0s.
yep. Okay. Sourceful Smith.
The unit gets salvaged too.
Woo! That's hype. All
This
right,
card has a perfect loop. I wish it was better. Oh, Grawl.
Grawl, let's go. Or is it Graul?
Yes. It's definitely Graul.
All right, well, this Neve has not been too shabby. all
Yeah,
things
this is a pretty
considered.
solid Neve. Lots of damage on board, lots of presence. Oh, a second 5. Gafar's he's just reading cards. He's like, I don't know what this does. He sees a lot of text. He's like, does this mean like I blow up my board? The last time he didn't pay attention to text, he lost all of his stabilized shards.
Yep.
So kudos to him for reading this time.
Look, there's only one way you lose the game at this point, and that's some kind of random unit coming
Yeah.
out of Neve and doing something you didn't intend. But I don't really know if there is anything that could mess this up from this point.
All right, this is tough. I don't think Hylas can get past this. He's gonna take a ton of damage. What? A Dominion? A Dominion is like that's it. That's the only thing.
Yep. Just
Dominion into your own Neve and jobsad just whiffs everything else.
yeah. I think there is 4 damage in the Malia, right? From playing that Dominion early on the Harf and the Void
Yeah.
Trapper. So I think you just jam everything face here and you are sitting pretty. No, really?
All right, we're trading a little. Hylas. Oh, at turn
Oh
end.
my
I mean,
goodness.
that's fine. Nope, that's not it.
Oh no.
Kill the Harf and Brand's expertise for Dominion. That's it. I don't even know if that's enough energy. I think it is, but just do it. That's I think only Hylas's way out. Right? We've only gone through 2 Dominions, one in bank, one played. So there's a chance in 17 cards you could draw it.
Yeah. Let's see. Have we seen all of them? Hold on. Like one definitely got, I think, banked at some point. Let's see here.
Oh, he's going to just try to play a Neve. See what he gets. Roll the dice a little.
Oh my gosh. There's a student. But not gonna be enough.
Evangelizer.
Hey, I love that card. Don't think we're gonna repeat a dmoney double Shoshana saving the day.
No. He's
Well,
hitting some decent cards, but it's not looking like that. I think he should have killed the Harp first and then seen what could happen. But decent amount of units coming out. It's a decent amount of healing.
it is. They still
Do
have that
you
6-1. Oh my gosh, hang on a second. Wait a minute. This game is still over, right? Like, okay, the 6-1
That's what I'm trying to figure out right now, actually. I'm like, is
like,
this over?
hang on a minute. A 6-1 could go into the Neve.
Yep.
Hylas's Neve could take out a 4-5 or something.
Yeah.
A little scary here. Still probably not. No. Let's see how much damage we got.
1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't think it's game yet.
I'm counting 12 on this side. 7. Oh my gosh. Okay. Thought this game was over, but okay. Well, we
Alright.
finally found an erasure. There's one, and I mean, between erasure, eclipse fate, and Malia, like I think that Job has still got this, right?
He's definitely ahead. Alright. I'm sitting up in my seat now, chat, just so you can get a visual. And I'm gonna start counting.
4,
You
5,
guys are
6.
making me the production's asking us who's winning. We don't know either. This definitely has
Counting.
we're in fatigue here, not the players, that's for sure.
I think I counted 17, but look, I mean, we erasure the student.
Yeah, but you can't all hit face because then he just has lethal.
No, we're definitely clearing some stuff here.
Yeah.
Here, definitely that is happening. We're gonna erasure this student of Shoshana, and we're gonna probably trade 2-2 or 2-1 into the Neve, get rid of it. Can even eclipse fate if we really want to, but throw the Malia down, get some damage, draw a card, and that's the game plan.
And then the 4/5 has to kill the Grizzled Scout. Or oh, okay, not. I don't know how much this matters, but Grizzle Scout, whenever a unit attacks, it gains an attack.
That is relevant.
Like,
I mean,
can you reverse clear with this?
I don't think it's enough, but leaving it alive is a little scary.
All right. First, he gets burned for 2 from the Vandalizer. Okay.
Wait, why don't we want to play Malia there? Or why is it? Is it just like
I just think he didn't play it because he wants like less units, so it just hits face. I assume that's it. The Tabula Rasa should kill the Harp first, and then make plays, and make lots of plays and praise. Okay, killing it with the Grizzled Scout I don't think was it, but that's fine.
well, I guess
Because you could kill the 3/4 with that, right? I mean, I guess he's just assuming like, oh, I die anyways, but I don't know if that's correct.
a lot of draw there. I
He has to somehow clear this board and steal Demalia.
mean,
Like
it
Mission Impossible.
there's a treacherous scheming in the
What was the
hand.
last effect played? That's not gonna be enough.
I think we're
I think we're good.
I think we're good.
I don't think he can. It looks like he's hovering over concede. Hylas tried to pull the impossible out and had us convinced for a little bit, not gonna lie. But he's gonna keep looking. He's keep looking. I'm pretty sure jobsad is gonna win, but
Yeah.
we're still looking.
jobsad spamming the emotes too.
Yeah. He's like, just give up.
Oh,
Give up,
okay.
please.
There's an Adira.
Yeah, Adira won't hit anything. GG's. Jobsad is going to be our last player of the day, advancing to the next round. We have our top 4 here, right? Jobsad, bullbence, manos, and dmoney.
Woo!
What a lineup. What an absolute lineup. Hylas fought his heart out, and maybe there was a chance, but wasn't able to clinch it in the end. Shout out for the effort. There's a ton of effort in this game, in this match. All of the matches.
Oh man, you got to feel for Hylas a little bit. Almost a reverse sweep. Like he fought back to make it 2-2 from being completely down with the undefeated record, the only 7-0 through Swiss. So yeah, just couldn't quite get there in the end. But a massive congratulations to Jobsad for taking the last victory of the day.
Jobsad is your winner, everybody. The last player to join your top 4. Look at that smile on his face.
Probably stressing it a little bit after that last game.
Yeah.
He got there.
Yeah, dude, like that was a very, very how do you say this? Passionate match between those players, dude. I was looking at it. It was there was a possibility of a reverse sweep, so to speak, and right, we got into a 2-2. And I was looking for some outs as well for Hylas, but I wasn't able to find one. Like it was it was kind of a race to get the first Neve, and that half play is possibly one of the turning points to prevent Hylas to get that Neve play. But yeah, amazing match, amazing cast right there with Ali and Muka. I'm just gonna tell you, like I was watching you, I was like saying, guys, you can do it. You can speak through this. I will give you my energy to find
We
a way
appreciate the
to
energy.
to find a way to get all those info in, or like find a way to get power through that. But amazing right there. But yeah, last words before we go on and close this session. Of course, with the final 4 over at the next day. What do you think, man? What are your, like, just a fearless prediction? Like, I will not force you to like to find your the sweet spot with those players, but just say what is the name that comes to your head when you're going to find which one of the final four will be your best pick.
I'm thinking
Just
maybe
say it quick.
maybe Manos. That's probably first thing, first name that's coming to my head. But I will also say that I feel like the force is with dmoney. I feel like it's just a lot of the games have been going pretty well for him. So maybe that'll continue.
Yeah, I mean, I'm cheating. Both those names too are come to my mind. Both D Money and Manos. They're becoming staples in the parallel community. They're so fun to watch and to cheer for. So I think the community really likes them, as do I. So either of those two, I'd be happy. But I'm not taking anything away from Job and bullbence. Bullbence is also a name that I'm starting to love after meeting him in Manila and seeing more of him in
Mhm.
tournaments. He's a very interesting character in the sense that like he plays parallel in his own way, and it always ends up working for him. He's like kind of like authentic in that way, so I like watching him play.
Yeah.
Dude, I love the answer of course, Muka. Of course, Ali, I love your answer. But Muka, in true copy pasta fashion, you copy pasted Ali's answer. Yeah, it's okay. It's like those are the top players right now. But of course, we might see possibly a dark horse within the other top four players. But it's all up in the air. And thank you to Ali and Muka for giving us a very spirited cast for the last session of the day. But let's look at the brackets right now and get a rundown of what happened during the day. So with this, of course, our first match was Bullbence versus Very Fat Cat, going in the 3-2, and Bullbence will be moving forward as well. And you can see Manos going in with the 3-1, going in and defeating Shogo, and moving forward and facing Bullbence over at the round 2. You can see dmoney going against Mystery with the 3-1, moving forward. And our previous match, jobsad, now probably job happy, is going to be Hylas DRD moving in and facing dmoney in round 2. And of course, before we go on for our final rundown of this show, I would like to thank Saga. Saga's mission is to enable the next 1000 chains in the multiverse. Saga and Parallel are partnering on an exclusive Parallel card back. Wow, available as part of Saga's over 9,000 campaign. To learn more about Saga and infinite horizontal scalability, visit saga.xyz. And also, special thanks to Saga for supporting this weekend's event. And of course, we are welcoming back our two casters, Kinto and Scout, to go on with a rundown of what happened today. And I'm gonna be asking pre-tip, out of the four matches, which one was your favorite? Like which one had like core memory unlocked for you? I'm also gonna be asking that question to Kinto. You are you muted? Is he muted? Yeah, yes, you're muted. You're muted, man. Okay. I thought I got deaf for a
Sorry.
It
while, but
happens.
yeah,
It
it's
It's
happens.
all right.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
I was so in the zone watching the game, I forgot to take the mute off. But good question. You know what? It's been such a long day.
Mhm.
I feel like it's a little bit tricky to kind of remember everything from the games. I'd almost have to watch back some of the highlights from the stream. But I really liked the last game there
Mhm.
because I thought the last game was amazing. That
Yeah.
Hylas came back from like 2 games down and he actually took it to the 5th game. I thought that was brilliant from him because like he was really on the ropes after getting the 2 first losses, and I thought the games were really interesting. It was like um tick for tack, so you felt like the opponent jobsad was doing something, he had the momentum, the advantage, and then Hylos then done something to kind of counter that. It was very cat and mouse for all of their games, so that was one of my favorite, yeah, I have to say. But I would probably need to watch them back again because I'm sure I'm missing so many good stuff from all of them.
How about you, Kinto? Like, what was your favorite match of the four matches that we have already seen today?
Yeah, I agree here with free tips more than a match itself. It was the fact that Helios nearly did that reverse sweep. Many people were rooting for him for sure in this situation because this is what you want to see, the underdog in that put on that difficult spot to just get back at it, and he nearly did it. He was very close on it. So yeah, big props to Helios and congratulations to Jobsad.
Yeah, and we I actually think jobsad should be named now Job Happy because he's moving forward. But yeah, I mean, it was the curse has not been lifted, guys. That top seed curse still remains. In the previous tournaments maybe, but in this tournament, yeah, unfortunate for Hylas. I was also rooting for him in a possible reverse sweep, but during that mirror match, it was a very very close match and a race to whoever got that Neve out first. But yeah, in
Yeah.
the previous matches as well, we've seen, of course, our top four. I asked this over at Ali and Muka, and I'm gonna be asking you guys as well. Which are your picks from the four players that will be moving forward to day two?
I'm going to let Quinto answer this one first, I think. I'm going to pass the buck of responsibility over to you, my man, and then I'll jump in after. Go on then,
All
Quinto.
right.
Well, I definitely am rooting for Manos, the goat. I mean, I love Manos. I definitely want him to win this. His first mayor, he totally deserves it. And so, yeah, keep it on. Keep it on, Manos.
Oh, I
How
wish I'd
about
gone
you, Free
first
Tip?
now. Yeah, wish I'd gone first. No, like I also, to be honest, I met Manos in Manila, and I'd been speaking to him anyway, on and off, before just from playing the game, and it was really great to meet him. And I had,
Mhm.
a couple of nights out with him as well, just chatting and bonding. Great guy, and I think if you've been in the community of Parallel for a while, you know that Manos has been consistently one of the top players on the ladder and one of the top players in the game, but he's
Mhm.
just not quite found that tournament win yet. Aside from the LAN win that he got in Paris, right? So I'm kind of in the same boat with Quinto. It'd be great to see Manos go all the way. I do also have to say though, this is such a crap answer, isn't it? Really, because I'm being so diplomatic. dmoney, fantastic guy as well, really growing in confidence. You can see it. And then I also met bullbence in Manila,
Yeah.
and he's just a nice guy. So yeah, it's tough, but I probably would say Manos as well, just because I
Mhm.
think that Manos is is probably due like a tournament win now, right? With all his dominance in the game. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, dude. Like I also saw Manos over at YG Play Summit, and he brought that BPE. You know what's that? When I say BPE, what's do you know what that is? Free tip.
Enlighten
BPE.
us.
No, BPE means big prime energy, dude. Like he has that big prime energy with the mustache and like that's plus 1,000 aura already. Uh, Great guy. He has a fan base as well over at the
Yeah.
Philippines. So yeah, we want to see him move forward and get another tournament win. But it's not all over yet, guys. And I want to see, of course, over at chat who you think will be supporting over at the next day. But before we go on for our our closing part of the session, again, thank you everyone over at the stream for watching and making sure that the chat is like very entertaining. There's a lot of personalities over in chat. For one, there's Fitch, there's Veen that has been appearing. There's AI Rev, a lot of the community members as well. I'm really happy that you came in and started to enjoy day one with us here. And of course, thank you to our casters here. We had Ali, Muka, Free Tip Scout, and of course Kinto, casting our sessions game in and game out, and giving their all and giving us the info on what is happening here at the Parallel League Major 2 Day 1. And with that, guys, we are going to be closing our session for today, but don't go anywhere, of course, because there's going to be some more action tomorrow as we go on for day 2. You're just going to be waiting for a little more than a little bit over 24 hours, or a little less than 24 hours for more action for your parallel fix. And of course, when we have that day, we're going to be having another champion and the secured seat for Worlds. And with that, guys, thank you for watching. This has been your parallel production team. And again, guys, keep competitive and see you on day 2. Bye, guys.
See you tomorrow, guys.
See you guys.
In this arena, legends are born and history is written. This is where dreams take flight, where every drop of sweat, every ounce of effort, and every heartbeat is dedicated to one singular goal. Tales will be weaved. History will be written. Titans will rise and fall. Champions will be crowned, and legends will be made. This is the Parallel League.